Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. We had been traveling for weeks, backpacking across Europe in the late autumn, drifting from country to country on trains, buses, and by foot. It was November slipping into December, that time when the tourist season is over, and most places that rely on visitors simply close their doors and wait out the cold months. We knew this, of course, but sometimes when you're caught up in the flow of the journey, you don't think about these things until they're staring you in the face. That night in Austria, it hit us hard. We had been on the road the entire day, moving from one connection to another, exhausted and stiff from sitting so long. When we arrived at the ski resort town, it was well past midnight. The cold felt sharper up there in the mountains, and when we finally found our hostel, I remember just wanting to get inside, put down my pack, and collapse into a warm bed. But instead of the welcome I was hoping for, we found a notice pinned to the door. It said the hostel was under renovation and wouldn't reopen until after December. Just standing there, staring at that paper flapping lightly in the breeze, I felt this cold sink deeper, past my jacket, into my bones. When it's off-season in a town that depends on tourists, it's like stepping into another world. The streets were empty. The windows of shops and hotels were dark. No cars passed by. Just the sound of the wind pushing through the empty alleys and around the corners of shuttered buildings. We walked and walked and walked some more, searching for somewhere, anywhere, that had a light on, a sign of life. My girlfriend was quiet beside me, and I knew she was struggling too. She'd been fighting off a fever since the night before, her energy fading faster than mine. Every few minutes she'd stop to catch her breath, her face pale, eyes sunken. Eventually, after what felt like hours, we stumbled upon a small hotel. The windows glowed softly, like a beacon in the emptiness. I still remember the relief washing over me as we pushed through the door and into the warmth inside. The man at the front desk was kind enough, though clearly surprised to see two travelers so late in the dead of night. We stayed there just for that night. The room was small but clean, and I barely noticed anything about it because I fell asleep the moment my head hit the pillow. The next morning, we figured out the situation with the original hostel. Turns out our replacement hostel was located on the far edge of the town. So after paying our bill and gathering our gear, we set off again. The new place, the one we'd booked originally, was beautiful. It was this old wooden building, the kind you see in postcards. Dark beams, sloped roof heavy with the season's first dusting of snow, windows with heavy shutters. Inside, it smelled of wood and age, but in a good way. It felt solid, warm, safe. And for the next several days, that's what it was for us. We were both sick for most of the week, and so we didn't do much. We'd venture out for short walks when we felt strong enough, bundled up against the chill, the fresh mountain air, doing what it could to clear our lungs. But most of the time, we stayed inside, reading, dozing, just waiting to feel better. The place was empty apart from us and the staff. I didn't mind. In fact, I kind of liked the quiet. During the day, the sunlight would stream through the windows, making everything look warm and golden. The mountains in the distance were breathtaking. But when the sun went down, the mood changed. The streets outside went silent. No cars, no voices, just dark windows and the occasional gust of wind rattling the shutters. On our last night there, we decided to just relax. Neither of us felt like going out into the cold. It was a Sunday, and the reception worker left early, around 6 in the evening, leaving us completely alone in the building. That didn't bother me at first. After all, it wasn't like we expected anything to happen. We spent the evening quietly, heating up some food we'd bought earlier, eating in the little room where we stayed. My girlfriend went to bed early, still feeling drained from the flu. I stayed up a bit longer, flipping through the channels on the small TV, not really watching anything, just trying to pass the time. Everything was silent except for the soft hum of the radiator and the muffled sound of the TV. Around 11, I decided to call it a night. I turned off the TV, turned out the light, and let the darkness settle in the room. That's when I heard it, faint at first, like singing. I froze for a second, straining to listen. It came from downstairs, a high, wavering voice like opera or maybe some kind of chant, slow, drawn out. I couldn't make out words, just the rise and fall of the notes. My skin prickled. I knew we were supposed to be alone. My first thought was that maybe a cleaning person or someone from the staff had come back. I tried to tell myself that, tried to believe it. But deep down, I knew that didn't make sense. It was too late. And the sound, there was something about it that just felt wrong. Out of place. I got up and went to the door, pressing my ear against it. The singing was clearer now. It echoed softly up the stairwell, filling the quiet of the building. I stood there for what felt like forever, heart pounding, trying to figure out what to do. Eventually, I went back to bed, pulling the covers up, hoping that if I just ignored it, it would stop. But it didn't. A while later, I heard footsteps. Soft at first, then louder, like someone walking slowly, purposefully, somewhere nearby. I couldn't tell where they came from exactly, but they felt close. Too close. That was it for me. I woke up my girlfriend. She could see the fear in my face, and when I explained what was going on, the singing, the footsteps, I could see her fear grow too. We both stood there, ear to the door, listening. The singing had stopped by then, but now there were other noises. A soft scraping sound, like furniture being moved. A low hum, maybe a voice, maybe something else. We didn't speak. We just looked at each other, both of us realizing the same thing. We had to get out of there. Our bags were packed already, so we grabbed them, trying to move as quietly as possible. Every creak of the floorboards felt deafening. As we reached the door of our room, we paused. I told her if something happened, she should run. Just run and not look back. I don't know if I really thought anything would happen, or if I was just trying to steel myself for whatever was down there. We opened the door slowly. The hallway stretched out in front of us, dark and still. The only sound was that same faint music, louder now, coming from somewhere downstairs. We crept out, our footsteps barely a whisper on the wooden floor. The stairs were just ahead. We moved down them carefully, each step feeling like it took a lifetime. My heart was racing, and I could feel my hands shaking as I gripped the banister. When we reached the bottom, it was clear where the sound was coming from. The dining hall. The door was closed, but light leaked out from under it, and the music, or whatever it was, came through loud and clear. It wasn't a recording. I could hear the slight variations, the rise and fall of breath. Someone was singing in there. Someone was in that room. We didn't stop to look. We went straight for the front door. It was locked from the inside. My hands fumbled with the key, my breath loud in my ears. When the lock finally turned, the door creaked open, loud enough to make me flinch. And that's when it happened. A chair scraped across the floor inside the dining hall. Someone shouted. Not words, just a loud, sharp sound, like they'd been startled. My girlfriend screamed, pure fear, raw and loud in the stillness. We ran. Out into the night, the cold air hitting us like a slap. Down the empty street, packs bouncing against our backs, boots pounding the pavement. We didn't look back. We didn't slow down. We just ran until the hostel was out of sight, out of hearing, and even then we kept going. When we finally stopped, gasping for breath, we realized no one was following. The night was silent again, just the wind and our own heartbeat in our ears. We made our way to the train station, found a small bar that was still open, and waited for the first train out. I emailed the hostel later, asking them to send the bill. There was no way I was stepping foot in that place again, and I never found out what happened that night. Who was there, what they were doing. Maybe it was some local who used the empty buildings to drink or party. Maybe it was someone who shouldn't have been there at all. I don't know. All I know is, I've never felt fear like that before or since. The kind that settles into your bones and makes your skin crawl. And I never want to feel it again. When I was 17, I had to get my wisdom teeth removed. It wasn't exactly something I was looking forward to, but it was one of those things where I didn't have a choice. The teeth were impacted, and the dentist had warned me that if I didn't get them out soon, they'd start causing all sorts of problems. My mom made the appointment, and before I knew it, the day had come. I remember waking up that morning with this heavy feeling in my chest, not full-on fear, but a kind of nervousness that kept creeping up the more I thought about it. I'd never been put under general anesthesia before. All the other procedures I'd had growing up, it was always just local anesthesia, or maybe laughing gas. But this was different. They were going to knock me out completely. The oral surgeon's office was in this clean but kind of cold building, one of those modern places with too much glass and steel that always feels impersonal no matter how many paintings of smiling families they hang on the walls. I remember the waiting room smelled like a mix of disinfectant and that strange, sweet scent you get in dental offices. I sat there pretending to scroll through my phone while my mom filled out paperwork, but I kept glancing at the closed door that led back to the surgical area. Every time it opened and someone came out, an assistant, another patient, I'd tense up a little. My name was eventually called, and I stood, legs slightly shaky, and followed the assistant back. The room they brought me to wasn't anything special. White walls, bright lights, a reclining chair that looked more like it belonged in a space station than a dentist's office. The assistant was friendly enough, chatting about nothing in particular as she set things up, but I was only half listening. My heart was beating faster now, and I could feel a thin layer of sweat on the back of my neck despite the cool air. The surgeon came in, a tall man with glasses and a calm voice, and he went over the procedure one more time. It was all pretty standard. They'd give me the anesthesia, I'd fall asleep, they'd remove the teeth, and I'd wake up and go home. Easy. Nothing to worry about. But as he spoke, I noticed how my hands were gripping the armrests of the chair, knuckles pale. They placed in 4 in my arm. I watched the clear liquid drip down the line, knowing that soon I'd be out. The surgeon told me to count backward from 100, and I tried. I really did. But almost immediately, the numbers became fuzzy, and the room felt like it was tilting ever so slightly. That's when things got strange. I didn't black out the way I thought I would. Instead, it was like my body went heavy, and the world around me dimmed, but I was still there. I couldn't move. I couldn't open my eyes. But I could hear. That's what I remember most clearly. The sounds. At first, it was just the usual noises you'd expect. The soft clatter of instruments, the hum of a machine, the muffled footsteps. But then, something else. It was like there was wind in the room, except not the kind that you feel on your skin. It was a sound, a soft rushing, as if air was moving in a circle around me, and with it, the voices of the doctors. The female doctor, she was on my right. Her voice came through the rush of wind, soft and soothing, almost like a lullaby. It's okay. You can let go. Just let go. The words wrapped around me like a warm blanket, and for a moment, I felt like I was floating. But then, just as the wind circled to my left, the male doctor's voice cut through, sharper, more urgent. No, you can't. Stay where you are. Stay here. His words gripped me like a hand on my shoulder, pulling me back. And then the cycle would repeat. The wind would circle again, the voices coming in turn. Her voice calming, his voice insistent. The rhythm of it was hypnotic and terrifying at the same time. I tried to move, tried to speak, tried to do anything to break out of whatever this was, but I was trapped. It was like my body didn't exist anymore, just my mind, caught between these two voices, between the urge to let go and the command to stay. The wind noise grew louder, or maybe it just felt louder because I couldn't hear anything else. I had no sense of time. It could have been minutes or hours. The voices continued, always in that same pattern, always circling. At some point, I became aware of something else. My throat hurt. Not just a little sore like when you've been talking too much, but raw, like it had been scraped from the inside. The pain was distant at first, muffled by the haze of whatever they'd given me, but it was there, and it was growing. I remember trying to swallow and feeling how dry my mouth was, how every muscle felt tight and unused. Then slowly, the voices began to fade. The wind sound softened, and the world started to come back into focus. I could hear the normal sounds again, the clink of tools being set down, the beep of a monitor. My eyelids felt like they weighed a ton, but I managed to crack them open. The bright light above me was blinding at first, and I had to squint. My body felt heavy, and there was this deep, bone-deep exhaustion that I couldn't shake. I was aware of the surgeon speaking to me, though the words didn't register right away. Everything felt slow, like I was underwater. When I was more awake, they helped me sit up a little. My mouth was packed with gauze, and my jaw ached, but it was my throat that bothered me the most. It burned every time I tried to breathe through my mouth, which I had to do because my nose was stuffed up from the procedure. The surgeon noticed, and that's when he explained. They'd had to put a breathing tube down my throat to keep my airway open during the surgery, and they'd needed to give me extra anesthesia because I wasn't staying under as well as they'd hoped. I nodded like I understood, but inside, I didn't feel right about it. None of it made sense. I trusted that they knew what they were doing, but the whole experience had felt too real, too vivid. The voices, the wind, the way it felt like I was being pulled in two directions. My mom came back to take me home, and on the ride, she kept trying to talk to me, probably to distract me or make sure I was okay, but I was too lost in my thoughts to really answer. I kept replaying what had happened, trying to convince myself that it was just the drugs, just my brain reacting weirdly to the anesthesia. But the memory of those voices, that strange circling wind, it was too clear, too detailed. I remember staring out the window as we drove, watching the world go by, and feeling this deep unease that I couldn't shake. The first night home was rough. The pain in my mouth and throat kept me from sleeping much, and every time I drifted off, I'd startle awake, heart racing, like I was about to slip back into that place between the voices. I kept feeling like I was on the edge of something, like if I let myself fall asleep completely, I'd end up trapped there again. The next day, when the anesthesia had fully worn off and I was more clear-headed, I tried to tell my family what had happened, but they just smiled and said it was normal to have weird dreams or hallucinations from the drugs. My mom even joked that at least I didn't say anything embarrassing like some people do when they're coming out of it. I laughed along with them, but inside, I didn't feel like it had been a dream. It hadn't felt like a dream at all. In the days that followed, I kept thinking about it. I'd be sitting in my room, trying to do homework or watch TV, and my mind would drift back to that room, that chair, those voices. I started looking things up online, trying to see if other people had experienced anything like it. There were some stories about anesthesia awareness, where people stay partly conscious during surgery, but nothing quite like what I'd gone through. No one talked about hearing voices arguing over whether they should stay or let go, or about the sound of wind circling them. Eventually, I let it go. I had to. Life went on, and the memory, while still vivid, stopped bothering me as much. My mouth healed, my throat stopped hurting, and everything went back to normal. But even now, years later, I sometimes think about that day, about how real it all felt, about how sure I was, in that moment, that I was being pulled towards something I wasn't ready for. And I still wonder, was it just the drugs? Just my brain playing tricks on me? Or was there something more to it? Something I can't explain? I don't know. I probably never will. But I do know one thing. I don't ever want to be put under general anesthesia again if I can help it. Because whatever that was, I don't want to feel it a second time. It was late, probably close to midnight, maybe a little later. My girlfriend and I had been out, just driving around and grabbing food, not doing anything special. I remember it was a cool night, one of those where you could crack the window and feel the air on your face without it being too cold. The streets were mostly empty as we made our way back to my parents' house. That wasn't unusual for that time. What was unusual, though, was the sight that greeted us as we turned onto the road that led to my street. Just past the turn, the whole area was lit up with flashing red and blue lights. The first thing I noticed was the yellow police tape stretched across part of the road, blocking traffic from going through. There were police cruisers, a couple of fire trucks, and an ambulance parked at odd angles, like they'd arrived in a hurry and hadn't bothered lining up properly. The flashing lights reflected off the houses and trees, giving the street an eerie glow. I slowed the car down and pulled over, trying to get a better look at what was going on without being in the way. We couldn't see much from where we were, just that something serious had happened. A few officers were standing near the tape, talking quietly. I rolled the window down, and for a moment we just sat there, listening to the low murmur of voices, the occasional crackle of a police radio. No one approached us or told us to move along, but it was clear we weren't going to get past that tape. I reversed the car and parked a bit farther down, near my parents' house. The commotion wasn't directly in front of their place, but it was close enough that the flashing lights still lit up the front yard. We didn't stick around outside. Both of us were tired, and there wasn't really anything we could do anyway. Whatever had happened, it was out of our hands. I remember feeling a bit uneasy, not knowing what was going on. But it was late, and I just wanted to get inside. When we got in, my parents were already asleep. They're light sleepers, but somehow the noise outside hadn't woken them. My girlfriend was staying over that night, but my parents had a strict rule that we couldn't sleep in the same room. So like usual, I gave her my bedroom, and I took the couch in the living room. It wasn't a big deal. I'd done it plenty of times before. I remember settling onto the couch, adjusting the cushions, and grabbing a blanket. The house was quiet except for the faint hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen and the distant murmur of voices and radios from outside. Every now and then, the lights from the emergency vehicles would flicker across the walls and ceiling. It was hard to completely relax with all that going on, but I eventually started to drift off. I don't know how long I'd been asleep when I was startled awake. It wasn't any noise from outside that woke me. It was the sound of my girlfriend yelling my name. Not in fear, exactly, but in that frustrated, angry tone someone uses when they think you're playing a prank on them. Her voice came from upstairs, from my room. A second later, I heard a loud thump, like something heavy had hit the floor or the wall. I sat up, confused and still groggy. My first thought was that maybe she'd tripped over something or knocked something over. But before I could fully process it, I heard her coming down the stairs. The sound of her footsteps was quick and purposeful, and before I could even stand up, she was in the living room. She looked shaken, more angry than scared at first, but I could see something wasn't right. I opened my mouth to ask what happened, but before I could get a word out, I noticed that she kept glancing back over her shoulder, like she expected something to follow her down the stairs. She didn't say much at first, just sat down hard on the couch next to me, breathing fast. After a few moments, she started to calm down enough to tell me what happened. She said she'd been lying in bed, trying to fall asleep, when she felt something grab her ankle. Not a brush or a light touch, but a firm grip, like a hand wrapping around her ankle and pulling. It yanked hard enough that she slid a little toward the foot of the bed. Her first thought, she said, was that it was me messing with her, maybe sneaking up to scare her. But when she sat up and looked, there was no one there. The room was empty. That's when she called out for me, thinking I must have been hiding somewhere nearby. But the room was still and quiet except for her own breathing. She was so certain it was me that she got up, ready to come downstairs and tell me off. But as she started down the stairs, she said she could hear sounds from the room. Thumps, scrapes, like something was moving around up there. She stopped partway down, listening, unsure what to do. But the noises didn't stop. They kept going, steady and angry, like someone was tossing things around or banging on the walls. That's when she came the rest of the way down to find me. I sat there listening to her, the unease growing in my chest. I hadn't been upstairs. I'd been asleep on the couch the whole time. And now she was telling me that something was in the room, moving around, making noise. I didn't know what to think. We sat there for a while, both of us listening. From where we were, we couldn't hear much except the occasional faint creak from upstairs, but that could have been the house settling. Still, she was too shaken to go back up right away, and I wasn't about to push her. We stayed on the couch together, both wide awake, the minutes dragging by. Outside, the flashing lights were still going, but the voices and activity seemed to have quieted down some. After about 20 minutes or so, the sounds from upstairs seemed to stop. Everything was still again. We decided to go up together, partly because we didn't want to leave the room in the state it was in, and partly because curiosity got the better of us. When we opened the door to my room, we both froze. The bed was crooked on the box spring, like it had been shoved hard and shifted out of place. The blankets were half on the floor, pillows thrown off the bed. A lamp on the nightstand was tipped over, and a few books that had been on the dresser were now scattered across the floor. It looked like the room had been searched or like someone had been in a rage, tearing things apart. Neither of us could explain it. There was no sign of anyone else in the house, no open windows, no way in or out that we could see. We cleaned up a bit, but neither of us wanted to stay in the room. She ended up spending the rest of the night on the couch with me. We didn't sleep much. We just sat there, replaying everything in our heads, trying to make sense of it. The flashing lights outside eventually faded as the emergency vehicles left, and the street grew quiet again. The next morning, after a long and restless night, we stepped outside to get some air. That's when one of the neighbors came over. He told us what had happened the night before. A man in his 50s or 60s had been delivering pizzas. On the road just past our street, he failed to make a turn and went over the embankment. They'd found him dead at the scene. The whole area had been blocked off while they worked. Hearing that added another layer to the whole thing. We hadn't known the details the night before. All we'd seen were the lights and the tape. But now we knew that someone had died, just a short distance from where we'd been. I couldn't help but think about the timing of it all. The noises, the chaos in my room, the way she'd been grabbed and yanked toward the foot of the bed. But I didn't jump to conclusions. There wasn't any reason to believe it was connected. Maybe it was just coincidence. Maybe the stress of seeing the emergency scene outside had gotten to us more than we realized. Over the next few days, we tried to put it out of our minds. The room was put back in order, and life went on. But the memory of that night stayed with us. Every time I walked into that room, I'd glance at the bed, half expecting to see it shifted out of place again. My girlfriend never stayed in that room again when she visited. She always opted for the couch, or we made other arrangements. And I can't say I blamed her. There wasn't any big revelation at the end, no proof of anything paranormal. Just a night that started out ordinary and ended in confusion and unease. A night where something strange happened, and we still don't have a good explanation for it. But it's one of those memories that sticks with you. One of those nights that makes you look over your shoulder, makes you question the quiet of your own home. And I guess that's what makes it scary, not knowing what really happened, and knowing we'll probably never figure it out. It started like any other day. I had work in the morning, a long, boring shift that dragged on longer than it should have. By the time I clocked out, my head hurt from staring at a screen all day, and my shoulders were stiff from sitting too long. I remember checking the time, just past 6 p.m. The sun was starting to set, casting this orange glow over everything. I didn't feel like walking home or paying for a rideshare, so I decided to take the bus like I usually did when I wanted to save a few bucks. The bus stop was about a 10-minute walk from my office. The air was warm, that dry San Diego heat that lingers even as the sun starts to go down. I remember the way my shirt clung to my back, damp with sweat from the walk, and how I could smell the faint saltiness of the ocean in the breeze, even though I couldn't see the water from where I was. The city was alive with noise, cars honking, people talking, the low rumble of skateboards on the pavement. I stood there waiting, watching the people around me, watching the sun sink lower behind the buildings. When the bus finally came, it was one of those long ones, with the accordion middle that bends when it turns. It hissed as it stopped in front of me, and the doors swung open with a creak. I stepped on, swiping my pass, and immediately noticed how packed it was. Every seat was full, and people were already standing, gripping the poles or the overhead handles. I moved toward the middle of the bus, finding a spot where I could at least lean slightly against one of the poles without bumping into too many people. The air inside was thick, warm with the body heat of everyone crammed together, and heavy with the mix of deodorant, sweat, and fast food that someone must have brought on board. The floor felt sticky under my sneakers in some spots, and I could feel the faint vibration of the engine through my legs as the bus pulled away from the stop. I tried to settle in for the ride. I took out my phone, checked messages, scrolled through social media, anything to pass the time. I glanced around the bus at the faces, some tired, some bored, a few chatting quietly. People of all ages and backgrounds, the usual mix you see on public transit. But then my eyes met his. He was sitting near the back, on the aisle seat, maybe late 60s or early 70s. Thin, with deep wrinkles carved into his face like lines on an old map. His skin was weathered, like he'd spent a lot of time outdoors. His hair was gray, longish, greasy-looking, hanging in strands around his face. And he was staring. Not the kind of glance you give someone when you're bored and your eyes wander. No, this was focused, intense. His eyes were locked onto mine, like I was the only other person on the bus. His brow was furrowed, his mouth moving, though I couldn't hear what he was saying over the noise of the bus. At first, I tried to brush it off. Maybe he was just lost in thought, looking in my direction, but not really seeing me. But as the minutes ticked by, it became clear that wasn't the case. His gaze didn't shift. He didn't look out the window, didn't glance at the people between us. Just at me. His lips kept moving, and I could tell now that he was mumbling something. His face was twisted, angry, like I'd done something to him. But I had no idea who he was. I didn't recognize him at all. I felt this growing unease, like a knot tightening in my stomach. The bus rumbled along, stopping here and there to let people on and off. Each time, I thought maybe he'd get off, or at least look somewhere else. But no. His eyes stayed on mine, hard and unblinking, and his mouth kept moving, forming words I still couldn't make out. I tried to act normal. I looked down at my phone, scrolled mindlessly, but I could feel his eyes on me. Every few seconds I'd glance up, and there he'd be, staring just as intently. I shifted my weight, gripped the pole tighter, feeling my palms start to sweat. The heat on the bus seemed worse now, the air thicker. I noticed the girl sitting next to him, a young woman, maybe college-aged, with long dark hair and a nervous look on her face. She sat rigid, eyes forward, like she was trying to pretend she wasn't there. After a few stops, I couldn't take it anymore. I looked right at him and, trying to be polite, said, "What? What was that?" My voice sounded strange to me, a little shaky. He didn't answer, not really. He didn't raise his voice or change his expression, just kept mumbling, eyes locked onto mine. I could hear him now over the bus noise, just barely. His words were jumbled, but the tone was dark, threatening. I caught snippets, curses, angry muttering. My heart started pounding in my chest. I didn't want to make a scene, didn't want to draw attention to myself, but I couldn't ignore this anymore. I tried to focus on anything else, the view out the window, the crack in the bus floor near my feet, the steady rhythm of the wheels over the pavement. But it was impossible. That stare, that low muttering, it was like a weight pressing down on me. The bus kept rolling on, block after block, stop after stop. People got off, new people got on, but nothing changed with him. It felt like forever, though it was probably only 15 minutes or so. Then, finally, we came to a stop where he stood up. My heart jumped into my throat as I realized he wasn't just getting off the bus. He was walking toward me to reach the exit doors. His eyes never left mine. He moved slow, steady, mumbling louder now. I could hear him more clearly. "Fuck this, fuck you," over and over like a chant. People stepped aside to let him through, but I noticed now that a few of them were glancing at him, noticing his strange behavior. He stepped off the bus, but even then it wasn't over. He turned around on the sidewalk and stared at me through the window. His face was twisted with rage now, his eyes wide, mouth moving fast as he kept cursing. I stared back for a second, unsure what to do. Then, maybe out of nervous energy or some dumb instinct, I lifted a hand and waved at him. Maybe I thought it would defuse the situation, or maybe I was just trying to show him I wasn't scared. I don't know, but that was the wrong move. As soon as I waved, he exploded. His face turned red, and he started screaming, loud enough that I could hear him even through the bus walls. He waved his arms wildly, shouting curses, threats. People on the bus turned to look, some standing to see what the commotion was. The driver looked back in the mirror, confused. I could feel every eye on me now, and I wished I could sink into the floor. The bus doors closed with a hiss, and we pulled away, leaving him there on the sidewalk, still shouting and gesturing, his face twisted with hate. I stood there, heart pounding, watching him shrink in the distance as the bus carried me away. He didn't chase us, didn't try to follow. He just stood there, screaming until he was out of sight. I stayed where I was, gripping the pole, my hands clammy, my legs shaky. After a few minutes, I made my way toward the girl who had been sitting beside him. She looked shaken too, pale, eyes wide. I didn't say anything at first, just looked at her, and she understood what I was asking. She spoke quietly, almost a whisper, like she didn't want anyone else to hear. She said he'd been muttering horrible things the whole time, talking about how he was going to kill the bitch, rape the bitch, take her to the morgue. Over and over, like some kind of mantra. My blood ran cold hearing it. I didn't know if he'd been talking about me, or her, or someone else entirely. Maybe in his mind I was someone else, some enemy he thought he saw. Maybe he was on drugs, or just out of his mind. Either way, I felt lucky that he'd just gotten off the bus and not done anything worse. The rest of the ride passed in a blur. I kept looking out the window, half expecting to see him at another stop, waiting for me. My stop came, and I got off, heart still racing. I looked around carefully as I walked home, glancing over my shoulder more than once, feeling paranoid that somehow he'd followed me. When I finally got home, I locked the door behind me and sat down, trying to calm myself. My hands were still shaking. I kept thinking about his face, the rage in his eyes, the things he'd said. I don't know what set him off, or why he focused on me, but I was just glad it was over. I didn't take that bus line again for a while after that. And when I did, I kept my head down, avoided eye contact, and stayed as close to the driver as I could. It was about 3 or 4 years ago, during New Year's. My family had decided they were going to spend the first few days of January, from the 1st to the 4th, in another city. They were going to the state capital, and for them, it was a fun little trip to mark the start of the year. But I didn't want to go. I didn't see the point in leaving my city, especially when all my friends were here, and we already had plans to celebrate New Year's together. My parents were fine with it. We talked it over, and in the end, it was decided I would stay behind. They left early on the morning of January 1st, excited for their little vacation, and I stayed behind, already thinking about the party we had planned. The night before had been a blast. We'd all gathered at a friend's house to celebrate the end of the year. Music, food, drinks, it had been everything we wanted it to be. We stayed up until way too late, talking and laughing about everything and nothing at the same time. When it was over, I crashed at that friend's place rather than going back to my own apartment. It just seemed easier. After all, it was the middle of the night, and I was tired. The next day, or rather later that day, we all woke up late as expected. I think it was almost noon by the time any of us even thought about getting out of bed. We were all tired and a little sluggish, but none of us were ready to go our separate ways yet. So we decided to hang out for the rest of the day, just talking and enjoying the lazy holiday. Sometime in the afternoon, my friend's phone rang. I didn't think much of it at first, but when he answered and then held the phone out to me, I realized it was my parents. They wanted to check in on me, make sure everything was okay. I didn't have my own phone anymore. A week earlier, someone had robbed me, snatched my phone, and I hadn't gotten around to replacing it yet. So my parents had called my friend to reach me. I talked to them for a few minutes, reassured them that I was fine, and then hung up. Nothing unusual. About an hour later, the phone rang again. I remember looking at my friend, kind of expecting it to be my parents again. Maybe they forgot to tell me something. But my friend answered, said hello, hello, a couple of times, and then hung up, staring at the screen like he was trying to figure something out. Then he turned to me and asked, "You said that all your family is traveling, right?" "Yeah," I said, not really understanding where he was going with that. "Well," he said, "I just got a call from your house phone, but I couldn't hear anything. It was just silent." That made me pause. I took the phone from him and looked at the call log. Sure enough, it said the last call had come from my house number, my apartment's landline. I didn't know what to make of it. At first, I tried to tell myself it was probably nothing. Maybe a glitch. Maybe they'd tried to call me before they left, and somehow the call came through late. I don't know, but the thought of it kept nagging at me all through the rest of the day and into the night, even as I tried to push it to the back of my mind. By the time the party was winding down and my friends were ready to go home, it was about 1 a.m. They offered to give me a ride back to my apartment, and I accepted. The whole way there, I kept trying to act normal, but in my head, I kept going over that call. Who could have called from my house? There shouldn't have been anyone there. My family was away. No one else had a key. I kept telling myself there had to be some reasonable explanation. Maybe my parents had forgotten something and gone back, though that didn't really make sense. Maybe they'd given a key to a neighbor for some reason. Maybe it was just a technical glitch. Anything was better than the other thought that kept creeping in. Someone could be in my apartment. When we pulled up outside my building, I hesitated before getting out of the car. I didn't want to show my friends I was nervous, but I was. Really nervous. I forced a smile, said thanks for the ride, and went inside. The building was quiet. Too quiet. It was one of those older apartment buildings, the kind where the hallways always feel a little too dark, no matter how many lights are on. I got into the elevator, and as I stood there, waiting for it to take me up to my floor, I kept thinking over and over, please be a thief. Please not a ghost. Just a thief. Please. I don't even know why I was more afraid of the idea of something supernatural. Maybe because if it was a thief, at least that was something I could deal with. Something real. The elevator doors opened onto my floor, and I stepped out, my heart pounding. I walked down the hall to my apartment, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. It was dark and still. I closed the door behind me and just stood there for a second, listening. Nothing. No sounds, no movement. I took a deep breath, turned on the light, and started going through the apartment, room by room. I checked every closet, every corner, even under the beds. I don't know what I thought I was going to find, but I felt like I had to look. But the place was empty, just like it should be. I tried to tell myself it was fine. Nothing was out of place. There was no sign anyone had been there. I locked the door, double-checked it, and tried to settle in for the night. I went into my parents' bedroom. They had the biggest bed in the apartment, and I figured I might as well be comfortable. I turned on the TV, hoping the noise would help me calm down and take my mind off things. After a while, I started to feel a little better. The TV was on, and I was lying in bed, trying to relax. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed something. Light. It was coming from down the hall. My heart sank. I was sure I hadn't turned on any other lights when I came in. I sat up, staring at the doorway, trying to convince myself it was nothing. Maybe I had turned it on without thinking. Maybe I'd left it on before I went out. But I knew that wasn't true. I'd been so careful checking everything when I got home. There hadn't been any lights on then. I got out of bed, heart pounding again, and walked down the hall. The light was coming from the computer room. The door was slightly ajar, and I could see the glow from inside. I hesitated, then pushed the door open the rest of the way. And that's when I realized what I was seeing. It wasn't a light I'd left on. It was the sun. The night had passed while I'd been lying there, unable to sleep, mind racing. It was morning now. The first light of dawn was coming through the window, casting that glow I'd mistaken for a lamp or the computer monitor. I stood there for a second, feeling a wave of relief wash over me. There hadn't been anyone in the apartment. There hadn't been anything supernatural. There hadn't been anything at all. Just my mind playing tricks on me, feeding on my anxiety and fear. I'd spent the whole night on edge for no reason. The call from my house phone? Probably some weird technical glitch. Or maybe I'd hit redial by accident before I left, and the call had somehow gone through hours later. I didn't know, but it didn't matter anymore. The sun was up, the night was over, and I was safe. I went back to my parents' room, lay down on the bed, and finally let myself close my eyes. I fell asleep almost immediately, the exhaustion from the night catching up with me all at once. When I woke up a few hours later, everything felt normal again. The apartment was just an apartment. The call was just a strange, unexplained thing that didn't mean anything in the end. And I felt silly for letting it get to me the way it had. Looking back on it now, I think what really happened was that my mind had gotten the better of me. Being alone in that apartment, especially after hearing about that call, had put me on edge. Every sound, every shadow, every little thing that was out of place felt like a threat. But in reality, there was nothing there. No intruder, no ghost, no danger. Just me, my thoughts, and the empty apartment. That night taught me something important, though. It showed me how powerful the mind can be when you're alone and afraid. How easy it is to let fear take over, to see danger where there isn't any. And how sometimes the scariest thing isn't what's out there, it's what's in your own head. I was 16 when this happened, and at that age, I was dealing with a lot of normal teenage stuff. School, work, trying to figure out what kind of person I wanted to be, and just getting through each day without too much trouble. It was the first week of my senior year, and I was already tired of it all. I rode my bike to school every morning, and then to my part-time job in the afternoons. On top of that, I had just hit a big growth spurt that summer. My legs felt too long for my body, and my clothes always seemed a little too short or too tight. My knees ached, my back was sore most of the time, and I felt like I never got enough sleep no matter how early I went to bed. That first week of school had been rough. My teachers piled on the homework like they thought we had nothing better to do, and my boss at work didn't care that I was back in school. He kept giving me the same shifts as during summer break. So when Friday rolled around, I was already running on empty. I remember that day so clearly. The air was heavy and humid, like it was going to storm, but it never did. I remember the way my shirt stuck to my back as I pedaled home. I was so tired I could feel my arms shaking as I gripped the handlebars. Our house sat on the corner of the block, one of those older two-story homes with the wraparound porch and big windows that never quite kept out the heat in the summer or the cold in the winter. My grandfather was sitting out on the porch when I pulled up, sipping his tea like he always did around that time of day. He didn't say anything, just nodded at me. His eyes looked tired. We'd all been tired that week. Losing Grandma hit us harder than we expected, I think. She'd been part of the house, part of every day, for so long. She'd been sick for a while, so we knew it was coming, but that didn't make it easier. I propped my bike against the side of the porch and went inside. The house felt quiet in a heavy sort of way. Like the air was thicker inside, and every sound seemed louder. The clock ticking in the hallway, the creak of the floorboards under my feet. Even the hum of the fridge in the kitchen felt too loud in that stillness. I kicked off my shoes and dropped my backpack by the stairs. I remember thinking I should go up to my room, maybe try to start on the pile of homework waiting for me, but my body had other plans. I was too wiped out. I stretched out on the couch in the living room. It was my usual spot when I needed to crash for a bit. From there, I could see down the hallway toward the bedrooms. Grandma had passed away in the room, right next to the living room. That thought crossed my mind as I lay there, but I was too tired to think much about it. My feet pointed toward the wall that separated the living room from that bedroom. I closed my eyes, and before I knew it, I was out cold. I don't know how long I slept, but at some point, I started to wake up. That half-dream, half-awake state where you're aware of the room, but not fully. The light coming in through the windows had changed, softer and more golden, like the sun was starting to go down. And then I saw her. Grandma. She walked into the room like she always used to. Calm, slow steps, like she was just coming to check on me. She wore that simple house dress she favored, the one with the little blue flowers on it. Her hair was tied back like usual. There was nothing ghostly about her, no floating or glowing, or anything that would make it feel like a movie. She just looked like Grandma, plain and simple. She paused a few steps into the room and looked at me. Her expression was soft but serious, like she had something important to say, but didn't want to scare me. I felt this sudden wave of cold wash over me, like someone had opened a freezer door nearby. It wasn't the kind of cold that makes you shiver. It was deeper than that, like it settled into your bones. I stared at her, and I remember my mouth moved before I really thought about what I was saying. I heard myself say, "Grandma, you remember you died, right?" She didn't look surprised or upset. She just kept looking at me, and then she spoke. Her voice was the same as it had always been. Steady, warm, but with that serious tone she used when she really wanted me to listen. "Ten cuidado. Nos vemos después." She turned, as calm as when she'd come in, and walked back down the hallway. I watched until she was out of sight, then closed my eyes. I felt heavy, like my body didn't want to move. I told myself it was a dream, that I was still half asleep. When I finally woke up all the way, the house was starting to get dark. The living room felt normal again, the air no longer cold. I sat up and rubbed my face, trying to shake off that weird, heavy feeling. I kept going over what I'd seen, what I'd heard. It felt so real. But at the same time, my brain kept telling me it had to have been a dream. I was tired, stressed, grieving. Of course my mind would play tricks on me. That's what I kept telling myself as I went about the rest of the evening. I did my homework, ate dinner with my family, went to bed, and tried not to think about it too much. But it stuck with me. The way she'd looked at me. The words she'd said. "Be careful. We'll see each other later." A week passed. I didn't tell anyone about what I'd seen. It felt too strange, too personal. I kept riding my bike to school and to work. Life felt like it was getting back to normal, or at least as normal as it could after losing someone. I still felt tired all the time, but I figured that was just part of being 16 and stretched too thin. That Saturday, my friend Jake asked if I wanted to come hang out at his place. He lived a few towns over, so I had to take the main highway to get there. I didn't have my own car, but my dad let me borrow his old sedan. It wasn't much to look at, but it got me where I needed to go. The drive out was fine. The highway wasn't too busy, and the weather was good. We spent the afternoon at his place, played video games, ate junk food, just normal stuff. I didn't think about that afternoon on the couch at all. It felt far away, like something from a different time. It was on the way home that things went bad. The sun had already set, and the highway was dark. The only light came from my headlights and the occasional car passing the other way. I remember feeling that same tiredness creeping up on me. My eyes heavy, my head foggy. I rolled the window down to get some fresh air, turned up the radio, tried to stay alert. But the road felt endless, the lines on the pavement blurring together. I don't know if I nodded off or just lost focus for a second, but the next thing I knew, there was a pair of headlights right in front of me. Someone had pulled onto the highway without seeing me, or maybe I drifted into the wrong lane. I honestly don't know. Everything happened so fast. I yanked the wheel hard to the right, felt the tires screech, the car lurch. I went off the road, down into the ditch, the car bouncing and jerking as I tried to keep control. Then it stopped. Just like that. The engine stalled, and everything went quiet except for the sound of my heart pounding in my ears. I sat there, gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles hurt, trying to catch my breath. My hands were shaking. My whole body was shaking. I looked up at the highway, saw the car that almost hit me speeding off like nothing had happened. I don't think they even realized how close we came. I sat there for a long time, too stunned to move. The words from that afternoon came back to me clear as day. Ten cuidado. Nos vemos después. Be careful. We'll see each other later. It wasn't some ghostly warning. It wasn't magic. It was just my own mind, my own memory of her, reminding me to stay alert. Grief does strange things to you. It makes you see and hear what you need in the moment. Maybe I dreamed her that day because deep down, I knew I wasn't taking care of myself the way I should. I was running on empty, pushing too hard, not paying attention. Maybe that dream, or vision, or whatever it was, saved my life that night. Or maybe I just got lucky. Either way, I got out of the car, my legs still shaky, and checked the damage. The car was banged up but drivable. I eased it back onto the road and took it slow the rest of the way home. When I pulled into the driveway, I just sat there for a few minutes, staring at the house, at the porch where my grandfather liked to sit, at the windows that still sometimes felt too big and too empty without Grandma around. I didn't tell my parents about the near miss. I didn't see the point. What could they have done? I just went inside, hugged my grandpa a little longer than usual, and promised myself I'd be more careful from then on, because I knew I wanted that we'll see each other later to be much, much later. And I kept that promise. I started paying more attention on the road, made sure I got enough sleep, tried to take better care of myself. Life went on, like it always does. I never saw Grandma again like that, and that was okay. I carried her words with me, and that was enough. I've always considered myself a man of logic, a man who trusts what he can see, touch, test, and reason with. I've never once believed in the supernatural, not really. I grew up in a house that didn't talk about ghosts or spirits or any of that nonsense. I went through school studying biology, physics, chemistry. I took comfort in the world making sense, in patterns and systems and natural explanations. The way trees grow toward the light, how rivers carve through stone over millennia, how the stars move across the sky. These things, they're beautiful to me because they make sense. I've never felt the need to reach for some higher power or otherworldly reason for what I see around me. And maybe that's what's so hard for me about this. Because no matter how I turn it over in my mind, no matter how many explanations I try to come up with, nothing really fits. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I live in a small town, not tiny, but small enough that most folks know each other, or at least know of each other. It's the kind of place where you nod at people on the street, even if you don't know their name. The town's edge backs up against a huge stretch of forest. Real forest, too. Not just a few trees grouped together, but miles and miles of dense woods that go on longer than most people bother to explore. The kind of place that looks postcard perfect in autumn, when the leaves go golden and red, or in winter when everything's covered in a fresh layer of snow. I've always liked living here. It's quiet, it's peaceful, and the woods, for the most part, have been part of that peace. I walk my dog, Rex, along a trail that cuts through the edge of that forest every morning before work, and again at night before I turn in. It's a simple routine. The trail's well-worn, familiar. The kind of path you can walk without thinking too much about where your feet are going. It was probably a few months ago that I started noticing the feeling. At first, I didn't even really register it. It was subtle, just this tightness in my chest when I got to a certain spot on the trail. Like that creeping sensation you get when you realize you've left your front door unlocked. Or like when you suddenly remember you were supposed to be somewhere important hours ago. That low, quiet dread that builds at the edge of your mind. I brushed it off. Of course I did. I figured it was just my imagination, or maybe I was remembering something stressful from work. The place itself didn't seem special. Just a break in the trees where an old rock wall crossed the trail. The wall was maybe waist-high, made of stone stacked without mortar, the kind of thing farmers used to mark their property lines 100 years ago. I'd passed by it dozens, probably hundreds of times without thinking twice. But once I started feeling that dread, it came every single time I reached that spot. Rex didn't seem to notice anything. He's a good dog, part shepherd, part who knows what else. Smart, alert. If there was something there, another animal, say, I'd expect him to pick up on it. His ears would go up, or he'd pull at the leash or bark. But no, every time, he just sniffed around like normal, sometimes pausing to mark a spot, sometimes nosing at a leaf pile. No sign of any unease from him. The feeling, though, it got stronger. What started as a vague tightness turned into something sharper, more pressing, like a weight settling on my chest. My skin would prickle. The back of my neck would feel cold. And I couldn't shake the thought that something was watching me. Not just watching, but watching with intent. like something that wanted me gone, or worse. I tried to reason with myself. I really did. Maybe there was a predator nearby. We have coyotes. Maybe even a bobcat, though those are rare. Could be a bear, I supposed, though I'd never seen one in these woods. But I never heard or saw anything. No snapping branches, no eye shine in the dark, no tracks in the dirt. And it wasn't like the dread came and went. It was always exactly at that same spot, near the old wall. There were nights I'd speed up without realizing it, eager to pass that place. I'd glance at the trees, trying to see between them, half expecting to catch a glimpse of some hidden threat. But there was never anything. Just trees and shadows, and the quiet sound of Rex's paws on the path. One night, though, things came to a head. It was late autumn, and the days were getting shorter. By the time I set out on our evening walk, the sun was long gone. I had a flashlight in my pocket, but I didn't bother turning it on. The moon was bright enough, and my eyes had adjusted to the dark. The air was crisp, cool enough to see my breath. Leaves crunched underfoot. As we neared the wall, that old dread hit me harder than ever. My heart started pounding. My mouth went dry. The feeling wasn't just dread anymore. It was terror. Pure, animal terror. I tried to keep walking, tried to tell myself it was nothing. But my feet slowed. Rex stopped, sniffing at something near the base of the wall. And that's when I heard it. Not a noise, exactly. More like the absence of noise. The forest went dead silent. No wind in the trees. No rustle of leaves. No distant calls of night birds. Nothing. Just the sound of my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. I forced myself to look around. Slowly. The trees stood still, their branches stark against the night sky. My breath came in short, quick bursts. I turned on the flashlight, sweeping the beam along the wall, into the trees beyond. The light caught on the rough surface of the stones, glinted off a bit of frost on a branch, but revealed nothing else. No glowing eyes. No movement. But the feeling of being watched, it was overwhelming. I could feel it, as surely as I could feel the cold air on my skin. Something was there. I knew it. I could almost feel its gaze, heavy and hateful. My hands trembled. I told myself to move, to get going, but my legs wouldn't listen. Then Rex gave a sharp bark, loud and sudden, and lunged toward the wall. His hackles went up, and he growled, a deep, low sound I'd rarely heard from him. My heart leapt into my throat. I yanked on his leash, pulling him back, and stumbled away from the wall. The flashlight shook in my grip as I pointed it toward where he'd lunged. Still nothing. Just the stones, the trees, the empty trail. I didn't wait. I turned and half ran down the trail, dragging Rex with me. My skin crawled the whole way, like I could feel that gaze burning into my back. When I finally burst out of the woods and onto the road, I stopped and bent over, gasping for breath. My hands were shaking so badly, I nearly dropped the flashlight. From that night on, I avoided that trail after dark. I changed our routine. Morning walks only, and even then, I'd feel that dread in the same spot. I'd walk faster, heart pounding, eyes darting to the trees, but never seeing anything. And I started thinking, turning it over in my mind, again and again. What could it be? I didn't believe in ghosts, so that was out. I thought about animals, but no animal watches like that without making a sound, without leaving a track. I thought about people. Maybe some hermit living out in the woods, maybe someone dangerous, but who would just stand there, silent, night after night, without ever showing themselves. I even went back one afternoon, in full daylight. The sun was shining, the sky clear and blue. I stood by that wall, trying to feel what I'd felt at night. Nothing. It was just an old wall in the woods. A few mossy stones, some fallen leaves, birds chirping, squirrels chattering in the branches. Normal. But even as I stood there, I knew the dread would come back the next time I passed by at night. I don't walk that trail anymore. I found a different path, one that loops through the other side of the woods, farther from that wall. Rex doesn't seem to mind, but I think about it still. Every time I drive past the edge of those woods, every time I see that break in the trees where the old trail starts, I feel my stomach twist. Maybe there's a simple explanation. Maybe there's something about that spot, the shape of the land, the arrangement of the trees, that triggers some deep, ancient instinct in the brain. Maybe it's something evolutionary, some remnant from when our ancestors had to watch for predators in the dark. That's the explanation I try to hold on to, the one that lets me sleep at night. But I can't shake the feeling that there was something there, something real, something that didn't want me there. and I don't think I'll ever know for sure what it was. All I know is that I listened to that feeling, and I left it alone. And maybe that's the only reason I'm here to tell the story. It all started not long after I got my license. I was 17, and like most kids my age, I was itching to do something exciting. My friends and I would spend our weekends driving around our small town, looking for ways to kill time. It wasn't a big place. We knew every back road, every shortcut, every spot where you could park and watch the stars without anyone bothering you. But after a while, that wasn't enough. We wanted something with more of a thrill. I remember the night we first talked about the old house. Matt had moved to our school a year or so before, and we'd become good friends. One night, we were all sitting in my driveway, leaning against the cars, just talking about nothing. Matt started telling us about this house he used to live in before he moved to our district. It was about 10 miles out, down a long, narrow country road. According to him, it was an old Civil War-era house, big and rundown, the kind of place that looked like it belonged in a history book. Matt swore up and down that it was haunted. He said the story went that a woman had lived there during the war. Her lover went off to fight, and when she got word that he'd been killed, she couldn't take it. She hung herself off the balcony, right where you could see the front of the house. Matt told us that sometimes late at night, you could see her up there, standing on that balcony, still waiting for him. At first, we just laughed. We figured it was another one of those stories people told to make a boring town feel interesting. But the more Matt talked about it, the more curious we got. After all, what else did we have to do? So that Friday night, just after dark, we decided to check it out. I drove. There were 4 of us, me, Matt, Sam, and Kyle. We took my car, a beat-up sedan that rattled when you hit 60. The drive out was quiet at first. The road was dark, with trees crowding in close on both sides. Every now and then we'd pass a field or an old barn, but for the most part it was just us, the car, and the night. When we finally saw the house, it looked exactly the way Matt had described it. Big and square, 2 stories tall with a wide porch that wrapped around the front and side. The paint was peeling, and some of the windows were broken. The balcony was there, hanging over the porch, the railings warped and sagging in places. There were no lights, no signs of life. It looked like nobody had been there in a long time. We pulled up and killed the engine. For a minute, we just sat there, staring at it. It was dead quiet. No crickets, no owls. Just the sound of the wind moving through the trees. Eventually, we got out. The air smelled like old leaves and dirt. The grass in the yard was waist-high in places. We picked our way through it toward the house. The front door was locked. We tried it, then moved on to the side doors. One by one, we checked them all, but they were either locked or stuck tight with age. Finally, we got to the last door, around the back. Just as Kyle reached for the handle, we heard it. It was a scream, a long, high-pitched wail that sounded like it came from right inside the house. It was the kind of sound that makes your skin crawl, like something out of a nightmare. We froze. For a second, nobody said anything. Then Matt muttered something about it being a fox. I wanted to believe him. We all did. So we convinced ourselves that's what it was. A fox, or maybe some other animal. Nothing more. We left after that. None of us wanted to admit that we'd been spooked, but we didn't try any more doors. We just got back in the car and drove home, the house disappearing behind us into the dark. But that wasn't the end of it. The next week, Matt told us he remembered where the old spare key was hidden. He said it was under a loose brick near the back steps. We weren't sure if we wanted to go back, but curiosity got the better of us. So that Saturday night, we loaded up again and drove out. The brick was right where Matt said it would be. We found the key, rusty but still solid, and let ourselves in through the back door. The inside of the house smelled like mold and dust. The floors creaked under our feet. We moved from room to room, shining our flashlights around. The place was empty except for a few broken chairs, some old newspapers, and piles of dead leaves that had blown in through the broken windows. The kitchen was the only part that felt a little off. The floor was covered in empty tin cans. Dozens of them, all old and rusted. We figured raccoons must have been getting in somehow. It wasn't exactly creepy, just messy. We went upstairs next. The stairs groaned with every step, and I kept expecting one of them to give out under me. The second floor was more of the same, empty rooms, peeling wallpaper, cracked ceilings. Finally, we made it to the balcony. That was when we found the raccoon. It was dead, sprawled out on its side near the railing. But it wasn't just dead. It had been ripped apart. Its insides were half gone, its fur matted with blood. Flies buzzed around it, and the smell was enough to turn your stomach. We didn't know what to make of it. Maybe a bigger animal had gotten to it, but we hadn't seen any tracks, and we couldn't figure out how anything that size could have gotten up there. But we didn't want to dwell on it. We stood there for a while, looking out over the yard, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling. I started talking out loud, asking if anything was there, if anything wanted to show itself. I don't know why I did it. Part of me wanted proof, I guess. The others just rolled their eyes, but they let me do it. After about 30 minutes, Sam suddenly yelped. He clapped his hand to the side of his neck, his eyes wide. We all turned to look. He said he felt something scratch him. We thought maybe he'd brushed against something, but he swore he hadn't moved. We shined the light on his neck and saw the marks. 3 thin red scratches, running from just below his ear down to his collarbone. They weren't deep, but they were there. None of us had touched him. We were all standing a few feet away. We left not long after that. Nobody said much on the drive home. The next day at school, Sam showed us the scratches again. They were still there, faded a little but clear as day. We didn't know what to think. Still, we weren't ready to let it go. The weekend after that, we went back. We didn't go in the house this time. Instead, we walked around the yard and ended up at the garage. The garage door had a window in it, and when I glanced at it, I stopped cold. There was a water stain on the glass, but it wasn't random. It looked exactly like a skull. The eye sockets, the nose, even the teeth. I took a picture of it with my phone. Later, when I looked at the photo, I noticed something else. On the edge of the frame, just near the door handle, there was a shadow that looked like a hand, but not a normal hand. The fingers were long and bent, like claws, and it seemed to be reaching for the doorknob. That was the point where I really started to feel like we were messing with something we shouldn't be. But we still weren't done. A few weeks later, we had the idea to pull a prank on another one of our friends. We decided to use the barn on the property. We brought an old doll, dressed it in a jacket and a hat, and propped it up on a chair inside the barn. The idea was to bring our friend out the next night and scare the hell out of him. When we went back the next night, the doll was gone. The jacket was there, so was the hat, and the chair was exactly where we left it. But the doll itself had vanished. We searched the barn, thinking maybe it had fallen or been knocked over, but it was nowhere. We never found it. A year later, the jacket and hat were still on the floor, right where we'd left them, like a reminder. After that, we stopped going back. It stopped being fun. There was no big dramatic ending, no final encounter. But that house stayed with us. We talked about it less and less, like we didn't want to give it more power over us. But none of us forgot. Even now, when I drive past that road, I feel that same tightness in my chest. I think about the balcony, the dead raccoon, the scratches on Sam's neck. I think about that missing doll. The house is still there. Last I heard, the bank still owns it. Nobody's moved in. I don't know if it's because of the stories, or because the place is just too far gone to fix up. But it's empty, waiting. And that's the part that sticks with me the most. The house is still out there, standing in that clearing, with the balcony where the woman supposedly hung herself. The raccoons, the water stain, the shadow on the photo, the missing doll, it all happened. I don't have an explanation for any of it. Maybe there were simple reasons for everything, reasons we couldn't see at the time because we were too caught up in the thrill of it all. Or maybe we really did stumble into something we shouldn't have. All I know is, I don't plan on going back. I remember that weekend so clearly, even though so many years have passed. I must have been about 10, maybe 11, and I was beyond excited to go spend Canada Day weekend with my sister. She was 10 years older than me, and I always looked up to her like she was the coolest person in the world. She had moved out of the house a little while before and was living in a small town about an hour and a half away from the farm where we grew up. It wasn't a big town, not at all. Just one of those places with a few streets, a gas station, and a couple of shops. Nothing special, but to me it felt like a huge adventure. It was her first place, and I couldn't wait to see it. I packed my little overnight bag the night before, tossing in my clothes and my toothbrush, and probably way too many toys or books I thought I might need. The drive out there was normal at first. I remember watching out the window as the fields rolled by, the familiar prairie landscape that seemed to go on forever. My mom, and I didn't talk much on the way. I think she had the radio playing quietly, and I just daydreamed or stared at the clouds. It wasn't hot that day, just one of those grayish days where the sun tries to come out, but never really does. The air smelled fresh, like it always did out there. There wasn't much traffic, just the occasional pickup truck or tractor along the side of the road. I don't know when it started, but somewhere along that drive, maybe half an hour before we got to my sister's place, I began to feel off. My stomach was turning, and I felt sweaty and cold at the same time. I didn't say anything at first because I didn't want to ruin the trip, but by the time we pulled up in front of her house, I knew I was sick. I got out of the car, expecting to feel better once I was in the fresh air, but it hit me even harder. My legs felt wobbly, and I had that gross taste in my mouth like I might throw up at any second. Her house was small, one of those older places with creaky floors and narrow doorways. It had a sort of charm to it, though, like you could tell it had been lived in for a long time. My sister came out to meet us, and I tried to put on a brave face, but I could barely manage a smile. My mom and sister decided I should stay anyway, hoping I could sleep it off. Maybe it was something I ate, maybe just the drive, though I'd never been carsick in my life. My mom said goodbye, and I remember standing there in the doorway feeling guilty for not being more excited or happy. But all I could think about was lying down. The bed I was going to sleep in was on the main floor. It was a plain bed, nothing fancy, but my sister mentioned it had come with the house. That stuck in my head for some reason. She told me one of the original owners had died somewhere inside the house, and I think that planted a little seed of unease. I wasn't a kid who scared easy, but hearing that didn't help, especially with how bad I was already feeling. I barely made it to the bathroom before I threw up a little. I rinsed my mouth out and crawled into that bed, the sheets feeling cool and clean, the pillow soft but somehow unfamiliar. I remember staring up at the ceiling for a few moments, listening to the house settle, and then everything just faded. I was out cold. I didn't hear anything. Not the fireworks that my sister said were loud enough to shake the windows. Not the creak of the floors or the hum of the fridge. Nothing. It was like my body shut down completely. When I woke up in the morning, I felt groggy but much better. My stomach wasn't churning anymore, and my head was clearer. I went to find my sister, thinking we'd finally get to hang out like I'd been looking forward to. But she seemed a little irritated, not like angry, just confused and a bit annoyed. She asked why I kept coming up and down the stairs all night. Said if I needed something, I should have just opened her door and asked. That confused me. I told her I hadn't been up at all. I'd slept straight through the night. I thought maybe her cat had been running around and making noise, but she shook her head and said no. She always locked the cat in the basement overnight, so it wouldn't break stuff or knock things over. We opened the basement door, and there he was, the cat, sitting patiently like he'd been waiting to be let out for hours. I remember looking at him, then at my sister, and just feeling this weird, heavy silence settle over us. We didn't have an explanation. The bedroom she slept in was the only one upstairs. The stairs led up to a small landing with a closet, then her room. There wasn't anywhere else to go up there. Whoever or whatever had been making those trips up and down the stairs, it hadn't been me. And it hadn't been the cat. I tried to brush it off, but it stuck with me. I kept thinking about it all through that weekend. Every creak in the floor, every little sound made me jump. I was glad when it was time to go home. But that wasn't the only time something strange happened to me. A few months later, maybe closer to a year, I went to a sleepover with some girls from school. It was out in another small town, one of those places that barely even felt like a town anymore. A few houses, maybe a post office or a small shop, but mostly empty. The kind of place people stayed if they worked in a bigger town nearby and didn't mind the quiet. The house where the sleepover was held was old, really old. You could tell by the way the wood felt under your feet, the way the windows rattled in their frames when the wind blew. The stairs to the second floor were enclosed, with a door at the bottom that closed them off completely from the main floor. When it was shut, you couldn't see the stairs at all from downstairs, and from the top, you could only see the light under the door at the bottom. It was a bit claustrophobic, really. We were all upstairs, about 7 of us, playing games and laughing, being loud like kids are at sleepovers. We weren't thinking about anything scary, just having fun. Then we heard it, the sound of someone coming up the stairs. Slow, steady footsteps, like heavy boots or someone with a really heavy step. We froze for a second, looked at each other, and someone whispered that it was probably one of the older brothers coming to mess with us. That made sense. What else could it be? So we all crept over to the top of the stairs and sat there, peering down. The footsteps kept coming closer and closer, up and up until they reached the very top step, right in front of us. But no one was there. Not a soul. The door at the bottom was still closed. We would have heard it open if someone had come through it. We just sat there, all of us, not saying a word, not moving, just listening to the silence that followed. After a while, one of the girls whispered that maybe we should just go to bed. No one argued. I was supposed to sleep on the bottom bunk of a narrow bunk bed. It was homemade, welded together from metal, sturdy looking enough, but the bottom bunk was tight. The girl on the top bunk was heavier than me, and I could feel the weight of her above pressing down, making the little space I had feel even smaller. After a while, I couldn't take it anymore. I felt like I couldn't breathe in there, like the walls were closing in. So I slid the mattress out onto the floor nearby and lay down there instead. The floor was hard, but at least I felt like I had space to move. Morning came, and none of us talked much about what had happened. We were all kind of embarrassed, I think, like we didn't want to admit how spooked we'd been. But when we started to tidy up, we had to move the bunk bed to get to this little hatch in the wall where the pipes were. We wanted to check, to see if maybe the sound we heard could have come from the pipes or something behind that wall. As soon as we started sliding the bed away from the wall, the whole top bunk came crashing down onto the bottom one. The metal frame that had looked so solid wasn't solid at all. The welds had given out, and the weight of the top bunk just flattened the bottom one. I just stood there, staring at it, my heart pounding. If I'd stayed where I was supposed to sleep, I would have been under that. I would have been pinned, maybe crushed. I don't even want to think about what might have happened. Everyone else stared too, and then we all kind of looked at each other, no one really wanting to say what we were thinking. Maybe it was just luck. Maybe I had just gotten uncomfortable and moved at the right time. But part of me wondered if something else had made me move. Something that didn't want me there when that bed collapsed. We put the bed back together as best we could, but it was clear it wasn't safe. The girl's parents got rid of it after that. I never slept over at that house again, and I never forgot the sound of those footsteps or how close I came to being under that bed when it fell. After that, I started paying more attention to things. The way old houses settle, the way sounds can carry at night. I didn't jump to ghost stories or anything like that, but I learned to trust my gut. If something felt wrong, it probably was. I still think about those nights sometimes, lying awake, remembering the feeling of that house around me, the creaks and groans, the weight of the air when everything went quiet. And I'm always thankful I moved that mattress when I did. I don't think I ever really noticed it when I was very young. Staying at my grandma's house was always something I looked forward to. It wasn't anything fancy. The house was old, built sometime in the 1940s, I think. It sat at the end of a quiet street in a small town, surrounded by tall maple trees that always seemed to creak a little when the wind blew. There was nothing eerie about the place at first glance. It smelled of old wood, soap, and sometimes baked goods if my grandma had been in the mood to cook. The floors creaked in places where the boards had warped over the years, and the windows didn't quite seal right, so you could sometimes feel a draft even when everything was shut tight. But it was warm and familiar, and that made it feel safe. I remember the first time I noticed something was odd. I must have been around 10 years old. I woke up early, earlier than usual, because the light from the sun was streaming right into my face through the thin curtains. I remember feeling groggy, but as I lay there staring at the ceiling, I heard soft movements downstairs. I figured my grandma was up already, probably making tea or feeding the cats that always seemed to wander onto her porch. Curious, and maybe a little hungry, I decided to get up and see what she was doing. The steps creaked under my feet as I made my way down, trying not to startle her. When I reached the bottom of the stairs, I froze. My grandma was standing in the living room, her back to me. She didn't seem to notice I was there. What caught my attention were the pictures. Dozens of them. They were all lined up neatly against the walls, facing the walls, as if someone had taken them down during the night and carefully set them there. My grandma was in the middle of picking one up, a photo of my grandfather in his younger years, and placing it back on its hook. I stood there watching her for a while, trying to make sense of it. When she turned and saw me, she smiled, not looking the least bit surprised. I asked her what she was doing, and she simply said she was putting the pictures back up. That was it. No explanation beyond that. I didn't push it at the time because, well, I was a kid, I didn't think much of it after that morning. But the same thing happened again the next time I stayed over, and the next time after that. It became this strange little pattern. I'd wake up early, come downstairs, and there she'd be, picking up the pictures one by one and rehanging them on the wall like it was just part of her morning routine. And every time I asked, she gave me the same answer. I'm just putting the pictures back up. It wasn't until I was older that I started to really wonder about it. When I was 16, I stayed over one weekend. I hadn't been there in a while, busy with school and friends, but the house was exactly the same as I remembered. The same worn rug in the hallway, the same smell of old books and cinnamon. That night, I went to bed without thinking much about the pictures. But sure enough, I woke up early again, maybe out of habit, and headed downstairs. There she was, just like always. The pictures were off the walls, leaned up against them, and she was methodically putting them back where they belonged. I watched her for a long time before I finally asked again. But this time, she didn't give me the usual vague answer. She paused, holding a small frame with a picture of me as a baby, and said softly that she did it to keep them happy. She believed that someone, or something, was taking the pictures down each night, and she had to put them back up in the morning. It wasn't about tidiness or cleaning. It was about keeping them happy, whoever they were. That answer stuck with me. My grandma wasn't the type to joke about things like that. She wasn't superstitious, at least not outwardly. She didn't have Lucky Charms or hang horseshoes over her doors. She was practical, almost to a fault. So hearing her say that made me wonder what was really going on. I started paying closer attention. Every time I stayed over after that, I made it a point to check the pictures before I went to bed. They were always in their places, lined up neatly along the hallway, the living room, even in the small dining room. Family photos, landscapes, some old paintings that had probably been there since the house was built. Nothing out of the ordinary. But by morning, sure enough, they'd be down on the floor, leaning against the walls in that same odd, careful way. One night, when I was around 17, I decided to stay up and see for myself what was happening. I told my grandma goodnight, went up to my room, and waited. I kept the door cracked open so I could listen for any sound. Hours passed. The house was quiet except for the occasional groan of the wood settling and the soft ticking of the clock in the hallway. I must have dozed off at some point because I was startled awake by a noise. A soft thud, then another. It was coming from downstairs. My heart raced as I got up and crept out of the room. The stairs felt louder than usual under my feet, but I tried to move as quietly as I could. When I reached the bottom, I stopped and stared into the living room. The pictures were on the floor, just like always, but there was no one there. No sign of anyone who could have moved them. I checked the doors, the windows. Everything was locked up tight. No sign of forced entry, nothing disturbed. I spent the rest of the night sitting on the couch, too on edge to go back to bed. When morning came, my grandma came downstairs and went about her usual routine, picking up the pictures one by one and putting them back on the walls. She didn't say anything, and neither did I. That was the night I started really thinking about what was happening. I didn't believe in ghosts, not really. I tried to think of other explanations. Could it be the cats? But no, they were too small to move the frames without knocking them over or breaking them. And the pictures were always placed so neatly against the walls, as if someone had set them there intentionally. Could it be vibrations from passing trucks or trains? But there weren't any that came through the area during the night, at least not close enough to shake the house like that. And even if there had been, why would the pictures end up on the floor in such a careful way instead of just falling haphazardly? I kept trying to come up with logical reasons. Maybe my grandma herself was doing it in her sleep, without realizing it. Maybe it was some kind of sleepwalking routine she had developed over the years. I even considered that maybe she was just messing with me, like some kind of elaborate prank. But the more I thought about it, the less that made sense. Like I said before, my grandma wasn't the type to go out of her way to pull a long con like that. She got her kicks out of small things, giving me a chocolate bar at Christmas and acting like it was the most exciting surprise ever. She didn't have the patience for something like this. The years went on, and every time I visited, it was the same. I stopped asking about it after a while because I knew I wouldn't get any new answers. My grandma kept up her routine, putting the pictures back up each morning like it was just another chore, like watering the plants or sweeping the porch. It wasn't until much later, after I had moved out and started my own life, that I began to really understand what might have been happening. I was visiting my grandma one weekend when I noticed the foundation of the house had developed some cracks. Small at first, but definitely there. The house was old, and the ground in that area had a tendency to shift. A neighbor mentioned that the street had been built on soil that wasn't the most stable. Over time, houses would settle unevenly, causing doors to stick, windows to crack, and yes, things to move on their own in subtle ways. I started thinking back to all those nights. The pictures weren't falling off because of ghosts or some playful spirits. The house itself was shifting, ever so slightly, during the night. Maybe the temperature changes caused the walls to contract just enough to loosen the hooks. Maybe the subtle movements of the house over the years made the walls tilt just enough that the pictures gradually slid off their hooks and ended up on the floor. And my grandma, practical as she was, probably figured that explaining it that way wouldn't satisfy me when I was younger. Maybe she didn't really believe in ghosts, but it was easier to give a mysterious answer than to explain soil conditions and foundation settling to a kid. I never told her what I had figured out. There didn't seem to be a point. She kept putting the pictures back up, and I let her. It was her house, her way of keeping things in order. The last time I stayed over, I woke up early out of habit and went downstairs. She was there, standing in the living room, holding one of the pictures. She smiled when she saw me, and I smiled back. No words were exchanged. She hung the picture back on the wall, straightened it just so, and moved on to the next. And I realized, in that quiet moment, that sometimes it didn't really matter why things happened the way they did. Sometimes the simple act of making things right again, even if they'd only been a little out of place, was enough. It was a couple of years back, probably when I was around 26. I was living at home at the time, just trying to get through each day, working, coming back late sometimes, other times just exhausted from everything. My room was the same as it had always been, small, kind of cramped, but familiar in a way that gave me comfort. The bed was pressed against the corner, and right next to it was the same little nightstand with a worn-out lamp I never really used because I usually just left my phone on and let the screen glow until I drifted off. The window was cracked just a bit that night, letting in cool air that made the room feel a little colder than usual, but I liked that. It helped me sleep. Everything was quiet, as it always was at that time of night. The kind of quiet where you can almost hear your own heartbeat if you try hard enough. I remember it had been a long day. I didn't even remember falling asleep. I just remember the heavy kind of tired that pulls at you until you give in. When I opened my eyes, I wasn't sure why. It was one of those moments where you're pulled from sleep so suddenly that for a second, you don't even remember where you are. The room looked the same, dark except for a faint light coming from the street lamp outside filtering through the blinds. I blinked, trying to figure out what had woken me up, but there wasn't anything. No sound, no sudden noise, no movement. My heart was beating normally at first, and I was just lying there wondering if maybe I'd had a bad dream or something. I thought about it for a second. I couldn't remember any dream at all. It was like my brain was blank, but my body had decided to wake up anyway. I shook it off in my mind, thinking, oh well, maybe it was just one of those random things. I went to roll over, to shift onto my side like I always do because I'm not much of a back sleeper. That's when I realized I couldn't move. At first, I didn't understand. I thought maybe I was still half asleep or something. I tried again, focusing on turning my shoulder, anything to get off my back. Nothing happened. It was like my body wasn't listening. My arms, my legs, even my head. I couldn't make them move. My eyes worked fine though. I could look around the room, and I did fast. My heart started to speed up then, not pounding yet, but I could feel it picking up. I tried to calm myself, telling myself it was just one of those weird sleep things. Maybe I was dreaming still, or maybe my body hadn't caught up with my mind waking up. But then it started to feel worse. My chest started feeling heavy, like something was pressing down on me. Not like a blanket had slipped up or anything light like that. This was heavier, like an invisible weight, right there in the middle of my chest, making it harder and harder to breathe. Each breath felt like work. Not impossible, but difficult, like trying to take a deep breath with someone sitting on you. I kept trying to move. My mind was screaming at my arms to push up, at my legs to kick, at my head to turn, anything. But nothing responded. My eyes were the only thing that would listen. I moved them around the room, trying to see if there was anything there. The room was empty, just like always. Same dresser, same stack of clothes I hadn't put away, same blinds half shut. but it felt different. It felt wrong somehow. The air even felt heavier, like the room was filled with something I couldn't see, but could feel all around me. I kept looking around with just my eyes, trying not to panic, but my heart was racing by then. My chest felt so tight, it was like something had its hands pressed against me. And my mind kept going back to one thought, that this felt demonic. It felt unreal, like something out of those stories people tell about ghosts or demons sitting on their chest at night. I didn't want to think like that, but it was hard not to. I felt trapped. I turned my eyes to the right, to the wall that separated my room from my parents' room. I knew they were in there, asleep, just a few feet away. If I could just make a noise, anything, they'd wake up, and maybe that would break whatever this was. I tried to yell, to shout, but it was like my mouth wouldn't work either. I could feel it, feel my throat trying to push out sound, but nothing came. No words, no noise, just the effort. My eyes started to water from the strain and the fear. I wanted so badly to wake up, to move, to breathe like normal again. I kept pushing myself, as hard as I could, willing my body to break free of whatever was holding it down. I felt like if I could just make a sound, anything at all, this would stop. My chest was so tight, by then I felt like I wasn't getting enough air. My head was light, dizzy from the effort and the fear. And then all of a sudden it broke. Like snapping out of a nightmare, my body jerked awake. I let out this weird half shout, half gasp, like my body was trying to do both at once. I sucked in air so fast it made my throat hurt. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst right out of my chest. I lay there, breathing hard, eyes wide, staring up at the ceiling and trying to figure out what the hell just happened. My body felt shaky, like I'd run miles without stopping. The room was the same as before. Quiet, empty, just me and the sound of my heavy breathing filling the space. I could hear the clock ticking now, and the distant hum of something outside, maybe a car passing by or the wind. It all felt so normal, so regular, like none of what I just felt could possibly have been real. I didn't want to move at first. I was scared that if I shifted even a little, it might happen again. But after a few minutes, my breathing slowed, and my heart started to calm down. I turned onto my side, slowly this time, testing my arms and legs, making sure I could really move. Everything worked fine now. No weight on my chest, no tightness, no pressure. Just me, lying there in the dark, wondering what the hell had just happened to me. I thought about getting up, maybe walking around, splashing some water on my face. But I was so tired. The kind of tired that sinks into your bones, that makes your eyelids heavy even though your mind is still racing. So I just lay there, staring at the wall for a while, listening to the quiet, trying to convince myself that it was over, that it was nothing, that it was just a weird sleep thing that sometimes happens to people. Eventually, the tiredness won. My eyelids dropped, and I fell back asleep. I don't remember dreaming after that. I don't remember anything until morning, when the light came through the blinds and everything felt normal again. But the memory stuck with me. I'm 28 now, and I can still see it in my mind like it happened yesterday. The way the room looked, the way the weight felt on my chest, the way my heart raced, and my breath felt like it wasn't enough. I've thought about it so many times since then, trying to make sense of it. I've read a little about sleep paralysis since that night. It seems that's what it was. Your brain wakes up but your body doesn't, and you feel trapped in between, stuck in this strange place where you can't move, but you're fully aware. They say it's harmless, that it happens to a lot of people, that it's just your body getting its signals crossed. But in that moment, it didn't feel harmless. It felt terrifying. It felt like I was going to suffocate under that invisible weight, like I was going to die right there in my bed, unable to do anything about it. Since then, I don't sleep on my back anymore. I make sure I'm on my side when I go to bed, because somehow that feels safer. I don't know if it really makes a difference, but in my mind it does. I haven't had it happen again, not like that. Sometimes I'll wake up and feel a little off, like I can't move for just a second or two, but nothing like that night. Every now and then, late at night, I'll wake up and remember how that felt. And for just a second, I'll hold my breath and listen, making sure everything is still normal, still safe. And then I'll turn over, close my eyes, and hope that sleep comes easy. When I was a kid, probably around 8 or 9, I lived in a house that to this day I can barely talk about without my skin crawling. I don't know if it was haunted or what, but the things I experienced there never left me. Even now as an adult, When I think about that house, there's a part of me that feels like I'm right back in those moments, like I can feel the air from that place on my skin, smell the old wooden floors, and hear the creaks and groans that never made sense. We lived in a quiet neighborhood. From the outside, our house looked normal, like any other house on the block. A two-story place with peeling paint, a sagging porch, and windows that never seemed to let enough light in. But on the inside, it felt different. From the very first day we moved in, I felt like I was being watched. My cousins, when they'd come visit, would always get weird vibes too. They'd say they had nightmares, or that they didn't want to sleep alone. I always felt uneasy there, like something just wasn't right. But nobody in my family really wanted to talk about it. My mom and grandparents acted like nothing was wrong. But I could see it in their faces sometimes, the way their eyes would flick toward dark corners, or how they'd lock the doors and windows at night with a little too much urgency. The house had this strange way of making you feel small. I don't know how to explain it, but it was like the walls pressed in on you, like the house itself didn't want you there. I spent most of my time in my room, or out in the yard. I hated going into the dining room. That room felt heavy, like the air was thicker there. I didn't like to look in the big mirror that hung on the wall, either. I always felt like if I stared too long, I'd see something behind me that wasn't supposed to be there. The first time I heard the voice, it was late at night. I woke up thirsty and decided to sneak downstairs for a glass of water. It was around 3 in the morning. I remember because I could see the little green numbers glowing on the clock in my room. The house was dead silent, the kind of quiet that makes your ears ring. I got out of bed and opened my door slowly, trying not to make a sound. The hallway was dark, and I could see the moonlight coming in through the window at the end of the hall, casting long shadows that didn't help my nerves. I tiptoed to the stairs, and as I put my foot on the first step, I felt it, that strange, heavy feeling in the air. It was like the house was holding its breath. I froze for a second, trying to convince myself it was nothing, just my imagination playing tricks on me. I took another step, and the floorboard let out a loud, drawn-out creak that echoed through the house. That's when I heard it, right in my ear, so close I could feel the breath. A raspy, wheezing sound, like someone struggling to take in air, followed by a low chuckle and the words, "Ha ha ha, it's time." I screamed louder than I ever had in my life. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would explode. I ran, my feet barely touching the floor, straight to my mom's room. I dove under her covers, shaking, tears streaming down my face. I stayed there the rest of the night, wide awake, too scared to move. In the morning, I tried to explain what happened, but my mom just looked at me, confused. My grandparents said they hadn't heard anything. No one heard me scream. No one heard the voice. I was only a few feet from their rooms when it happened. How could they not have heard? I tried to forget about it. I tried to tell myself it was just a bad dream, or my mind playing tricks on me. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. A few weeks later, it happened again. This time, it was even stranger. I was sitting in the hallway with my mom, just the two of us, talking about nothing in particular. I don't even remember what the conversation was about. At one point, she turned around to grab something behind her, and that's when I heard it again. The same wheezy breath, the same creepy chuckle, and the same words. "Ha ha ha, it's time," right in my ear. I froze. My skin went cold. I looked at my mom, waiting for her to react, but she didn't. She didn't hear a thing. I didn't say anything that time. I just sat there, silent, trying to keep it together. Things got worse after that. Little things started happening around the house. I'd hear footsteps when no one was there. Doors would creak open or slam shut on their own. I'd catch movement out of the corner of my eye, but when I turned to look, nothing was there. My friends didn't like coming over anymore. They said the house gave them the creeps. One of my friends swore he saw a shadow move across the dining room when we were playing in the living room. Another said he thought he saw a little figure, like a doll, dart across the floor. I didn't know what to say. I believed them. I'd seen things too, but I didn't want to talk about it. Then there was the night of the storm. It was one of those nights where the wind howled so loud it sounded like the house would come apart. The power went out, and everything was pitch black. I ended up falling asleep in my mom's bed because I was too scared to be alone. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. The power had come back on. I could see the glow of the digital clock on the nightstand. I thought maybe I could sneak in a little time playing video games before the sun came up. So I picked up the phone to call time and see how early it was. I dialed the number, listened to the ring, then the click, then the busy tone. And then I heard it. Through the phone. That same voice. The same rasp, the same laugh, and the same words. Ha ha ha. It's time. My blood ran cold. I dropped the phone like it burned me. I screamed. My mom didn't even stir. She didn't hear a thing. I sat there, staring at the phone on the floor, too scared to pick it up. After that night, I refused to be alone in that house if I could help it. Every creak, every groan of the old wood, every gust of wind against the windows sent my heart racing. I started sleeping with the light on. I begged my mom to let me sleep in her room. Sometimes she said yes, sometimes she didn't. The voice didn't come as often after that, but I still heard it sometimes, calling my name from the dining room, always from that part of the house. I hated going in there. I hated even looking at that room. When I got older and we finally moved out of that house, I swore I'd never set foot in it again. My cousins admitted years later that they always felt something was wrong with that house too. They told me about the nightmares they had, about the strange feelings, about how they'd see things out of the corners of their eyes. But no one ever wanted to talk about it back then. Maybe they were scared people would think they were crazy. I don't know. Looking back now, I try to be logical about it. Maybe it was just the way the house was built. Old houses make noises. Maybe the voice was my imagination, my brain trying to make sense of the sounds in the dark. Maybe the phone had interference, and what I heard wasn't what I thought it was. Maybe my mind filled in the blanks with what I was afraid of. I tell myself that, but I don't really believe it. I know what I heard. I know what I felt. That house had something wrong with it. Something I can't explain. I don't talk about it much. Most people wouldn't understand. They'd think I was making it up or exaggerating. But I know what happened. I lived it. And every now and then, when I'm lying in bed at night, in a completely different house, in a completely different town, I'll think I hear that voice again, just for a second, in the back of my mind. And my heart will skip a beat before I remind myself I'm safe now. At least I hope I am. I was reading through random stories online late one night, half bored, half trying to scare myself like I always did when I couldn't sleep. I had the room light off, just the soft glow of my laptop screen lighting up the space around me. I stumbled across this one story about a dog barking at nothing, and that's when it hit me. That memory, the one I had kind of buried but never really forgot, came rushing back all at once. It scared me so bad at the time that even now, years later, I feel that same tight feeling in my chest just thinking about it. I was 14 when it happened. We had just gotten this new dog, a beagle, from my friend. She was a sweet dog, small but tough, with that usual beagle look, big brown eyes, floppy ears, always sniffing at something. We named her Daisy. She followed me everywhere the first few days. She seemed to like sleeping in my room, and honestly, I liked having her there too. There was something about having a dog in the room that made it feel safer, like nothing bad could happen with her there. It was maybe a week or two after we got her. It was just a normal night. I played some video games until I got tired, brushed my teeth, and crashed in bed. Daisy was curled up near the foot of my bed, already asleep by the time I turned off the lamp. I remember it being really quiet that night. No wind, no rain, nothing. Just one of those still nights where everything seems peaceful. I don't know what time it was when I woke up. I didn't check the clock. All I knew was that I was out cold 1 minute, and the next I was awake, heart beating fast for no reason. It wasn't a loud noise that woke me. It was this low, steady growl. I froze for a second, not even sure what I was hearing. I reached over and flipped on my reading light, and there was Daisy, sitting upright on my bed, stiff as a board, her ears forward, eyes locked on my bedroom door. She wasn't making any move to bark, just growling this deep, quiet growl that I'd never heard from her before. At first, I thought maybe she just needed to go out. I mean, she was still getting used to the house, and maybe she was trying to tell me something. So I got out of bed, went to the door, and opened it. Before I could even step out, she shot past me like a bullet, down the stairs. I'd never seen her move that fast. It was like she was chasing something. My heart started pounding harder. I had just watched Paranormal Activity not long before this happened, and all I could think of was those scenes where something invisible is in the house. I stood there frozen in the doorway, listening. I could hear her downstairs. She was running back and forth, nails clicking on the wood floor, growling and barking. It wasn't playful. It was that angry, protective barking dogs do when they're serious. I stood at the top of the stairs, too scared to go down. My mind was racing. I thought about burglars, maybe someone had broken in, but I couldn't hear anything besides Daisy. No doors opening, no footsteps, nothing breaking. Just her losing her mind downstairs. After a few minutes, I finally got the nerve to flip on the hallway light. I crept down the stairs, my heart pounding in my ears. The house felt cold, colder than it should have. I got to the bottom of the stairs and peeked into the kitchen. Daisy was standing there, hair up, still growling, staring into the dark family room. I reached in and flipped on the light. In that second, she stopped. Just stopped. The hair on her back went down. She backed off and looked at me like nothing had happened. I let her outside just to be safe. I figured maybe she just needed to go, or maybe she'd seen a raccoon or something. But as I stood there by the door, I got this weird chill down my back. It wasn't from the air. It was that feeling, that deep, uneasy feeling that something's not right. I stepped out with her. I stood there on the back porch, watching her sniff around the yard, and I didn't take my eyes off the tree line. Every shadow looked like it was moving. I felt safer with her next to me, but my stomach was in knots. A few nights went by. I tried not to think about it. I told myself it was nothing. Dogs bark at shadows, right? But then, maybe 5 or 6 days later, it happened again. This time, it started with a noise. I was asleep, but I woke up to that sound, the one I always heard when someone walked outside my door. The floorboards creaked in this specific way. I knew that sound. I'd heard it my whole life. Whenever my parents would come upstairs to wake me up or check on me, I'd hear it. That slow, soft creak that let me know someone was coming. Only it was the middle of the night. There was no reason for them to be up. My mom did have restless leg syndrome, and she'd caught me gaming late before, but this felt different. I lay there in the dark, holding my breath, waiting to hear a knock or the door open. Instead, Daisy started growling. That same deep growl from before. I snapped. I don't know what came over me. Maybe I was sick of being scared. I bolted out of bed, flipped on my light, and yanked the door open. There was nothing. Just the empty hallway, quiet and still. But Daisy shot out again, down the stairs, barking and growling like she was chasing something only she could see. This time, I didn't follow. I couldn't. My legs felt like rubber. I stood in my doorway, gripping the frame, listening as she tore around downstairs, barking like mad. I kept thinking I was going to hear something else, glass breaking, someone yelling, but there was nothing except her. After what felt like forever, she came back up, still on edge but calming down. She walked back into my room, hopped up on the bed, and laid down like nothing had happened. I didn't sleep much the rest of that night. We had her for a few more weeks after that. She started peeing in the house a lot. My parents were frustrated. They tried everything, but it kept happening. Eventually, they decided to give her to another family. I was sad, but at the same time, part of me was relieved. I didn't like the feeling of those nights. The nights when she'd act like something was there that I couldn't see. After we gave her away, nothing like that ever happened again. No growling in the middle of the night, no running around the house. The creaking outside my door? I still heard it, but only when it made sense, like when my parents were actually coming to wake me up. I don't know what Daisy was reacting to those nights. Maybe it was an animal outside. Maybe it was nothing at all, just a dog being a dog. But even now, years later, I can still see her standing there, stiff and tense, growling at that door. I can still feel that chill. And I still wonder if there really was something there that only she could sense. The house has always felt safe to me since then. No weird noises, no strange feelings, nothing out of place. I've stayed up late more times than I can count, reading or gaming, and it's just normal, quiet. But every so often, when the house creaks or the wind blows just right, I remember those nights. I remember Daisy's growl, the way she chased whatever it was, and how scared I felt standing there in my room, too afraid to move. And I remind myself that dogs are just dogs. But a small part of me, way in the back of my mind, still wonders. It was my first day doing this new job. I'd taken it out of desperation, really door-to-door sales, selling charity contracts for the World Wildlife Fund. The pay wasn't great, but they said you could earn commission if you signed people up, and I was broke, so it sounded better than nothing. I remember feeling nervous that morning, pulling on that green bib they gave me. It was a light material that hung loose over my shirt, and I kept fidgeting with it, not sure if I looked like a fool. I had this cheap clipboard in my hand, a pen tied to it with a bit of string, and I kept rehearsing what I was supposed to say. They dropped me off in this little town. It was beautiful, actually. One of those upper-class places where everything looks like it belongs on a postcard. Old cottages lined up neatly with hanging baskets overflowing with flowers. The kind of place with a village green in the middle and a cricket field with its white pavilion. People's front gardens were trimmed and perfect. I could smell freshly cut grass mixed with the scent of honeysuckle growing over stone walls. The air was crisp in a way that made me think of early autumn, even though it was spring. I walked up and down the streets, knocking on doors, getting polite but firm no's, until finally this older lady answered, kind-eyed and soft-spoken, and she let me give my little speech. I was relieved when she signed the contract, my first sale. We stood in her hallway, and she was telling me about the framed photos on the wall, black and white pictures of places she and her husband had visited in their younger days. I tried to show interest, even though my mind was on the next house. Then it happened. I heard this scream. Not like someone surprised or startled, but this raw, panicked scream that made my blood run cold. I froze for half a second before I turned toward the sound. I saw a woman running toward us from down the street. She was dressed in smart office clothes, a pencil skirt and blouse, hair tied back. But she wasn't running like she knew where she was going. She was stumbling, falling to her knees at one point, getting up again, pure terror on her face. She kept looking back over her shoulder, as if she was being chased. When she got closer, she looked right at us and yelled at the top of her lungs for us to get water. The way she said it, desperate, pleading, I didn't think, I just reacted. I didn't even ask why. I left the lady's house and ran to the nearest door, knocking hard, shouting through the letterbox, asking for water. But no one came. The whole place felt suddenly empty, like all the polite faces I'd seen earlier had disappeared. I tried 2 more houses, then gave up and started moving toward where the woman had come from. My heart was pounding and my mouth was dry. I rounded a corner into a quiet cul-de-sac, the kind with expensive cars parked on driveways and trees lining the pavements. That's when I saw him. A man was lying on the ground next to a Land Rover. He wasn't moving much, just kind of twitching. His clothes were charred, parts of his shirt and trousers melted into his skin. His skin, his skin, was burned so badly it didn't look real, patches of red and black, and in some places I could see the raw tissue beneath. His face was a mess of burns, and his hair was mostly gone, just little tufts left. There was a guy nearby, maybe in his 40s, wearing jogging gear. He must have seen my green bib because he started shouting at me, thinking I was a paramedic. I didn't know what to do. I wasn't trained for this. I knelt down, feeling sick, not wanting to look too closely but unable to look away either. The burned man turned his head toward me. His eyes, I'll never forget his eyes. They were completely milky white, like the fire or heat had damaged them so badly he couldn't see anymore. His lips were cracked and blackened, and he kept mumbling something, his voice dry and broken. It took me a second to realize what he was saying. He kept repeating over and over, "Tell Lucy I love her. Tell Lucy I love her." I didn't know who Lucy was. Maybe his wife, maybe his daughter. I didn't know what to say to him. I just sat there, helpless. His breath rattled in his throat like every one of them might be his last. The woman who'd been screaming had dropped to her knees a few feet away, sobbing so hard her whole body shook. We waited. It felt like forever. Minutes dragged by and no sirens came. I could hear birds singing in the trees, the normal sounds of the village, and it felt so wrong, like the world was carrying on as if nothing was happening. I could smell the burning still, a horrible mix of melted fabric, petrol, and charred flesh. I thought I might throw up, but I kept swallowing it back. More neighbors started to come out, standing in little groups, whispering, staring. Some tried calling for help again, as if that would make the ambulance get there faster. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I heard the sirens. The paramedics ran in, properly equipped, properly trained. They took over. I backed away, my legs weak, my hands shaking. They cut what was left of his clothing off, tried to get fluids into him, did everything they could. The police arrived too, started asking questions. I didn't know what to say. I just kept hearing his voice in my head, those words, over and over. Later on, I learned the full story. The man and the woman, the one who'd screamed for water, they were a couple. They'd had a row, apparently not their first. Neighbors said they argued often, loud enough for people to hear through the walls. And after this particular argument, he'd stormed out. No one thought much of it. But this time was different. He'd gone to the back of the Land Rover, opened up the boot, climbed in, doused himself in petrol, and set himself alight. The woman had seen him too late. She tried to stop him, but there was nothing she could do by then. She ran for help, ran for water, ran for anything that might make a difference. But it was too late. That image of him stayed with me. His eyes, those burns, the sound of his voice. I couldn't sleep properly for nights after. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw him lying there. I kept thinking about how if I'd walked into that cul-de-sac just 10 minutes earlier, I would have seen it happen. I would have seen him set himself alight. I don't know if I could have stopped him, but I would have seen it. Part of me felt relief that I hadn't. Another part felt guilty. Like maybe I should have been there. Maybe I should have done more. The next day I quit that job. I couldn't face knocking on doors after that. Couldn't face seeing another quiet village street and wondering what was going on behind closed doors. I didn't want to wear that green bib again either. Every time I looked at it, I saw those burned eyes looking back at me. I never found out who Lucy was. Maybe she was the woman who ran for help. Maybe she wasn't. I never went back to that town. I couldn't. The memory of it all was too strong, too raw. I still think about him sometimes, about the pain he must have been in, about what pushed him to do it. And I think about the woman's scream, the way it cut through that peaceful afternoon, the way everything can change in a heartbeat. The way sometimes, no matter how beautiful and quiet a place looks, there's darkness hiding just beneath the surface. When I was little, my dad would sometimes head down to his church, which was only a short walk from our house. He wouldn't be gone long, maybe half an hour at most. During those times, he'd leave me home alone. It didn't really bother me at first. I'd curl up on the couch, my small body buried under a blanket, and my cat would hop up beside me. I always felt safe with her next to me. I'd hear the ticking of the big clock on the wall, the creak of the old house settling, maybe the wind brushing up against the windows. But over time, I started noticing that she wasn't just lying there calmly. Her eyes would lock onto something I couldn't see. She'd track it across the room, her ears twitching, her body tensing up as if she was ready to pounce or bolt. I'd try to follow her gaze, but there was never anything there. Just empty space. The kind of empty space that started to feel less empty the more I stared at it. That uneasiness grew stronger as I got older. The house itself felt heavy. Like the air was thicker inside than it was out in the yard or the woods. I started keeping the TV on, or the radio, even if I wasn't paying attention to it. The noise helped somehow. It made it easier to believe I wasn't really alone. But it didn't stop my cat from staring, watching things move that I couldn't see. One day stands out sharper than the rest. It was a cloudy afternoon, the kind where the light seems to drain from everything. My dad had gone to the church again, and this time he said he'd be quick. Half an hour, maybe less. I remember watching his car go down the driveway, disappearing past the trees. I tried to settle in like usual, curling up with my cat on the couch. But I felt restless. Something about the house felt off. Too quiet. The kind of quiet that makes your ears ring a little. Even the clock ticking sounded louder than usual. My cat was on edge too. She didn't curl up next to me like she always did. Instead, she sat at the edge of the couch, staring at the far corner of the room. Her tail flicked back and forth in slow, tense movements. Every so often, she'd look at me and then back at that corner, like she was trying to warn me or get me to see what she saw. Time passed slowly. I kept glancing at the clock. 30 minutes. 35. 40. My dad should have been back by now. I tried to tell myself he probably ran into someone at church or stopped to talk for a bit, but the longer it went on, the more nervous I felt. The house felt like it was pressing in on me, like the walls were leaning closer, the air thicker with each passing minute. I couldn't sit still anymore. I got up, thinking maybe I'd grab a snack, or just walk around to shake the feeling off. I left the living room and started down the hall toward my room. The floorboards creaked under my feet. The house was old, and the floors always made noise, but every sound felt sharper, louder, like it echoed through the empty space. I tried to move quietly, but it didn't seem to matter. The silence swallowed everything, and I felt like I was being watched with every step I took. I reached my room, peeked inside, and then turned around to head back toward the living room. That's when it happened. Right as I was passing the piano that sat in the entrance to the living room, I felt it. A hand. A real, solid hand grabbed my left shoulder. Not a light touch or a brush. This was firm. Strong fingers wrapped around me and shoved me forward. It was so sudden, so forceful, that I stumbled. My foot caught the edge of the rug, and I tripped forward. But that wasn't the worst part. At the exact moment I was shoved, a sound exploded in my ears. A huge, loud bell, like the kind you'd hear at a train station or shipyard. Ding, 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 ding. It was deafening, like it was right next to my head, filling my whole body with its noise. My ears rang, and my heart felt like it was going to burst through my chest. At that moment, my cat let out a loud hiss. The kind of hiss I'd never heard from her before, pure fear. She shot off the couch like a streak of gray fur and darted down the stairs, disappearing out of sight. I stood there, frozen for a second, my whole body tense, my ears still ringing from the sound. I whipped around, expecting, what exactly? Someone, something. But there was nothing. Just the piano, the rug, the empty room beyond. My hands were shaking, my legs felt weak. I stumbled to the couch and sat down, trying to catch my breath, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The bell sound seemed to echo in my head for a long time after it had stopped. The thing is, our house is in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by woods and fields for miles. No train tracks, no shipyard, no reason for a sound like that to be anywhere near us. And there was no one there. No one who could have grabbed me, shoved me, or made that noise. My dad came home not long after that. He looked surprised to see me so pale, so shaken up, but I didn't say much. I didn't know how to explain it in a way that didn't sound crazy. From then on, though, I hated being alone in the house. That wasn't the only strange thing that happened. Doors would slam without reason. The chandelier in the dining room would start swinging like someone had given it a good push, even when the windows were closed and there was no breeze. Things would go missing, my phone, my glasses, my watch, and then turn up later in rooms I hadn't even been in. It wasn't just me who noticed. My parents started seeing it too. My mom would get frustrated when things disappeared, certain she'd left them in one place only to find them somewhere else entirely. My dad, who always tried to be practical about everything, stopped trying to explain the slamming doors and swinging lights. My sister hated staying in the house alone as much as I did. She said it felt like being watched all the time, like the house wasn't empty even when it was. Friends didn't like coming over either. One friend who stayed the night once told me later that it felt like there were dozens of people following him around, watching his every move. He said the air felt heavy, like it was hard to breathe, and he didn't want to be alone in any of the rooms, especially at night. After that, he never stayed over again. I tried to brush it all off. I tried to tell myself it was just an old house making old house noises, that maybe I was imagining things because I was nervous or lonely. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. I started paying attention more closely, looking for patterns, for reasons. I realized that most of the strange things happened when the house was dead quiet. When there was no TV, no radio, no voices. It was like the silence itself made room for whatever was going on. So I kept the noise up. Music, TV, anything. It helped a little. Not much, but enough that I could get through the day. As I got older, I started thinking about it differently. I stopped trying to figure out what was causing it and started focusing on what I could do about it. I made sure to keep the house well lit, especially at night. I kept my room tidy, so I'd notice right away if something had been moved. I paid attention to the locks on the doors and windows. I started to wonder if maybe, just maybe, there was someone out there. Someone who had been sneaking around the property. Maybe even sneaking into the house when no one was looking. It made a kind of sense. The fields and woods around us were big, easy for someone to hide in. Maybe they'd been watching us for longer than we knew. I told my dad my suspicions one day. He didn't laugh it off or tell me I was imagining things. He started being more careful too. He checked the locks, added more lights outside, even put in cameras at the front and back doors. We never caught anyone on the cameras, never saw anything out of place on the recordings. But the strange things kept happening. Less often maybe, but they didn't stop entirely. The house never really felt normal again. It always felt like someone, or something, was just out of sight, waiting, watching. I don't stay home alone anymore if I can help it. And when I do, I keep the doors locked, the lights on, and the noise going. I know there's probably a reasonable explanation for all of it. Maybe it's just the quirks of an old house in the middle of nowhere. Maybe it's my imagination playing tricks on me. But I can't shake the feeling that it's more than that. That someone somewhere out there, has been watching all along. And that's a feeling that sticks with you, no matter how many years go by. I'm going to tell this as best as I can, exactly the way it was told to me. It didn't happen to me, but to a friend of mine who lived just down the street. We grew up together in a quiet little New England town where the neighborhoods felt safe, the kind of place where kids could roam free until the streetlights came on. And behind all our houses, stretching for what felt like forever, were these thick, endless woods. When we were kids, those woods were our world. There wasn't a single weekend where we weren't back there building forts, climbing trees, making up games, or just wandering and exploring. We knew every trail, every stream, every odd-looking rock or fallen log that could become something in our imaginations. The woods felt alive in a way that was comforting back then, like it welcomed us and watched over us while we played. But something changed over time. It wasn't like it happened overnight, and I can't say there was one exact moment where it felt different, but it did. As we got older, maybe around 10 or 11, we started to sense it. The woods stopped feeling like a friend. I don't know if it was just us growing up, or if something really did shift out there. Where before the woods were bright with sunlight pouring through the leaves and birdsong filling the air, they began to feel heavy, the light dimmer, the air thicker. It was like the trees themselves didn't want us there anymore. The sounds changed too. The friendly noises of squirrels and birds were replaced by silence, or sometimes strange, soft rustlings that made the hair on your arms stand up. We started sticking closer to the edges, only going in as far as we could still see the roofs of the houses. And then one day, we just stopped going altogether. It wasn't something we talked about or planned. We just stopped. It was about a year later, maybe a little more, when my friend told me about the dream. And I remember it so clearly because of how pale he looked when he said it, how serious his voice was. We'd been hanging out in my room, just talking about school and stuff, when out of nowhere he brought it up. He said it didn't feel like a dream. It felt real in a way that haunted him. He said in this dream, he woke up and walked right out the back door of his house without thinking. The air was cool, the kind of cool you get on a fall night, and the moon was full and so bright that the whole yard was washed in this pale, silvery light. Everything cast long, dark shadows that didn't seem right somehow, like they were too sharp or pointed the wrong way. He didn't feel tired or groggy like you'd expect from sleepwalking in a dream. He felt wide awake, aware of every step. He walked straight toward the woods. The fence at the back of his yard seemed lower than usual, and he climbed over it without much trouble. When his feet hit the ground on the other side, he said the feeling changed immediately. He didn't feel like he was alone anymore. The woods weren't welcoming, but they weren't entirely angry either. They were watching. That's what he kept saying to me, that he felt watched. The air was dead silent. No wind, no animals, nothing. Just the sound of his own breathing and the soft crunch of his feet on the path. As he moved deeper, he started to hear it. Low, soft chanting, almost too faint to notice at first. It came from all directions, as if the woods themselves were humming. There were no words he could make out, just this low rhythm that seemed to vibrate in his bones. He kept walking, feeling drawn forward, until something, he said it was like a whisper right next to his ear, told him to step off the trail. And he did. He slid behind a tree, pressing himself against the bark, heart pounding so hard he thought it might give him away. That's when he saw them. Figures in long red cloaks, walking in a line along the trail where he'd just been. There were 6 of them, their faces hidden, their heads bowed slightly as they moved. And the smell hit him, a sickly sweet rot that turned his stomach. He said it was the smell of death, the same smell we'd known too well from stumbling on dead animals in the woods over the years. The chanting got louder as they passed, like they were speaking to the earth itself. He knew then that these weren't people. Not really. Whatever they were, they didn't belong. Or maybe they did, and we didn't. He couldn't tell which thought was worse. He waited until they passed, heart hammering in his chest, trying to steady his breath. He thought if he could just stay quiet, they'd go on their way, and he could sneak back toward home. But the woods were dark, and the shadows played tricks on his eyes. As he stepped back onto the trail, hoping to retrace his steps, his foot came down on a branch hidden beneath the leaves. It snapped, sharp and loud in the silence. Instantly, the chanting stopped. The figures froze. He felt their attention turn to him, though they didn't move at first. Then, slowly, they turned and began to follow, forming a triangle shape as they moved, like geese flying south, but silent now, the chanting replaced by that awful silence. He ran. He said he ran like his life depended on it, like something primal took over, and all he knew was to move, to get away. He could hear them behind him, not running, but gliding or floating, keeping pace without effort. The woods blurred past him, but he kept his eyes on the gap where the trees opened onto his yard. He could see the roof of his house, the porch light someone had left on, the safe yellow glow of it. He thought if he could just make it to the yard, he'd be okay. Then he fell. Something thin and strong caught his ankle. A tripwire, he said, though he hadn't seen it before, and down he went, hands out to break his fall. His palms scraped along the ground, and his knees hit hard, the pain sharp and real. He rolled onto his back, breathing hard, ready to face whatever was coming. And that's when he saw it. One of the figures stood over him, or floated, or whatever they did. And under the hood was a mask, like something from old pictures of plague doctors. Long-beaked, the surface rough and dark gray, but this one was covered in feathers. Dark gray feathers that seemed to move with the wind that wasn't there. And then he woke up, just like that, in his bed, soaked in sweat, heart pounding so loud he could hear it in his ears. He sat up, threw the blankets off, turned on the light. His hands and knees burned. He looked down and saw the scrapes, the dried blood, like he really had fallen. He told himself maybe he'd fallen before bed somehow, though he couldn't remember it. Maybe he'd gone outside and come back in without knowing. But when he stood up and brushed off his shirt, a feather fell to the floor. Dark gray, small, with a few specks of blood on it. He showed it to me and our other friend the next day. We stared at it for a long time, none of us saying much. I thought it was fake at first, synthetic, or from a pillow or something. But he swore up and down it wasn't. He kept saying it was just a dream, just a dream. But every time we brought it up after that, he went pale, like the blood drained from his face. He wouldn't talk about it, wouldn't even look at us. And he never went near the woods again. None of us did. Over the years, we grew up, drifted apart like people do. But that story never changed. Every detail stayed the same, from the night he told it to the last time we ever talked about it. And I believe him. I don't care what anyone says about kids and their imaginations. There was no reason for him to lie. No way he could have kept it all straight for so long if it was made up. Something happened to him that night. Dream or not, it left its mark. And the woods are still there, still dark, still watching. We just don't go in anymore. I was probably around 12 at the time. My parents had gone out for dinner with some friends, and my older siblings were both at their friends' houses for the night. I remember it was a Friday evening because I was allowed to stay up a little later than usual. It was fall, and it was already dark outside by the time I settled into the basement. The air had that cold, crisp feeling to it, and the house seemed quieter than usual. I had a big blanket wrapped around me, and I was watching some dumb comedy show on TV, trying to enjoy having the whole house to myself. I wasn't nervous or anything. I'd stayed home alone before. Our neighborhood was quiet, and we lived in a decent area where nothing really happened. At least that's what I thought. I don't know how long I had been down there when I first heard it. I had the volume on the TV up loud enough that small sounds wouldn't have caught my attention, but this wasn't small. It was the sound of the front door opening. Not just the creak of the hinges, but the actual click of the latch, the door swinging open, and then that solid thud as it closed again. I froze. My first thought was maybe my parents came home early. But then I remembered they said they wouldn't be home until closer to midnight, and it wasn't even 10 yet. The same went for my siblings, and they would have said something as soon as they came in. I sat there for a second, my heart starting to pick up, waiting to hear voices or footsteps coming down to the basement. Nothing at first, just silence. But then I heard the footsteps, heavy, slow, measured. The kind of footsteps that echoed slightly in the quiet of the house, walking across the hardwood floor of our front hall and into the kitchen. Then they stopped. That was the part that really got me. Whoever it was walked in and then just stood there. I muted the TV and sat frozen under my blanket, listening so hard that I could hear my own heartbeat thudding in my ears. My mind started racing, trying to come up with some reasonable explanation. Maybe one of my parents forgot something and had to come back? But why wouldn't they have called out? Why just stand there in the kitchen? I didn't want to move at first. I just sat there, debating what I should do. But curiosity, or maybe fear, finally made me get up. I crept up the basement stairs as quietly as I could, pausing every few steps to listen. The house was dead silent now, except for the faint hum of the fridge from the kitchen. I reached the top of the stairs and stopped at the basement door, which was cracked open just a bit. I pushed it open slowly, trying not to make a sound. I peeked around the corner into the kitchen, and that's when I saw him. Or it. I don't know. There was a figure standing right in the middle of the kitchen. He wasn't doing anything, just standing there, not moving, facing kind of toward the back door, but not really looking at anything. I couldn't make out his face or any details because the kitchen light was off, and the only light was coming from the street light outside, shining through the window over the sink. But I could see enough. He was tall, wearing dark clothes. And the thing that really stuck with me was the muddy footprints. I could see them clear as day on the white tile floor, leading from the front door straight to where he stood. Big, wet, muddy prints like he'd been walking through a field or something before coming inside. I didn't stop to think. I didn't yell or try to confront him or anything like that. I just turned and ran. I ran out the front door without even thinking to grab my jacket or shoes. I tore across our yard and straight to our neighbor's house, banging on their door until they answered. My neighbor let me in, and I told them what happened, shaking so bad I could hardly get the words out. They called the police for me, and we waited for them to arrive. It felt like it took forever, but it probably wasn't more than a few minutes. When the police showed up, they went through the house top to bottom. They found the muddy footprints, just like I described, leading from the front door to the middle of the kitchen. And then nothing. The prints stopped. There were no prints leading out of the kitchen. No prints anywhere else in the house. Just those muddy prints starting at the front door and ending right where I saw him standing. The back door was still locked. All the windows were closed and latched. The police couldn't explain it. They checked around the house outside too, but there were no muddy prints on the porch or steps, nothing on the driveway or in the yard. It was like he had just appeared there. But that didn't make sense. People don't just appear in kitchens. They stayed for a while, asked me questions, looked for signs of forced entry, but found nothing. Eventually, they left, telling me to keep the doors locked and call again if anything else happened. My parents came home not long after that, and I remember how shaken they were when they saw the police car and heard what had happened. I slept in their room that night. Actually, I didn't really sleep at all. I just laid there, wide awake, listening for any sound. From that night on, I never felt comfortable in that house again, especially at night. Every creak of the floorboards, every groan of the pipes made my heart race. It was like the feeling of being watched never went away after that. The house felt different. I kept telling myself it was just my imagination, that the guy must have left somehow, and I just didn't see it. But no matter how I tried to explain it, it didn't add up. My mind kept going back to those muddy prints that just stopped. It wasn't just me who noticed things felt different. Even our cat started acting strange. He used to sleep at the foot of my bed most nights. But after that night, he got jumpy. One night, I remember it so clearly, I was in my room reading before bed, and he walked in like normal. He jumped up on my bed, but instead of curling up like he usually did, he stopped and stared at the corner of the room behind me. His ears went flat, and he froze. Just stood there like a statue. I could feel it too. That sensation you get when someone's standing too close behind you. The hairs on my neck stood up. I didn't want to turn around. I was too scared. I just sat there, trying to act like nothing was wrong. But then, all of a sudden, the cat bolted. He leapt off the bed and ran out of the room like something was chasing him. That broke whatever courage I was trying to hang on to, and I took off right after him. I spent the rest of the night on the couch with all the lights on. Things kept feeling off in that house. I started avoiding being home alone whenever I could. I'd stay at friends' houses, or go out, or just hang around in the yard until someone else came home. My parents could tell I wasn't myself, but I didn't know how to explain it without sounding crazy. I tried not to bring it up because I didn't want to seem like I was making a big deal out of nothing. But I knew what I saw that night. I knew what I felt, and that feeling didn't go away. Eventually, we moved. My dad got a job offer in another city, and we packed up and left that house behind. I didn't say it out loud, but I was relieved. The day we left, as I walked through the empty rooms one last time, it felt like a weight had lifted off my shoulders, like I could breathe again. It was the strangest thing. The new house never felt like that. It felt normal, safe, like a house should. I didn't have that constant edge of fear anymore. No more nights lying awake listening for footsteps that weren't there. No more watching the corners of my room, half expecting to see someone standing there. I know how it sounds. I've told this story to a few people over the years, and I can tell they think I'm exaggerating, or maybe that my mind played tricks on me because I was a kid and home alone. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. Those muddy footprints leading into the kitchen and just stopping. The figure standing there. The way the house felt after. No one can convince me otherwise. I'll always remember it, and I'll always be glad we left that place behind. When I think back to that night, I can still feel the cold weight in my chest, the way my breath felt heavy, like I had to remind myself to keep breathing. I was probably 9, maybe 10 years old at the time, though it's hard to pin down the exact age. What sticks with me isn't so much the age, but the hallway, the rooms, the way everything seemed so big and empty at night. Our house wasn't old or anything like that, but when you're a kid, even a normal house can feel huge and strange when it's dark and quiet. And it was always quiet at night, except for the occasional creak of the floorboards or the hum of the fridge in the kitchen. My room was at the end of this long hallway, and I remember the layout clear as day. If you stood in my doorway and looked down the hall, you wouldn't see into the rooms directly across. You'd see into the rooms that were diagonal. The bathroom was one of those diagonal rooms, and the other was my brother's. I always kept my door open, not wide open, but cracked enough so that the glow from the hallway light would spill in just a little. I was afraid of the dark, but I didn't want to admit it, so I told myself that I just liked the hall light on because it helped me see if I needed to get up for any reason. But really, it was because the dark made me feel like there were things out there I couldn't see, and I hated that. That night started off like any other. I got into bed, pulled the covers up to my chin, and stared at the ceiling for a while, waiting for sleep to come. The hallway light was on like usual, casting a warm, soft glow across my room. I remember watching how the light hit my dresser, how it made these soft lines on the floor. It was a small comfort, seeing that light. But then, after I'd been lying there for what felt like forever, the light went out. Just like that, the warm glow was gone, replaced by a dull gray darkness that seemed to swallow my room whole. At first I thought maybe my mom or dad had turned it off, but I didn't hear anyone walking down the hall. The house was silent. I tried to ignore it, pulling the covers up higher, telling myself it was fine, that I didn't need the light, that I was getting older and shouldn't be afraid of a little darkness. But I couldn't shake the feeling that without that light, the hallway wasn't just a hallway anymore. It felt deeper somehow, like it stretched on forever. The shadows seemed heavier. I couldn't take it. I got out of bed and padded down the hall in my socks, careful not to make too much noise. I didn't want to wake anyone up. I reached up to the light switch, flicked it, and nothing. The bulb must have gone out. My heart sank a little. The hallway felt even darker now, like the walls were closing in on me. I knew there were spare bulbs in the bathroom drawer. I didn't want to go in there, but I didn't have much choice. The bathroom back then had this awful brown wallpaper. It was covered in swirls and these dark flowers that almost looked like they'd been scribbled on by a pen running out of ink. The pattern never sat right with me, even during the day. At night, it looked even worse, like the walls weren't solid anymore, like they were moving if I stared too long. I opened the drawer and rummaged through it, my fingers closing around a light bulb wrapped in tissue paper. That's when I felt it, the sensation that makes the hair on your arms stand on end, that tight feeling in your chest like someone's watching you. I didn't see anything at first. I just froze there, my hand on the bulb, my eyes fixed on the doorway. I didn't want to move. I didn't even want to breathe. The feeling wasn't coming from the hallway, or from behind me, or from inside the bathroom. It was coming from the doorway itself, like something was standing right there, just out of view, watching me. I couldn't explain it. It didn't make sense. But I felt it as clearly as I felt the cold tile under my feet. I forced myself to move, grabbed the bulb, and hurried back to the hallway light. My hands were shaking as I screwed it in, flicked the switch. The new bulb worked, and the light came back, a little brighter than before. The glow felt harsh after the darkness. I blinked against it and went back to my room, heart still racing. I crawled under the covers, hoping that was the end of it, that I could close my eyes and sleep. But sleep wouldn't come. I kept my eyes open, staring at the ceiling again, the brighter light spilling into my room. I kept telling myself I was being silly, that I just scared myself because it was dark. But after a while, I started to feel like I wasn't alone. Like the house wasn't empty except for my family sleeping in their rooms. My gaze drifted from the ceiling to the doorway. That's when I saw it. Across the hall, through the open bathroom door, I could see the wallpaper. And in the wallpaper, I saw a face. At first I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, that it was just the pattern. The wallpaper was full of swirls and shapes that could look like anything if you stared long enough. But this was different. The face was clear, too clear. It had eyes, a nose, a mouth. It wasn't detailed like a real face, but the shapes were all there, fitting together in a way that made it impossible to unsee. My heart started pounding again. I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. It felt like if I looked away, it would move or change or come closer. And then it did move. The face didn't stay the same. The shapes shifted, like the wallpaper was alive, like the swirls and lines were sliding around, forming a new face. This one was more human, the features more defined. I felt frozen, unable to look away, unable to call for help. I just lay there, staring at it, my breath caught in my throat. The face kept changing, becoming more and more human-like, but never quite right. The proportions were off. The eyes too big, the nose too long, the mouth twisted. Finally, it settled into a face that reminded me of a witch from one of those old storybooks. Long nose, crooked mouth, even what looked like a pointed hat. But even then, it wasn't still. The face kept shifting, like it couldn't hold its shape. I didn't sleep that night. I just lay there, staring at that spot, too scared to move, too scared to close my eyes. Every time I blinked, I was afraid the face would be closer when I opened them again. But it never came closer. It just stayed there, shifting and changing, staring back at me. When morning came, the sunlight pouring in through the windows, I finally felt like I could breathe again. The face was gone. The wallpaper looked like it always did, just swirls and flowers and shapes that didn't mean anything. I tried to tell myself it was my imagination, that I'd scared myself and started seeing things. But the feeling hadn't gone away. That tight, watched feeling stuck with me all day. Not long after, maybe a couple of weeks, maybe a month, my parents decided to redo the bathroom. The old toilet got replaced, the tile torn out, and that awful wallpaper came down. I remember watching them strip it off, seeing the bare wall underneath. The room felt different after that. Brighter, cleaner. And whatever I'd seen that night, or thought I'd seen, never came back. Looking back on it now, I can see how my mind could have played tricks on me. The light was different, I was tired, scared, and that wallpaper was the perfect kind of pattern to mess with your eyes. Our brains are always trying to make sense of random shapes, turning them into familiar things like faces. I think that's all it was. My mind trying to find something it could understand in the mess of swirls and flowers. But in that moment, it felt real as anything. And even though I know better now, I still can't shake the memory of lying there in the dark, watching that face change and shift, too scared to even blink. It's funny how something as simple as wallpaper can leave such a lasting mark. I've seen a lot of old houses, a lot of strange patterns on walls, but nothing has ever given me that same feeling again. That bathroom, with its brown wallpaper and dark tiles, is long gone, replaced with bright paint and clean floors. The house itself feels smaller now when I visit, not nearly as mysterious or as big as it did when I was a kid. But sometimes, when I'm lying in bed and the room is quiet, I think about that night, about the face in the wallpaper, and I wonder how much of it was real, and how much was just the mind of a scared kid trying to make sense of the dark. I've spent a long time trying to make sense of everything that's happened, but the truth is, I don't think I'll ever fully understand it. Even writing it down now, trying to stick to the facts, I feel that same heaviness in my chest that I used to feel when I was a kid, lying awake in my room, listening to the sounds of the house at night, and wondering if I really was alone. But I'm going to try to tell it as straight as I can, from the beginning, with every detail I can remember, because part of me thinks maybe it will help me finally stop looking over my shoulder. It started before I was even born, or at least that's what my dad always said when I asked him about it. When he was a baby, my grandma used to put him down to sleep upstairs in his crib, leaving the door open while she went about her business downstairs. The way my dad told it, sometimes when she'd come up later to check on him, she'd find his door shut tight, even though she was sure she'd left it open. And every so often, she'd peek in to see him lying there, wide awake, looking at this old rocking chair that sat in the corner of the room. And that chair would be rocking, slow and steady, like someone had just gotten up from it. My dad would be talking to it, or maybe to whatever he thought was sitting in it. But that's all that ever happened to him. He didn't seem too bothered by it. Said it was probably just the house settling or air drafts, or maybe he was just imagining it in the way you do when you look back on your childhood. But even when he said that, I could tell there was a part of him that didn't believe it was nothing. My own first strange memories are a little fuzzier, probably because I was so young. We lived in a house that had a staircase with a landing halfway up, where the stairs took a sharp turn. It had this big, high ceiling over the landing, so it felt sort of open and empty in that space. My parents told me that more than once, they'd find me sitting on that landing, just talking away to no one they could see. When they'd ask me who I was talking to, I'd point up at that high ceiling and tell them, "That man up there." I don't remember what he looked like or what I thought I was seeing, but I do remember the feeling of sitting there, looking up, like I was waiting for something to come down, or maybe hoping it wouldn't. Then there was the night when I was still an infant, maybe not even walking yet. My mom said she woke up out of a dead sleep, just this gut feeling that something was wrong. She thought she'd heard a sound from my room, something that didn't sit right with her. So she got up, went in to check on me, flipped on the light, and found my crib empty. She and my dad panicked. They searched the room and finally found me, sound asleep under this little toy desk on the other side of the room. There was no way I could have crawled out of the crib and gotten there on my own without making some kind of noise or hurting myself in the process. But there I was, peaceful as could be, like I'd chosen that spot on purpose. When I was around 5 or 6, we moved to a suburb of Atlanta. That house was newer, cleaner, and bigger than our old place, and for the most part, I liked it. My room had this huge walk-in closet that I thought was pretty cool at first. It felt like my own little space, like a secret hideout. But after a while, I started to notice how cold it always was in there. Not just a little cool, but cold enough that you could feel it when you got near the door, even in the middle of a Georgia summer when the rest of the house was sweltering. And I started to feel uncomfortable around it, like I didn't want to turn my back on it, like something was watching me from inside. One night stands out more than any other. I was lying in bed, facing the wall, trying to fall asleep. The closet light was on because I was too creeped out to sleep with it off. The glow from it was casting this rectangle of light on the wall in front of me. My eyes were closed at first, but then I got that feeling, the one where your skin prickles and your heart starts to beat faster, even though you don't know why yet. I opened my eyes and stared at the light on the wall, and that's when I saw it, the silhouette of a man wearing what looked like an old-fashioned fedora. The shape was so clear, so solid-looking. It was like he was standing right there in the doorway of the closet. I couldn't move at first. I just lay there, frozen, watching as the figure slowly turned and seemed to walk back into the closet, out of sight. I lay there for a long time after that, too scared to turn around, too scared to move. When I finally got up the nerve to call for my parents, they came in and tried to reassure me, but I could tell they didn't really believe me. They told me to go back to bed, that it was just a shadow, just my imagination. But I knew what I saw. After that, the closet felt worse. I tried to avoid looking at it. I'd pile things in front of the door, but somehow it didn't help. Then there was the night my dog, Monroe, was sleeping on my bed. She was a smart dog, and she didn't usually sleep in my room. But that night she did, and I was glad for it. Until about 2 in the morning when she suddenly shot up, hair bristling, lips pulled back in a snarl. She faced the closet and growled, this low, dangerous sound I'd never heard from her before. That was all I needed. I jumped out of bed, and together we got out of that room as fast as we could. We slept on the guest bed that night, door shut tight, and I don't think I slept much at all. We moved again a few years later, this time down to South Florida. For the most part, things seemed to calm down. Every once in a while the stereo or TV would turn on by itself, but I figured there was probably some electrical issue, maybe a timer I didn't set right. Sometimes I'd hear whispering when the house was quiet, enough to make me get up and check, thinking maybe someone had left a TV on or was up late talking. But the house would always be dark and empty. Once, I found my new dog sitting in the middle of a closed room, shaking all over, like something had scared him half to death. But mostly, things felt lighter there, like whatever it was had stayed behind. Looking back, I don't think it was ever about ghosts or anything like that. I don't believe in ghosts, not really. But I do think that sometimes our minds pick up on things, little details that don't add up, things that make us uneasy for good reason. Maybe it was the shape of the closet, the way it caught shadows. Maybe it was drafts in old houses, weird noises from the pipes or the floorboards. Maybe it was just my own fear feeding itself, building up over the years, making me see things that weren't really there. And Monroe, my brave girl, she didn't need to see shadows or shapes to know when something felt wrong. Dogs are like that. They don't overthink it. They just know. Monroe's gone now. She lived a long, good life, and when the time came, we let her go peacefully. I miss her every day, but I'm grateful for every night she spent by my side, keeping me safe. And since she's been gone, I haven't had that feeling again, that weight on my chest in the middle of the night, that sense of being watched. Maybe that's because I've grown up, learned to explain away the things that used to scare me. Or maybe it's because she really did chase away whatever it was that haunted me all those years. Either way, I like to think of her as my protector, not just from things I could see, but from all the things I couldn't. And that's how I remember her. Monroe, the ghost killer. My best friend, my guardian, my brave, loyal dog who made the dark feel a little less frightening. I've always liked running. It's my way of shutting everything out. The sound of my breathing, the rhythm of my feet against the pavement, the feel of the wind on my face, that's all I need. Every summer, when the weather warms up, I fall back into my regular 5-mile loop. It's a route I know by heart. I could run it with my eyes closed if I had to. It starts on a quiet street near my house, winds through a neighborhood, then joins up with a fairly busy main road before looping back. It's nothing special, just houses, trees, a few shops, but it's familiar. It's comfortable. That day started like any other. The sun was low in the sky when I stepped out the door, casting that soft golden light that makes everything look warmer. I had my running shoes on, my shorts and t-shirt already damp with sweat from the heat, and my iPod strapped to my arm. I scrolled to a playlist, something with a steady beat to keep me going, popped my earbuds in, and started out at a light jog, warming up my legs. The first mile or so was easy. The streets were quiet, the air smelled faintly of cut grass and warm asphalt, and the only sounds were the music in my ears and the steady thump of my feet. My mind started to drift like it always does. I thought about what I'd make for dinner, about work stuff, about random little things that don't really matter. I didn't pay much attention to the few cars that passed on the side streets. It was just a normal run. When I hit the main road, I picked up the pace a little. Cars zipped past every now and then, but there's a wide shoulder, so I felt safe. The sun had dipped lower by then, and long shadows stretched across the road. It was still hot, but a breeze had picked up, carrying with it the faint smell of car exhaust and dust. That's when I saw it, the white van. I didn't think anything of it at first. Just another vehicle. It came up behind me, passed me slowly, and then maybe 100 feet ahead, it pulled off onto the shoulder. It wasn't abrupt or anything. Just eased over to the side, like the driver needed to check something, or maybe take a call. I kept running. No reason not to. But as I got closer, I felt this. I don't know. A weird sense that something was off. I couldn't see the driver clearly. The windows were tinted, and the way the van was angled, the setting sun glared off the windshield, making it impossible to see inside. Still no big deal, I thought. Maybe someone's lost. Maybe they're waiting for someone. But the closer I got, the more uneasy I felt. It was just sitting there. No hazard lights. No door opening. No one getting out. About 50 feet from the van, I made a decision. I crossed the road. The other side didn't have as wide a shoulder, but I figured better safe than sorry. I didn't look at the van. I didn't want to look. I just kept my pace steady, focusing on the ground ahead of me, heart beating a little faster now, but not from the run. I thought that would be the end of it, but I heard it, the crunch of tires on gravel as the van pulled back onto the road. My pulse spiked. I kept running, glancing out of the corner of my eye as it crossed to my side of the road again. It didn't speed up, didn't roar past. It eased up, then pulled over again, maybe 100 feet ahead. Now I was really starting to panic. I didn't have any reason to think this was anything but bad. I crossed the road again, faster this time, my legs shaky but moving. My mind raced. What the hell was this guy doing? Why was he matching my pace, pulling over every time I switched sides? The van moved again, back to my side. Slow, deliberate, like whoever was inside was watching me, waiting for me to do something. I crossed again, practically darting between two cars that were coming up behind me. Horns blared, but I didn't care. My lungs burned, but not from exertion, from fear. When the van pulled over to my side yet again, I stopped. I couldn't just keep zigzagging across the road. My heart was hammering in my chest so hard I could hear it over my music. That's when I yanked the earbuds out. The sudden silence was deafening. No more pounding bass in my ears, just my ragged breathing and the distant hum of traffic. I looked around, desperate. The stretch of road I was on had no houses close by, no open businesses, just a long, empty shoulder, a couple of fences, and some overgrown lots. Nowhere to run except the road, or maybe up one of the driveways that led to locked gates. That's when I spotted it, a chunk of concrete, or maybe a big rock lying on the side of the road. Without thinking, I grabbed it. It was heavy, rough against my palm, but it felt good to have something. My hand clenched around it tight enough that my knuckles turned white. I took a few steps forward, then stopped. I stood there, rock in hand, legs trembling, and stared at the van. I couldn't see inside. The windows were too dark, the angle too bad. But I knew someone was in there, watching me. I could feel it. The standoff started. 5 minutes, maybe more. It felt like forever. Neither of us moved. The van sat there, engine idling so low I could barely hear it over the thudding of my own pulse. I kept my eyes on it, shoulders tense, ready to hurl that rock if I had to. My arms felt weak, but I held on. Cars passed. A few slowed, probably wondering what I was doing standing there in the fading light, glaring at a van with a rock in my hand like some lunatic. I hoped one of them would stop, but none did. And then finally, the van pulled away. No screeching tires, no rush. Just slowly eased back onto the road and drove off, the taillights glowing faintly red as it disappeared around a bend. I stood there for a while, my whole body shaking. I felt sweat drip down my back, my shirt clinging to me like a second skin. My mouth was dry. My legs felt like they might give out. When I was sure it was really gone, I let the rock drop from my hand. My fingers were stiff, like they didn't want to unclench. I took a shaky breath and started walking. I didn't run. Couldn't. My energy was gone. My confidence was gone. Every sound made me jump. A bird rustling in the bushes, the distant whine of another car, even the wind rattling a loose street sign. I didn't put my earbuds back in. The thought of drowning out the world again made my skin crawl. I wanted to hear everything. Every car that passed, every crunch of gravel, every footstep. I needed to be ready. It took longer than usual to get home. The walk felt endless, like the distance had doubled somehow. The sun had dipped below the horizon by the time I turned onto my street. The sky was a deep blue, fading fast. Streetlights flickered on, casting little islands of light on the pavement. When I finally reached my front door, I paused, looking up and down the street, half expecting to see the van again, lurking somewhere in the shadows. But there was nothing, just the quiet hum of a summer evening settling in. Inside, I locked the door behind me, bolted it, checked it twice. I pulled the curtains closed, turned off the porch light. My heart was still racing, my skin prickling with leftover fear. I poured a glass of water, hands trembling so bad I spilled some on the counter. I didn't run that loop for a while after that. I changed my routes, ran earlier in the day, stuck to busier areas where people were around. And even now, when I lace up my shoes and head out the door, there's always a little part of me that's looking over my shoulder, watching for a white van. When I was about 18, I was living alone in this apartment in New York City. It wasn't anything fancy, just one of those old buildings that had probably been standing for decades before I was even born. The walls were thick but cracked in places, and the wood floors creaked under my weight no matter how carefully I tried to step. It had its charm, I guess, but during the summer it felt like a prison of heat. The building seemed to hold onto every ounce of warmth, trapping it inside like it didn't want to let go. It was the middle of summer, and that week had been brutal. The heat was relentless. I remember checking the weather one afternoon and seeing the temperature red, just over 100 degrees, and it stayed that way for days. The air felt heavy, like trying to breathe through a wet blanket. My apartment was high up, and without any real breeze, it just baked in the sun all day. By nightfall, it wasn't much better. The heat rose and sat there, pressed down on me like it had weight. I had an air conditioner, but it was ancient, probably older than me, honestly. It groaned and rattled when it was on, loud enough that I couldn't hear myself think, let alone try to sleep. My mom never believed in air conditioning anyway. She'd tell me stories about growing up in Malaysia, about how they never had it and managed just fine. I guess I inherited some of that stubbornness, or maybe I just convinced myself I could handle it too. So I left the AC off most nights, even when the apartment felt like a furnace. That night I remember vividly. The kind of night that sticks in your mind, even years later, not because anything supernatural happened, but because of the sheer helplessness of it all. I was lying there in bed, completely naked, because it was the only thing that made sense in that kind of heat. Even the sheets felt like too much, so I'd pushed them off hours earlier. My skin stuck to the mattress every time I shifted, the thin layer of sweat making the fabric cling to me. I'd been having bad cramps for a few months by then, but that night was something else. It started as a dull ache, low in my abdomen, and I tried to ignore it. I'd been lying on my back, staring at the ceiling, listening to the sounds of the city outside. Car horns, sirens in the distance, the occasional burst of voices from people walking below my window. It was all familiar, background noise that usually helped me feel less alone in that big, empty apartment. But as the minutes passed, the pain grew worse. It was sharp, almost blinding in its intensity. Like something inside me was twisting, pulling tight, and wouldn't let go. I remember curling up on my side, pulling my knees to my chest, hoping the position would help somehow. It didn't. I tried lying flat again, stretching out, as if maybe giving the pain space would ease it. That didn't work either. The room felt smaller, hotter. The air was thick, unmoving, and I couldn't catch a deep breath without feeling like I was suffocating. I started crying without even realizing it. The tears just came, mixing with the sweat on my face, running down into my hair, onto the pillow. I sobbed quietly at first, but soon the sounds came out louder. Little gasps, moans, words that didn't make sense. I wasn't thinking clearly. The pain had taken over everything. My head, my body, my thoughts. I kept hoping it would ease up, that it would pass like it had in the months before. But it didn't. At some point, I remembered the bottle of ibuprofen I'd found in my dad's old stuff when I'd moved in. I hadn't thought much of it at the time, just tossed it into the bathroom cabinet with the rest of the random junk. But now it felt like my only option. I stumbled out of bed, feet sticking to the warm floorboards, and made my way to the bathroom. The hallway seemed longer than it ever had before. I was dizzy, my vision blurry. The walls felt like they were tilting, like I was walking through a funhouse. I must have bumped into the walls a dozen times, my shoulders scraping along the paint, my hip knocking into the doorframe as I tried to steady myself. I found the bottle, hands shaking so badly I almost dropped it. The pills rattled inside, louder than they should have, like they were mocking me. I didn't care that they were expired. I swallowed a few dry, the chalky taste sticking in my throat, then leaned against the sink, trying to catch my breath. I splashed cold water on my face, though it wasn't really cold, just cooler than the air, enough to shock me for a second. My reflection in the mirror scared me. My face was pale, drawn, eyes wide and red from crying. My hair stuck to my skin in damp clumps. I didn't look like myself. I didn't feel like myself. I stayed there for a while, gripping the edge of the sink, trying to will the medicine to work faster. My stomach churned, not from nausea, but from the pain that wouldn't let up. Eventually, I made my way back toward the bedroom, hoping I could lie down and sleep it off. But as soon as I stepped out of the bathroom, my legs gave out. I didn't even have time to catch myself. I collapsed onto the floor, the wood cool against my skin, and for a second, it felt like relief. Not from the pain, but from the heat. I pressed my cheek against the boards, curled up on my side, arms wrapped around my middle. I stayed like that, too exhausted to move, too drained to cry anymore. I must have drifted off. I don't remember falling asleep, just waking up. The sun had started to rise, casting soft light through the windows. The city outside was waking up too, cars, voices, life returning to the streets. The pain was still there, but dulled. Manageable. I could breathe again without wanting to scream. I stayed on the floor for a while longer, listening to the world outside, feeling the air start to stir as the morning breeze found its way through the cracks in the window frame. Eventually I got up, slowly, carefully, every movement measured so I wouldn't set off another wave of pain. I took a shower, letting the lukewarm water run over me, washing away the sweat, the tears, the fear. I got dressed, made tea, sat by the window, and watched the city move. I didn't tell anyone about that night. I didn't know how. It felt too raw, too personal. And what was there to say? That I'd spent the night naked on the floor, crying, broken by my own body? Weeks later, I went to the doctor. I started birth control, and the cramps got better over time. Life went on, but I never forgot that night. The way the heat and the pain and the isolation combined into something that felt like it might break me. The way I felt so small in that apartment, so alone despite being surrounded by millions of people. And every summer since, when the heat returns and the city bakes under the sun, I remember that night. And I'm grateful that I got through it, even if no one ever knew just how hard it was. When I was 9 years old and in 4th grade, I went to a winter camp that my whole grade attended. It was in February, and the camp was a couple of hours away from where we lived. It was my first time going somewhere like that without my parents, so I was both excited and nervous. The camp was in a rural area, surrounded by hills and forests. We stayed in small lodges, 6 or 8 of us in a room, and spent our days doing winter activities like sledding, hiking in the snow, and sitting around the fire at night. I remember the cold air stinging my cheeks, the way our boots would crunch down on the snow, and how our breath would hang in the air like little clouds when we talked. On one of the nights near the end of the trip, the teachers organized a campfire for us. It was the highlight of the whole week, for most of us. We had to walk a bit away from the lodges to this spot at the bottom of a hill where they had a fire pit. The teachers brought marshmallows, and we sat on logs around the fire, watching the flames dance and sending little sparks up into the dark sky. The snow around the fire glowed orange from the flames, and the night was so quiet that we could hear the crackle of the wood burning. The stars above us seemed brighter than I had ever seen them. Up at the top of the hill, there was a house. It was set back a bit from the edge of the hill, with trees scattered around it. We'd noticed it during the day when we went sledding, and some kids had made up stories about who lived there. Some said it was an old man who hated kids. Others said it was abandoned. The truth was none of us knew, and no one really cared that night. We were just enjoying the fire, laughing, and having fun. But then, something happened that I'll never forget. We saw a figure coming down the hill towards us. At first, we couldn't really see him clearly because of the dark and the way the firelight flickered. But as he got closer, we saw that it was a man, bundled up in a heavy coat, with his hands jammed into his pockets. His face was hard to make out at first, but as he stepped into the glow of the fire, I could see he looked angry. His jaw was clenched tight, and his eyes darted around at all of us. He didn't say much at first, just shouted at us to quiet down. The tone of his voice sent a shiver down my spine, and I remember the fire suddenly didn't feel warm anymore. Some of the teachers tried to calm him down, telling him we'd keep it down, that we didn't mean to bother anyone, but he didn't seem to want to hear it. He kept glaring at us, and then without any warning, he stepped forward and punched one of the teachers. It was so fast that I barely saw it happen. The teacher fell back into the snow, clutching his face, and for a second no one moved. It was like the world froze for a moment, the fire popping and crackling the only sound I could hear. Then, just as quickly, the man turned and walked back up the hill towards his house, leaving all of us stunned and silent. The teachers gathered us up and hurried us back to the lodges, making sure we were all okay. The teacher who got punched had a bloody nose and a bruise on his cheek, but he tried to laugh it off, saying he was fine. That night, no one talked much. We just lay in our bunks, listening to the wind outside, and I kept thinking about that man and how angry he had been. I didn't sleep much. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his face, twisted in anger. We left camp the next morning, and for the most part, I tried to put it out of my mind. School started up again, and soon it felt like just a weird, scary memory. Life went on. Then, in June, something happened that brought it all back. I was at the mall with a friend of mine. It was the start of summer break, and we had gone to look at video games and maybe get ice cream if we had enough money left over. We spent a while wandering around, and just as we were leaving, we spotted one of the teachers from camp standing outside near the parking lot. He recognized us and came over to say hi. We were just standing there, chatting, when we heard a scream. It wasn't a long scream, just a short, sharp one, but loud enough that it made everyone in the area turn their heads. The sound came from the far end of the parking lot, near some cars that were parked under a few trees. My friend and I looked over, and so did the teacher. That's when I saw him, the man from the campfire. I froze. It was like I was back at camp, sitting by the fire, seeing him come down the hill again. He was standing by a car with the door open. It happened so fast, but I remember the details so clearly. He shoved something, or someone into the car, slammed the door shut, and then looked right at us. His face was just as angry as I remembered. He shouted at us to mind our own business, told us to fuck off, and then got into the car and sped off. For a few seconds, we just stood there, stunned. The teacher quickly pulled out his phone and called the police, describing the man and the car as best he could. My heart was pounding so hard I could barely hear what he was saying. It felt like my stomach was tied in a knot. The police came and talked to us, took down what we saw, and promised they would look into it. I couldn't stop thinking about it for days afterward. Who had he shoved into that car? What was he doing 2 hours away from that house on the hill? A few weeks later, I saw something in the newspaper that made my skin crawl. The headline wasn't huge, just a small article off to the side, but the name of the town where we had camped caught my eye. The police had searched the man's house, the one on the hill. They found it abandoned. He and his wife had left. No one knew when exactly, but neighbors said it seemed like they had left in a hurry. Inside the house, the police found something that gave me chills. They found a child's bedroom. It was set up like any normal kid's room. Small bed with superhero sheets, toys scattered on the floor, posters on the wall. But according to the article, the man and his wife never had kids. The neighbors confirmed it. They had lived there for years and never once mentioned having a child. Never had a kid come visit, nothing. The police wouldn't say much more at the time, just that they were looking into it. The article said they were trying to track down the man and his wife, but so far had no leads. After reading that, I couldn't stop thinking about what we saw in that parking lot. I kept seeing that moment in my head, him pushing someone into the car, the look on his face, the way he sped off. I thought about that room in the house, set up like a kid lived there, but no kid ever did. I wondered who that room had been for, or if maybe at one point there had been a kid and something had happened to them. I never found out the whole story. The man and his wife never came back to that house, and as far as I know, the police never caught them. The house was eventually boarded up, and the last time I heard anything about it was a couple of years later, when someone bought the property and tore it down to build something new. But even now, years later, I still think about that night at the campfire and that day at the mall. I think about the man's face and that kid's room in the house on the hill, and I wonder what really happened and who that man really was. I was 10 years old when it happened. It was 1993, and I lived in California. My great-grandmother had passed away just a few days earlier. She was someone I had known my whole life. We called her Mama Mary. That's what the MM stood for, Mary Martinez. She was old, the oldest person I knew, and she had lived a full life. I remember seeing her at family gatherings, always sitting quietly in her chair with a small smile, always wearing the same kind of simple dress, always with her hair tied back neatly. She didn't talk much, at least not to us kids, but she would give us soft candies from her purse when she thought no one was looking. After the funeral, everything felt different. The house felt quieter. The air felt heavier. I don't know if it was just in my head, but even the light outside seemed dimmer. My parents had to run some errands that day, so they dropped me off at my uncle's house. My uncle lived in a modest home with a large backyard, the kind of backyard that seemed endless to a kid. There was a patio, a patch of grass that had gone a bit dry in the summer heat, and beyond that, some fruit trees and a wooden fence that had started to lean from age. My cousins were already there, 3 of them. They were all close in age to me, so we got along well. We spent the afternoon watching TV in the living room. I remember the show that was on. It was some kind of cartoon, but I wasn't really paying attention. My mind kept drifting back to the funeral. The image of my great-grandmother's casket kept coming back to me. The flowers, the smell of the church, the way everyone's face looked so serious, so sad. Outside, my uncle was mowing the lawn. I could hear the hum of the push mower through the open window. It was a warm day, but not as hot as some summer days could get. The kind of day where the sun felt strong, but there was still a bit of breeze if you stood in the shade. My uncle went back and forth across the lawn, taking his time, stopping now and then to wipe the sweat from his forehead. At some point, he decided to take a break. I saw him through the window push the mower over to the edge of the concrete patio. He rested it there, the metal blades facing down, and walked toward the house. I heard the screen door creak open and slam shut behind him. He went into the kitchen for a drink. I remember hearing the sound of the refrigerator door opening, then the clink of a glass on the counter. Right then, as he was inside, something strange happened. We were still sitting in the living room. No one had said much for a while. We were just sitting, the cartoon playing, the occasional sound of the house settling. And then I felt it, a sudden rush of cold air. It was like someone had opened a freezer door right behind me. It wasn't a breeze from outside. The windows were open, but the air outside was warm. This was different. This was cold enough to give me goosebumps. I looked at my cousins. They felt it too. I could see it on their faces. One of them even rubbed his arms like he was trying to warm up. It lasted only a few seconds, just long enough for us all to notice it, to look at each other in confusion, and then it was gone. The air went back to normal, warm and still. I didn't know what to make of it, but before I could really think about it, we heard my uncle yell. He was outside again. His voice was loud, panicked almost. We heard him shout, "Oh my God!" We jumped up from the couch and ran toward the backyard. I remember my heart pounding as I ran, not sure what I was about to see. We got outside, and he was standing near the mower. His face was pale, his eyes wide. He pointed down at the ground and asked us, in a voice that was shaky and angry at the same time, which one of us did it. We didn't know what he was talking about. He kept pointing, so we stepped closer to look. There, right where the mower had been resting on the concrete, were the letters MM. It was clear as day. The letters were about a foot tall, maybe more, and they looked like they had been written in grass stains. The greenish smudges formed perfect capital letters. Not sloppy, not accidental. It was like someone had carefully written them there, but there was no one around. Just us, and we hadn't done anything. My uncle bent down and touched the letters, as if he thought they might rub off on his fingers, but they didn't. He stood up and looked at us again, still waiting for one of us to admit to some kind of prank, but we had nothing to say. We were just as confused as he was. We stood around it for a while, not sure what to do. My uncle finally said we should take a picture of it. He went inside and got his camera. We all stood around the letters and smiled awkwardly while he snapped a photo. I don't know why we smiled. Maybe because we didn't know what else to do. Maybe because we were trying to act like it wasn't weird or scary. After that, he got out the pressure washer. He sprayed the concrete with water, trying to wash away the letters. The water splashed and ran in little streams toward the grass, but the letters stayed. He sprayed harder, closer, but still they didn't budge. It was like they were part of the concrete now. No matter what he did, they wouldn't come off. We went back inside eventually, but I kept going to the window to look. The letters were still there, clear as ever. The sun started to set, casting long shadows across the yard. The MM seemed to glow in that strange light, like it was reflecting the last bit of the day. That night, I had trouble sleeping. I kept thinking about it, about the cold air, about the letters, about Mama Mary. I tried to tell myself it was just some weird coincidence. Maybe the mower had picked up some grass in just the right way. Maybe the blades had somehow stamped it on the concrete. But no matter how much I tried to convince myself, it didn't feel right. It didn't feel like an accident. Over the next few days, the letters stayed there. Every time we went outside, we'd look at them. The green of the stains didn't fade at first. It was like they were fresh every time I saw them. But slowly, after maybe 3 or 4 days, they started to disappear. The green turned lighter, more yellow, and then eventually the letters blended back into the color of the concrete, like they had never been there at all. We never did figure out how it happened. My uncle stopped talking about it after a while. Maybe he didn't want to think about it. Maybe he didn't want to believe that something unexplainable had happened right there in his backyard. But I kept thinking about it. Even now, all these years later, I can picture it perfectly. The letters, the way they looked, the way they didn't come off no matter what we did. I sometimes wonder if it really meant anything. If it was some kind of sign, or just something my young mind turned into a mystery because I was already feeling sad and scared after losing my great-grandmother. I never saw anything like it again. Never felt that same cold rush of air. But I never forgot it. And whenever I think about it, I get that same chill down my spine that I felt that day, standing in the backyard, staring at those green letters on the concrete, wondering what it all meant. It started as just another lazy night in college. The kind of night where there's nothing planned, but you know you'll end up doing something anyway, because sitting in the dorm staring at the ceiling isn't going to cut it. My friend and I decided we'd make a run to the convenience store a few blocks away. The place wasn't anything special, just the usual dingy shop that stayed open late, and sold the essentials we lived on. Beer, cigarettes, maybe a bag of chips if we were feeling like splurging. I remember how cold the air felt that night when we stepped out. Not freezing, but enough that you could see your breath if you really exhaled hard. The streets were mostly empty, a soft breeze pushing loose paper and leaves along the curb. Streetlights flickered the way they always did in that neighborhood. Never quite steady, always like they were on the verge of dying. The walk down was uneventful. We talked about the usual stuff, classes, girls, how much we hated our professors. The store smelled like stale bread and cleaning products. We grabbed what we came for, paid, and stepped back out into the night, the bags heavy in our hands, the cold biting a little more now. It was on the walk back when things started to get strange. I remember glancing up because of how quiet it was. No cars, no people, not even the usual sound of the city in the background. Just the faint hum of a streetlight and our own footsteps on the cracked sidewalk. That's when I saw it, a steady red light hanging in the sky. At first, I thought maybe it was just a plane, but it wasn't blinking like a plane light should. It didn't move, just hung there, way too bright. The kind of bright that made you squint, like when someone shines a laser pointer near your eyes. It wasn't glaring like looking directly at the sun or anything, but it had this sharp, unnatural quality. I stopped walking without realizing it, just staring at it, trying to figure it out. My friend noticed it too, standing next to me, both of us now quiet. And then there were two more. They appeared so suddenly, it was like they blinked into existence. They weren't as bright as the first one, but they formed a straight line, perfectly spaced, no wobble, no shift. Just steady, red lights in a dead straight line. I felt the hair on my arms stand up. The kind of feeling you get when you realize you're seeing something you shouldn't be. I don't know how long we stood there staring. Could have been seconds, could have been longer. The lights started to shift then, slow and smooth. They moved into a triangle, perfect angles, perfect distance. Not rushed, no jerky movements like a helicopter or a drone might do. It was precise. That's when the hum started. At first, it was barely there. Like when you stand near a transformer box, and you can just feel that electric hum through your body more than you can hear it. But it got louder, deeper. I could feel it vibrating in my chest, in my teeth even. It wasn't deafening, but it was strong, like standing next to some massive piece of machinery running full tilt. The air felt thick. We both started to move then, like instinct kicked in. We weren't running yet, just walking faster, trying not to look like we were panicking even though that's exactly what we were doing inside. As soon as we broke eye contact with the lights, that's when the pressure hit. It was sudden, like my whole head got squeezed in a vice. A splitting pain shot through my skull, sharp and hot, like nothing I'd ever felt before. My body felt heavy, like I'd been dropped into water. Every step was harder than the last, like the air had turned to syrup. I glanced at my friend and could see the same thing on his face. Eyes wide, mouth open like he was trying to say something but couldn't. His face was pale, sweaty, like he was about to pass out. We looked up again, and the lights were right above us. Not off in the sky anymore, but directly overhead. 3 red lights, bright enough now that everything around us was bathed in this eerie glow. They didn't look solid, more like they were pulsing, vibrating, almost like they weren't quite holding their shape. And the heat, God, the heat. It felt like standing under a massive heat lamp. Not fire hot, but this intense, irritating warmth that made your skin crawl. The hum was so loud now that it wasn't just sound, it was feeling. My bones felt like they were shaking apart. My ears were ringing, high-pitched and sharp. And worst of all, we couldn't move. Not an inch. Like something had clamped down on us, held us in place. My legs wouldn't respond. My arms hung useless at my sides. I felt like I was drowning, like every breath was an effort, like the air was pushing back against me. I remember trying to scream, but nothing came out. My throat worked, but the sound didn't. My vision started to blur at the edges, like I was about to black out. The lights seemed closer, the heat stronger, the hum louder. It felt like it was building to something, like any second it was going to end, and I didn't know how. And then nothing. It was like someone flipped a switch. The lights were gone. The heat was gone. The hum was gone. 1 second, everything was overwhelming. The next, silence. Cold air hit my face, making me realize just how hot I'd been. The street was empty. The same flickering streetlights. The same breeze pushing scraps of paper along the curb. My friend and I stood there for a second, like we were waiting for it to start again. But it didn't. I felt my legs again. My head still hurt, but the pressure was gone. My ears rang for a while, but even that faded. We didn't say anything. We just started walking again, faster this time, back towards campus. When we got back to the dorm, we told our roommates what happened. They laughed, said we must have been drunk or high or both. But we weren't. I wish we were, because at least then it would make sense. We hadn't touched a drink yet. We just wanted to pick up supplies. And that was the thing, we weren't out in the middle of nowhere. We were in the middle of a town, on a street we walked every day. But no one else saw anything. No one else heard anything. Just us. For a long time after that, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I'd catch myself glancing up at the sky, half expecting to see those lights again. Every time I heard a hum from a transformer or a piece of machinery, my heart would race. We talked about it a few times, me and my friend, but it always ended the same way. We didn't know what to make of it. We weren't the kind of guys who believed in UFOs or aliens or any of that. But what we saw, what we felt, that was real. Too real to just shrug off. It's been years now, but I still think about it. Still remember the heat, the hum, the feeling of being trapped in my own body. And the way it all just stopped, like it was never there at all. I don't know what it was. Maybe some kind of military tech being tested. Maybe something else. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And I know I'll never forget it. It was a couple of years ago, but I remember that night like it was yesterday. The kind of memory that sticks with you no matter how much time passes, like it's burned into your brain. My wife, who was still my girlfriend back then, and I were heading out to a friend's place for the weekend. He had a small house out on the water, a quiet spot he'd bought to get away from the noise of the city. We'd been looking forward to the trip all week, excited to leave behind the concrete and noise, the endless hum of traffic, and just relax by the shore for a few days. It was late when we left, later than we planned because work ran over, as it always seemed to. By the time we were on the road, the sun had long since disappeared, and the world outside the car windows was wrapped in darkness. The highway was quiet, not many other cars out that way at that hour, just the sound of our tires humming along the asphalt and the occasional flicker of headlights from a vehicle passing the other way. The route we took was familiar. We'd been down it a few times before, though not often at night. On one side of the road was the shoreline, the dark water just barely visible beyond a thin strip of sand and rocks. On the other side was a golf course, closed for the night, of course, with its well-kept greens hidden in shadow. I always liked that stretch of road, especially during the day, when the view of the water made the drive peaceful. But at night, it felt different, more isolated, like the world shrunk down to just the bit of road our headlights touched. We were maybe 20 minutes from our friend's place when we came to a gradual bend in the road. It wasn't a sharp turn, just a long, slow curve that followed the edge of the water. I had one hand resting on the wheel, the other on my leg, the kind of relaxed driving posture you get into on an easy, open stretch of road. The radio was playing softly, just enough to break the silence. That's when it happened. As we came around the curve, my headlights swept across the road ahead, and I saw it. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. Just for a second, I figured maybe it was a shadow, a trick of the light, maybe a tree or a sign casting some weird shape across the road. But no, this was different. This wasn't a shadow cast on the road. It was a figure. It was big. I mean huge. Easily over 9 feet tall. I could tell because it passed in front of one of those reflective road signs, one of the tall ones they put up on that stretch to warn about sharp turns or speed limits. The figure blocked part of the sign as it moved, and that's how I realized just how massive it was. But the part that got me wasn't just the size. It was the way it looked. It wasn't solid. You could kind of see through it, like it was made of smoke or fog or something. Not entirely clear, not invisible, but not solid either. A black silhouette, but soft around the edges. And the way it moved, it was smooth, almost gliding, not hurried, not stumbling. It crossed the road from the shoreline side, passed in front of the sign, and headed off onto the golf course side. I kept my eyes on it, my hands tightening on the wheel without even realizing it. My heart was beating faster, that kind of low thump you feel in your chest when something isn't right, even if your brain hasn't caught up yet. My first thought was maybe it was an animal. A bear, maybe? But no, nothing moved like that. Nothing that size would glide like that. And besides, it had a shape, head, shoulders, long arms hanging at its sides. It looked human in a way, but stretched like a shadow cast by a low sun, elongated and wrong. I kept driving, slower now, my eyes flicking between the road ahead and the spot where the figure had disappeared onto the golf course. I didn't see anything else, no movement, no sign of it. The whole thing lasted maybe 5 seconds, maybe less, but it felt longer, like time had slowed down just for that moment, long enough for every detail to burn itself into my memory. I didn't say anything at first. I didn't want to sound crazy. I told myself it had to have been a trick of the light, maybe a shadow from my headlights as we came around the bend, mixing with the trees or a sign. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. Then I glanced over at my girlfriend. She was looking at me, her eyes wide, her face pale even in the dim light of the car. She didn't say anything either, not at first. We just looked at each other for a moment, like we were both waiting for the other to explain it away. I tried. I really did. I kept telling myself it was just a shadow, or maybe a patch of fog lit up weird by the headlights. But no matter how many times I went over it in my head, it didn't add up. The way it moved, the way it blocked out part of the sign, the size of it, none of that fit with a shadow or fog. The rest of the drive passed in silence. We both kept our eyes on the road, on the edges of the darkness beyond the reach of the headlights. Every so often, I'd glance at the golf course, half expecting to see that shape again, standing among the trees or by one of the sand traps. But there was nothing. We got to my friend's place without any more strange sights, and we didn't mention it right away. Not that night. I think we were both trying to push it out of our minds, to convince ourselves it hadn't happened. We unpacked the car, settled in, and tried to enjoy the weekend. But even now, years later, I can still see it in my mind. Clear as anything. That massive, shadowy shape crossing the road, blocking the sign, gliding onto the golf course like it belonged there. Since that night, anytime I drive that stretch of road at night, I find myself tensing up as I come to that bend. My eyes automatically scan the edges of the road, the signs, the trees, the shoreline. I've never seen it again. And believe me, I've tried. I've driven that road in all kinds of conditions. Clear nights, foggy ones, rain, moonlight, no moon. I've paid close attention to how the headlights hit the signs and trees, trying to recreate whatever it was we saw. But I never can. The more I thought about it over the years, the more I came to believe that what we saw wasn't something paranormal or ghostly. I don't believe in that stuff. I think it was something real, something explainable, just not in a way I understood at the time. Maybe it was a large animal. Maybe something about the light and shadows created an illusion that my brain filled in with a shape. I read once about how the human brain tries to make sense of things it doesn't recognize by turning random patterns into familiar forms. Maybe that's what happened. Or maybe it was just a 1 in a million combination of conditions, light, angle, fatigue from a long day, that made us both see the same strange thing at the same moment. Whatever it was, I know what I saw. I know what we both saw. And even if I can't explain it, even if I've never seen it again, I'll never forget it. Every time I come around that bend, I slow down, just a little, and I keep my eyes open, watching the edges of the dark, half expecting that tall, shadowy figure to step out onto the road again. But so far it hasn't, and maybe that's for the best. I was 14 at the time, the kind of age where you feel like you're invincible, like nothing can really hurt you as long as you're with your friends. It was a summer afternoon, the kind where the air feels heavy and the heat clings to your skin. Me and about 5 of my buddies had been riding our bikes around the neighborhood, like we always did when school was out and we had nothing else to do. The sun was still high in the sky, though it was starting its slow drop toward the horizon, casting long shadows behind everything. We didn't have a real plan that day. We were just cruising around, talking trash, seeing who could pop the longest wheelie, who could skid the farthest without wiping out. The neighborhood was quiet, like most summer afternoons, with the hum of window AC units and the occasional bark of a dog breaking the silence. After a while, we ended up near the local middle school. It wasn't far from where we all lived. The school stood there, empty and still, the way schools always seem in the summer, like the life had been sucked out of it and wouldn't return until the kids came back in the fall. We started riding around the sidewalks that circled the school, racing each other, cutting across patches of grass, seeing who could jump the curb without wrecking. After a while, we slowed down, sweaty and out of breath, and coasted toward the edge of the school grounds where the woods began. These weren't massive woods or anything like that. just a small patch of trees and undergrowth that separated the school from the soccer fields beyond. But to us back then, it felt like real woods, thick, wild, mysterious. We all rolled to a stop near the edge of the trees, our bikes creaking as we balanced on them, the tires crackling against the bits of gravel and dry grass. The woods always had this way of pulling us toward them, like we couldn't help but stare in. There was a narrow dirt path that led through the trees, and if you followed it far enough, it would take you over this tiny wooden bridge, really just a few planks laid across a narrow ditch, and then it opened up onto the fields where we sometimes played soccer or just goofed around. The path was mostly hidden by the undergrowth until you were right up on it, and that added to the whole feeling that anything could be waiting in there. We started talking, like we always did when we came near the woods. Joking mostly, but the kind of joking where you're trying to cover up that little flicker of nervousness. We all remembered times we'd gone into those woods, either alone or with a buddy, and weird stuff we'd heard or thought we saw. I told them about the time I'd gone in with one of my friends, how we'd been poking around in the brush, and I could have sworn I saw something move. I'd stared hard at that spot, trying to figure it out, but my friend just laughed it off and we'd left. My other friends started sharing their stories too. One of them said he'd gone in there once and found what looked like a campsite. Just a patch of ground cleared out with garbage bags spread out like someone had been using them to sleep on. Another said he'd heard what sounded like footsteps behind him, but when he turned, there was nothing there. We all agreed that every time we'd gone in there, it felt like the woods were watching us somehow, like we weren't alone. And then there was the rumor. Every neighborhood has its stories, and ours was that a strange homeless guy lived in those woods. Nobody knew where the story started, but it had been around for as long as I could remember. Supposedly, he'd built himself a shelter somewhere in there, and he came out at night looking for food or whatever he could find. Some said he was harmless, others said he was crazy and dangerous. We didn't really know, but standing there talking about it, it felt more real than ever. I remember exactly how it was. I was facing the woods, straddling my bike, my hands resting on the handlebars. My friends were all facing me, their backs to the woods, their bikes pointing toward the school. We were laughing, trying to act like we weren't spooked, when I heard it, a rustling in the bushes. At first, I thought maybe it was just a squirrel or something, but it was louder, heavier. My heart started beating faster. And then he came out. The man burst through the bushes like something had set him off. He wasn't just walking out, he was charging. His hair was long and wild. His clothes were dirty and torn, and there was this wild look in his eyes that made my blood run cold. He didn't say anything. He just came straight at us. For a second, I couldn't move. I just stood there, frozen, watching as he barreled toward us. I managed to scream, loud and sharp, and I pointed behind my friends, trying to warn them, trying to tell them to run. They took off in all directions, their bikes clattering as they turned and pedaled as fast as they could. Because they'd been facing me, they didn't see him at first. They just saw my face, heard the panic in my voice, and bolted. But I was still there. I was still trying to get my bike turned around, trying to get my feet on the pedals. The bike felt too big, too heavy, like it didn't want to move. My foot slipped off the pedal, and I almost went down. The man was getting closer, his feet pounding the ground, his hands reaching out. I could hear him breathing, ragged and fast. Somehow, I managed to get my foot back on the pedal and push off just as he lunged. I felt the air move behind me as his hands closed on nothing. I didn't look back. I didn't dare. I just pedaled as hard as I could, my legs burning, my heart slamming against my ribs. The sound of him chasing me faded behind me, but I didn't slow down. I tore out of there, not caring where my friends had gone, not caring about anything except getting away. The houses blurred past me, the wind stung my eyes, but I kept going until I was back in my neighborhood, back where I felt safe. Eventually, my friends and I found each other again. We were all shaken, breathing hard, too scared to even joke about what had happened. Nobody wanted to go back to those woods after that. Even just passing by on our bikes made us uneasy. The place felt different now, like it really did belong to that man, like we'd seen something we weren't supposed to see. I never told my parents about it. I didn't want them to freak out or forbid me from riding around with my friends. But after that day, I was different. I'd look over my shoulder more. I'd get a chill when the wind rattled the branches in the trees. And no matter how many times I told myself it was just a man, just someone down on his luck, not some monster or ghost, I couldn't shake the feeling of those woods watching me waiting. I still rode my bike, still hung out with my friends, but we stayed clear of that path, clear of that bridge, clear of the woods. Even now, years later, I think about it sometimes. The way he came out of the bushes, the look in his eyes, the sheer panic I felt trying to get away. It's burned into my memory, that moment when everything changed. And every so often, when I drive past that old school, I glance toward the woods, half expecting to see a figure standing just beyond the trees, watching, waiting. But I never do, and maybe that's for the best. My friend's house always had this heavy feeling to it. I don't really know how else to describe it. The kind of place where the air inside felt thicker than it should, like it held on to things that had happened there long before you ever set foot inside. My buddy Jason had lived there with his wife and their little boy for about 3 years when this all went down. From the first time I visited, I noticed the odd creaks in the floorboards that didn't match any footstep, or how the corners of the rooms always seemed darker than they should be, even with all the lights on. It wasn't just me being jumpy or superstitious. Jason would openly talk about it. His wife, too. And even their kid, barely old enough to string full sentences together, would mention the old man. We all knew about the old man. It wasn't like some campfire tale, or something we tried to scare ourselves with. It was just a fact of that house, like the paint on the walls or the old furnace that groaned in the winter. Sometimes at night when we were over there, you'd hear footsteps upstairs when everyone was downstairs, or the sound of someone pacing the kitchen when nobody was in it. Drawers would be open that you swore you'd closed. Little things like that. Stuff you could brush off at first, but after a while it added up. We all just accepted it in our own ways. One Saturday, Jason decided to have a little get-together at his place. Just some close friends, a few beers, burgers on the grill, nothing crazy. It was a nice day, warm but not too hot, that kind of weather that makes you want to stay outside all day. We were out on the back patio, laughing, drinking, passing around plates piled with food. The backyard was small but cozy, with a few folding chairs and an old metal table that had seen better days. Jason had one of those big sliding doors that led from the den to the patio. The blinds were open enough that you could see straight through into the den and part of the kitchen beyond it. At some point, like these things always go, the conversation turned to the house. We started sharing stories, each one of us taking turns remembering the weirdest thing we'd seen or heard there. I told them about the time I stayed over after a late night and woke up to what sounded like someone breathing right over me. But when I opened my eyes, there was nothing there. Another friend, Dan, mentioned how he'd seen the pantry door swing open on its own while he was making a sandwich. Nothing dramatic, but enough to raise the hairs on the back of your neck. Then Mike chimed in. Mike was the kind of guy who needed proof for everything. He worked in a lab, always thinking in formulas and facts, and he didn't believe in anything you couldn't measure or replicate. He sat back in his chair, took a sip of his beer, and said, "I'm a science guy. I don't believe in any of this until you provide me evidence." And honestly, I respected that. I considered myself pretty practical, too. I told him I'd never seen hard proof either, just a lot of strange things that didn't make sense. I said if he had a better explanation than ghosts, I was all ears. We both laughed it off, and the conversation drifted on to other things. It was getting darker now, the sun slipping behind the houses and trees at the edge of the yard, the air cooling off just enough that you felt it on your skin. Most of us were still outside, but a couple of people had gone inside to do shots or grab more drinks from the fridge. I happened to glance at the sliding door while listening to someone tell a story, and that's when I saw it. There was a shadow on the blinds. It was clear as day, well, as clear as it can be at dusk. It looked like the shadow of a man standing there, facing toward us. You could see where the feet would be, except they seemed to start in the middle of the floor, like the legs didn't go all the way down. The blinds were angled in a way that you could see right through into the den, see the lamp in the corner that was casting the light, and therefore the shadow. But there was no one there. The den was empty. I stared at it for a moment, not wanting to say anything too quickly, thinking maybe I was seeing things, maybe it was a trick of the light. But it stayed. The shadow didn't move, didn't shift like a reflection would if someone outside moved. It just stood there. I turned to Mike, pointed to the shadow calmly, and said, "Look." He followed my finger, squinting a bit at first, and then his eyes widened just slightly. I could tell he saw it too. He studied it, trying to work it out in his head. After a few seconds, he said, "I can't explain that." And that was that. No panic, no big fuss. We just went back to our drinks, maybe a little quieter for a bit. Everyone stealing glances at the door now and then. Eventually, the shadow wasn't there anymore. The night went on like they always do. More beers, more stories, people trickling out as it got late. I stayed over, too tired to drive, and crashed in the armchair in the den near that same lamp. The house was quiet now, most of the lights off, except for a little night light over by the hallway, so no one would trip on their way to the bathroom. I woke up early, just as the first bit of light started to seep through the windows. My neck was stiff from the way I'd slept, and my mouth felt dry from all the beer. I stayed still for a minute, trying to shake off the grogginess. That's when I noticed Jason across the room. He was changing his son's diaper on the couch, talking softly to the kid to keep him calm. It was a normal, peaceful scene, but as I turned my head slightly, I caught sight of the kitchen through the corner of my eye. And there it was again, the shape of a man, that familiar figure, pacing slowly back and forth across the kitchen. I didn't move, didn't say anything. I just watched, trying to make sense of it. There wasn't any sound of footsteps. The figure didn't seem solid, but it wasn't see-through either. It was just there, moving like it always did. No rush, no purpose, just pacing. After a few minutes, it was gone. I sat there a while longer, listening to the sounds of the house, the hum of the fridge, the soft chatter from Jason as he finished with his kid, the creak of the house settling as the morning sun warmed it up. Later, as I drove home, I kept thinking about it. About how we always want there to be some logical reason for things, some explanation that ties it all up neatly. But sometimes there just isn't one. Sometimes things happen that we can't wrap our heads around, no matter how much we want to. And maybe that's okay. I never stopped visiting Jason. The house never felt any less heavy, and the old man never stopped making his rounds. But I stopped trying to explain it. There wasn't any need to. It was just part of that house, part of what made it what it was. And maybe, in the end, that's the most unsettling part of all, learning to live with the things you can't explain. I didn't think much about what my brother-in-law said at first. It was Wednesday night after church, and he had preached one of those sermons that sticks with you for a while. His words were about spiritual attacks, how sometimes he'd wake up at night unable to move, feeling like something heavy was on top of him. He said he felt like he was being attacked in his sleep. A few people in the congregation nodded like they knew exactly what he was talking about. I sat there listening, but in my head, I was telling myself that it was just sleep paralysis. I'd heard about that before. I knew people experienced it, and how terrifying it could feel. I laughed it off quietly when we left church that night. I even joked about it in my head, thinking how people sometimes like to make things more dramatic than they really are. I didn't realize that by doing that, by mocking it in my mind, I might be inviting something I wasn't prepared for. Saturday came. It was a normal enough day. My boyfriend and I spent most of it just hanging out. Nothing unusual. We watched some shows, ate some food, talked about work, the usual things couples talk about. As night came on, we stayed in the living room. He went out onto the patio for a smoke, and I stayed inside. I was lying on the couch, and before I knew it, my eyes were getting heavy. I didn't even think about moving to the bed. I was comfortable where I was. The hum of the TV, the cool air from the ceiling fan, and the faint smell of his cigarette outside were oddly calming. I closed my eyes, just intending to rest them for a minute. But that was the last peaceful moment I had for the rest of the night. It started with a dream. At least, I thought it was a dream. In it, I woke up on the couch, but something was wrong. My eyes were open, but I couldn't move anything. Not my arms, not my legs. My chest felt tight, like someone had tied something heavy across it. I could see the ceiling, the fan slowly spinning, the room just as it had been when I fell asleep. I tried to speak, but no sound came out. The panic set in fast. My heart raced, and my breathing became shallow. I wanted to scream. I wanted to call for my boyfriend, but nothing happened. And then, just as suddenly as it started, I woke up, or at least I thought I did. The room looked exactly the same. The ceiling fan, the TV light flickering, everything. But this time, I could move my arms. I lifted them slowly, testing myself. Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived. I started to sit up, but something felt off. My arms were moving, but the rest of me felt like it was weighed down. I tried again to call for my boyfriend. My mouth opened, but again, no sound came out. That's when I realized I wasn't awake at all. I was still dreaming, and I hated it. I wanted out. I wanted to wake up for real, but it was like I was trapped inside my own head. I must have gone through this loop several times. Each time I'd wake up, and each time something would be a little different. One time I could move my arms. Another time I could move my head slightly. Then, in another layer of the dream, I could move my torso, just enough to slide myself halfway off the couch. I felt my body tilt and fall. The sensation of falling felt so real that my heart jumped. I saw the room from a lower angle now, my upper body on the floor, my legs still on the couch. The door to the patio opened, and I saw my boyfriend coming back inside. The relief I felt at seeing him was overwhelming. I tried again to call out. I needed him to help me because my body just wouldn't respond. But something was wrong. He came closer, and as he stood over me, I noticed his face. At first, it was him, just as I knew him. But then his expression changed. His face started to look different. It shifted in a way that didn't make sense, like I was seeing it through warped glass. His eyes darkened, and his mouth seemed to stretch wider than it should have. The warmth I'd felt seeing him turned cold in an instant. I felt like I was looking at a stranger. My body went completely limp. I couldn't move anything anymore, not even my arms or my torso. I felt utterly helpless. Then, out of nowhere, I woke up. For real this time. I was still on the couch, heart pounding, breath coming in quick gasps. I felt sweat on my forehead. My mouth was dry. I realized I was saying Jesus over and over again, almost in a whisper. I sat up slowly, every muscle tense and shaky. The room was exactly as it had been in the dreams. The ceiling fan still spun. The TV still flickered. The door to the patio was closed. My boyfriend wasn't inside yet. When he did finally come in, he looked normal. Just him, as he always was. He asked if I was okay because I guess I looked pale, shaken. I just nodded, unable to really explain what had happened without sounding ridiculous. I didn't go back to sleep that night. I stayed up, sitting on the couch, staring at nothing in particular. Every small noise made me jump. The creak of the house settling, the hum of the fridge, the faint sounds from outside. All of it kept me on edge. I thought back to what my brother-in-law had said about feeling attacked in his sleep. I thought about how I'd laughed it off, how I'd dismissed it as nothing more than sleep paralysis. But now, having experienced it myself, I understood. It didn't matter if there was nothing actually there. The fear was real. The helplessness was real. I kept going over every detail of the night in my head. The way each dream felt so real. The way I thought I had woken up over and over, only to find I was still trapped. The way my boyfriend's face changed in that last dream. I knew it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but that didn't make it feel any less terrifying. I realized how thin the line is between feeling safe and feeling like you're at the mercy of something you can't control. When morning finally came, I felt exhausted, like I'd been running all night. I didn't tell anyone about what happened right away. It took a few days before I even mentioned it. And even then I downplayed it, making it sound like just a bad dream. But inside, I knew it had shaken me. I haven't been able to fall asleep on the couch since then. And every time I start to drift off, I feel a twinge of fear, wondering if it's going to happen again. Wondering if I'll wake up in my own body, or if I'll be trapped inside my head, unable to move, unable to speak, just waiting for it to end. It's made me think twice about how I react to what other people say they've been through. I don't laugh it off anymore, because now I know how real it can feel, how terrifying it can be when your own body feels like a prison, and how in those moments, it doesn't matter what's real or what isn't. All that matters is the fear, and that fear stays with you, long after the night is over. I've always considered myself a rational person. I don't believe in ghosts, demons, or anything that can't be explained by science or common sense. But I'd be lying if I said I haven't experienced things that still make me pause and think, even years later. None of it has ever felt dramatic enough to make me question my beliefs, but when I look back on everything as a whole, it does give me a weird feeling, like I'm missing some obvious explanation just out of reach. It started in the summer of 2012. I remember it clearly because it was one of those warm nights where even at 3 in the morning, the air still felt thick and heavy, like it hadn't cooled down at all from the day. I was sleeping with my window open, trying to let any breeze in that might help, but it was useless. I woke up out of nowhere, not because of a nightmare or anything, just sort of snapped awake, and it was so quiet that I could hear the soft whirring of the fan in the corner of my room. And then I heard it, a sound unlike anything I'd ever heard before or since. It was this long, deep moaning sound, almost musical, like a whale singing through some giant speaker far off in the distance. It didn't sound mechanical or like anything natural I was familiar with, but it wasn't frightening either, just strange. I sat up, listening, trying to figure out what it was. It seemed to come and go like waves, rising and falling softly. I grabbed my phone and recorded it. I still have the recording somewhere, though I don't listen to it much anymore. At the time, I didn't think much of it beyond how odd it was. The internet was full of videos back then of people hearing similar sounds. Sky trumpets, or strange sky noises, people called them. I figured that's what I'd heard and didn't think about it again for a while. Looking back, I wish I'd paid closer attention to how I felt at the time. The more I think about it now, the more I remember that I had this strange sense of being watched while I listened to the sound. I didn't see anything when I looked out my window, just the dark outline of the houses and trees against the night sky. But something about that night stayed with me. The next weird thing was a little more unsettling because it happened inside my own home, on something as harmless as my old Xbox. My brother and I used to play Worms 3D a lot when we were younger. We'd make all these ridiculous custom teams with silly names and battle each other for hours. After a year or so of not playing, I decided to fire it up again, mostly out of boredom. I was curious to see what teams we'd made, maybe have a laugh at the names we came up with as kids. But when I loaded it up, every single team had been renamed. Not just renamed to something random. Every team was called Death. All caps. Just that one word. At first, I thought maybe I'd loaded the wrong profile. It's easy to do on those old systems with multiple accounts on one hard drive. But no matter which account I loaded, even ones I was sure had never touched that game, all the teams were called Death. I even tried swapping to my other hard drive, thinking maybe the first one was corrupted or something. Same thing. Every team on every account, on both hard drives, just said Death. I was creeped out, of course. I sat there staring at the screen for a long time, trying to think of a logical explanation. Could my brother have done it as a prank? Maybe, but it would have taken him forever, and it just didn't fit with the kind of person he was. Plus, why would he go through the trouble of doing it on both hard drives? It didn't make sense. A year or so later, I booted up the game again, and while the original teams were still gone, the Death teams were gone too, like they'd never been there. I never figured that one out. Then there was the thing with my fanfiction.net profile. I don't spend as much time on there these days, but back then I was on the site pretty often, reading and writing stories. One day, completely at random, I noticed a quote at the bottom of my profile page. I hadn't put it there. It was a quote by Antoine de Saint-Exupéry, a French pilot and poet who disappeared during World War II. The quote was italicized and looked like it had been there forever, but I knew I hadn't added it. I didn't even know who he was at the time. I asked my siblings if they'd messed with my profile, but none of them even knew my password, and they wouldn't have done something like that anyway. I deleted the quote, and that was that. Nothing strange ever happened on that site again, but it left me wondering how it had gotten there in the first place. If that had been the end of the weird things, I probably would have forgotten most of it by now. But the stuff that really stuck with me came later, mostly small, almost dismissible things that only seemed to happen to me. When I hit my teenage years, I started noticing strange things around the house. The taps turning on by themselves was the first thing. It didn't happen all the time, just enough that I started to notice a pattern. It was always when I was alone in a room, never when anyone else was around. I'd walk into the bathroom and hear water running, look over, and the tap would be on. Sometimes I'd convince myself that I just hadn't noticed it when I walked in, or that maybe the tap hadn't been turned off properly the last time someone used it. But after the fifth or sixth time, I started to feel uneasy about it. I never saw the tap physically move or turn on. It was just always running when I wasn't looking. There was another small thing that happened when I was in the ensuite bathroom off my parents' bedroom. I was using the toilet, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw the door handle move. Just a tiny bit, half an inch, maybe less. It didn't turn all the way or anything, just shifted downward a little like someone had tried to open the door, and then stopped. I froze listening, but nothing else happened. I tried to tell myself I'd imagined it, or that maybe the handle had been loose and shifted on its own somehow. It still made my heart race though, and I finished up as quickly as I could and left the room. The biggest event that still sticks with me happened a few years ago. It was a weird night all around. My mom and older brother were out somewhere, and my younger brother was sick with a fever. He was so hot he started hallucinating. He kept mumbling things that didn't make sense, and I was trying to keep him calm while also keeping an ear out for when my mom would get home. At one point, I walked past my sister's room, and something about a poster on her wall caught my eye. I stepped in to read it, for no particular reason, just killing time really. As I stood there, I heard it. A whisper, so soft and close it felt like it came from just behind my left shoulder. It said, "Are you?" Like someone had tried to say run, but didn't finish the word. I stood there frozen for what felt like a long time, but was probably only a few seconds. I didn't turn around, didn't move. I just stared at the poster, heart pounding, until I finally forced myself to step back out of the room. Even after that, I didn't convince myself it was a ghost. I thought maybe my mind was playing tricks on me, or maybe I'd misheard something my sick brother was muttering from the other room. Still, I couldn't explain how it had sounded so close. Other little things happened after that. Once I walked into a room and saw a light turn on by itself. Another time, my sister's computer powered on the moment I entered her room, even though nobody had touched it in hours. The last weird thing that I can remember happened last year. I was upstairs, the rest of my family was downstairs. I'd just taken out my retainer and put the case on the bathroom windowsill, where I always put it. There was no way it could fall in the toilet from there. Not without being knocked over, and I hadn't touched it beyond setting it down. I left the bathroom for maybe 30 seconds, and when I came back, the case was in the toilet. I checked to see if anything had fallen or been knocked over, but nothing was out of place. The windowsill was clear, no signs that anything had shifted or moved. The case was just sitting there at the bottom of the bowl, like someone had picked it up and dropped it in. I never figured out how that happened. When I think about all these things together, it's easy to see how someone could jump to the idea of ghosts or something supernatural. But that's not what I believe. I think it's more likely that all these events have normal explanations, even if I don't know what they are. Maybe the sounds in the sky were atmospheric noise. Maybe my Xbox hard drive glitched out in some weird way. Maybe I misremembered setting down the retainer case. Maybe my mind played tricks on me with the whisper, or maybe the computer's power settings were off. I don't know, but I don't believe there's anything otherworldly going on. Just a series of strange coincidences and moments that stuck with me. And even now, I try not to dwell on them too much. I just keep living my life, and when something weird happens, I stop, take a breath, and remind myself that the world is full of mysteries. But that doesn't mean there's anything to be afraid of. I was about 6 years old when this happened, maybe a little younger, maybe a little older, I'm not really sure anymore, but it sticks with me like it just happened last night. Our house wasn't anything special. It was small, with 3 bedrooms and a narrow hallway that seemed a lot longer to me back then. The walls had that off-white color that always looked like it needed to be cleaned, and the carpet was this scratchy dark brown that I always hated walking on barefoot because it felt rough and cold at the same time. My room was at the end of the hall, the furthest from my parents' room, which I used to hate because I always felt kind of alone back there at night. My bed was pushed up against the wall under a small window. The window had these old thin curtains that didn't do much to block out the light from the street lamp that stood outside. So my room always had this strange mix of yellow and orange glow that never felt natural. But what helped was my nightlight. It was small, no cord, just one of those little things that plugged straight into the wall, with a simple bulb and a plastic cover over it. It didn't do much, but it was enough. It gave off this soft, warm light that kept the room from feeling so empty. I'd always look at it before I fell asleep. It became like this ritual for me. Every night, no matter how bad the day had been, no matter how loud my parents were fighting, I'd stare at that little light, and it would make me feel just a little safer. That night was no different at first. My parents were at it again, yelling loud enough that I could hear them clearly through the walls. Sometimes it felt like the whole house was shaking when they fought. The sound of their voices bouncing off the walls, my dad's deep voice cutting through my mom's sharper one, and then sometimes there'd be a crash or the sound of something being knocked over. I was used to it by then, as sad as that is to say. I'd just pull my covers up over my head, or grab my pillow and press it down over my ears. But no matter how much I tried to block it out, it always got through somehow. This night, I remember I had the covers pulled up so high that they were right under my eyes, and I had the pillow pressed down on top of my head, leaving just enough room so I could peek out at my nightlight. The glow from it made the shadows on my wall softer, less scary. It kind of blurred the corners of the room, made everything feel a little farther away. I focused on it, just like I always did, trying to let it fill my head until the rest faded out. And I remember that for a few minutes it worked. My eyelids started getting heavy, and I felt myself drifting. But then, just like that, everything changed. The room went dark. Not just dark like when you close your eyes, but really dark, like someone had sucked all the light out. I opened my eyes all the way and stared at the spot where my night light had been glowing, and it was out. At first I thought maybe I'd imagined it. Maybe I'd just fallen asleep for a second and missed something. But no, it was out. The light was gone. I remember the feeling that came over me. My stomach tightened up, and my chest felt heavy, like it was harder to breathe. I didn't know what to do. I was scared, but more confused than anything else. The bulb must have burned out, I told myself. That happens, right? Bulbs burn out, even the little ones in nightlights. I sat up, keeping the blanket clutched in my hands. I remember the way the fabric felt, soft and warm, and I didn't want to let go of it because it felt like the only thing protecting me from the dark. I started calling for my mom, not shouting, just this small, scared voice. But of course, she didn't hear me. The yelling from the other room was louder than ever, drowning me out. I didn't even bother calling again. I stared at that nightlight, and after a few seconds that felt way longer than they probably were, it flickered back on. Just a little flicker at first, and then it came back to life all at once. But when it did, that's when I saw it. The light from the nightlight wasn't the same as before. It wasn't soft and comforting. It was casting this huge shadow along the wall. I remember freezing, my eyes glued to it. The shadow wasn't just the shape of the nightlight itself. There was something else there. It looked like, I don't even know how to explain it right. Like hair. Long, messy hair, sticking out in all directions. The kind of hair that looks like it hasn't been brushed in forever. It was all tangled and wild, and it didn't make sense because the night light was small. There was nothing on it that could have made that kind of shadow. I just stared at it, not moving, not even blinking. And then the shadow changed. It moved, like it lifted up a little, and for a split second it looked like a head. A head with that wild hair, like a wig almost, sitting right on top of it. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. Then the shadow shifted again. This time it looked like a head with some kind of halo around it. I don't even know how that could have happened. There was nothing in the room that could have made that shape, but that's what it looked like. And then, as fast as it had appeared, it was gone. The shadow just melted away into the rest of the darkness in the room. I sat there for what felt like forever, staring at the spot where it had been, waiting to see if it would come back. When it didn't, I finally worked up the courage to move. I got out of bed, my feet touching that cold, scratchy carpet, and I crept over to the nightlight. My hands were shaking so bad I could hardly keep them steady. I turned the nightlight off. The room went dark again. I turned it back on. Nothing happened. No shadow, no footsteps, just the plain, soft glow I was used to. I unplugged it, waited a second, plugged it back in. Still nothing. Everything looked normal. The shadow was gone, like it had never been there at all. I sat down on the floor next to it, my back against the wall. I don't know why I stayed there. Maybe I was hoping that if I stayed close to it, nothing weird would happen again. After a while, I crawled back to bed, but I couldn't stop myself from reaching out to turn the light off one more time. As I reached for it, that's when it happened. I felt it. Something cold. Ice cold. Like the cold you feel when you touch metal that's been sitting outside in the winter. Cold fingertips, just brushing against the tips of my fingers. It wasn't like I imagined it. I know I felt it. And at that exact second, the light turned on by itself. I hadn't even touched it yet. I snatched my hand back so fast I almost fell off the bed, and I dove under the covers, pulling them over my head, wrapping myself up tight. I didn't want to see anything else. I didn't want to feel anything else. I just wanted it all to stop. I stayed like that for what felt like hours, but it was probably just a few minutes. Eventually I must have fallen asleep because the next thing I knew, it was morning. The light was off again. The sun was coming through my window, and the room felt normal again. I remember sitting up and just staring at that night light, trying to make sense of it all. I wanted to believe that it was my grandma. She'd only been gone a few months. Maybe she was trying to comfort me when everything else in the house felt like it was falling apart. But the thing is, I don't really know. I never saw that shadow again. The nightlight kept working just fine after that. No more shadows, no more cold fingers, nothing. I told myself all kinds of things to explain it. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. Maybe the fighting and the stress made me see things that weren't really there. Maybe there was a draft that made the light flicker and my imagination filled in the blanks. I tried every way I could think of to make it make sense. But deep down, I don't think I ever really found an answer. Even now, when I think back on it, I can still see that shadow as clear as anything. And I can still feel the chill of those fingers brushing against mine. It was real to me. That night, in that moment, it was all real. After that, I never felt quite the same about that nightlight. I kept it plugged in, but I stopped looking at it before bed. I'd face the other way, or I'd close my eyes and try to fall asleep without thinking about it. And over time, the memory of that night got pushed to the back of my mind. But every now and then, when I'm lying awake in the dark, I think about it again. I remember that feeling of safety that turned into fear in an instant. And I wonder what really happened that night. I guess I'll never know. In high school, I lived with my mom in this huge house that didn't belong to us. We didn't own it, and it didn't feel like home in the way that small places with family photos on the walls or worn furniture do. It belonged to one of my mom's friends, a guy who was always traveling for work. The house was modern and cold. A lot of metal, glass, and polished stone. It had tons of big windows that stretched from the floors up to the ceiling, so at night, it always felt like you were on display in a giant fish tank, surrounded by black nothingness. The house sat back from the street, with a long driveway and trees lining the property. It was nice, I guess, but I never really liked it. It felt too empty, too open, too quiet. When my mom was at work or running errands, I was usually alone. She worked long hours sometimes, so I'd get home from school and have hours to myself before she returned. I didn't mind being alone. I actually liked the quiet in some ways. It gave me space to play guitar, listen to music, or just zone out. I'd usually go straight up to my room after school, kick off my shoes, and just hang out. My room was big compared to what I'd had before, with a huge bed that almost looked small in the space, a desk I barely used, and a sliding door that opened onto a small balcony. I never went out on the balcony, though. It overlooked the backyard, but at night, it felt like standing on the edge of a black pit. This one afternoon, it was just another regular day. I wasn't feeling scared or nervous or anything like that. It was still light outside, probably around 4 or 5. I had finished my homework and grabbed my guitar, which was leaning against the wall near my bed. I sat down on the floor with my back against the bed, facing the doorway. The door was open, but I wasn't really paying attention to anything beyond my room. I started strumming, just playing around, not even really thinking about it. I started singing along with whatever chords I was playing, not loud enough to shake the windows or anything, but loud enough to hear my own voice fill the room. It felt good, like it usually did, just getting lost in it. At one point, I was holding a note, dragging it out a little, and as clear as anything, I heard another voice join in with mine. It came from right behind me, on the other side of my bed. There was no echo, no mistake about it. It wasn't my voice bouncing off the walls. It was someone else's voice, singing along in harmony, perfectly in tune, but definitely not mine. I froze. My mouth just stopped forming the note mid-breath. As soon as I stopped, the other voice stopped too, like it had been following me, waiting for me. I sat there completely still, my fingers slack on the guitar strings. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my neck, in my ears. I didn't want to move. I didn't want to see what was on the other side of that bed. For what felt like forever, but was probably 10 seconds, I sat like that, staring straight ahead, not even daring to glance sideways. Finally, I grabbed at the covers on my bed and yanked them down over myself, pulling them over my head like a little kid. It was ridiculous, I know. What could a blanket possibly do? But it was all I could think of. I fumbled for my phone under the blanket and called my mom. I didn't even want to tell her what had happened. I just begged her to come home. I stayed like that, huddled under the covers, not moving, barely breathing, until I heard her key in the door downstairs. After that day, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone in the house, even when I knew logically that I was. The windows felt bigger, The rooms felt emptier, and every sound seemed louder. But nothing else happened for a while. I tried to convince myself I'd imagined it. Maybe it was my own voice. Maybe I'd had some weird auditory hallucination. I didn't want to believe anything else. Then, a few days before New Year's, I was messing around online. I had gotten interested in this thing called brainwave entrainment. I don't even remember how I stumbled onto it. I think I was just bored, clicking through random articles. I read about binaural beats, how different frequencies played into each ear could supposedly affect your brainwaves, help you relax, focus, or even meditate deeper. I figured it was harmless enough and decided to try it out. I downloaded a binaural beat generator, set up my own preset with 2 tones that slowly shifted through a certain frequency range over 10 minutes. I plugged in my headphones, lay back on my bed, and listened. It was just a soft hum in both ears, kind of soothing, kind of weird. The next day, my mom asked me to take out the trash. The bins were in the garage, so I grabbed the bag and headed out. I opened the garage door to the driveway, and as soon as I stepped out into the sunlight, I saw them. These little orbs, glowing softly, swirling just above my head. They were different colors, kind of like soap bubbles, but more solid. They moved in patterns, circling, weaving around each other, maybe a foot or so above me. I stood there, completely stunned, watching them. They weren't in my eyes. They weren't floaters or spots. They were there, in space, moving in ways that felt intentional. And just as suddenly as they appeared, they vanished. Gone. I blinked and looked around, but there was nothing. I stood there for a while longer, the trash bag still in my hand, before I finally dropped it in the bin and went back inside. That wasn't the end of it. A couple of days later, it was New Year's Day, and I was working at the grocery store up the street. Dierberg's, for anyone who's familiar. The store was dead. Nobody shops for produce on New Year's Day. I was in the prep room in the produce section, trimming lettuce and packaging it. The room was quiet except for the hum of the coolers and the soft sound of my knife on the cutting board. The prep room had 2 sets of swinging doors, one to the store, one to the cooler. At some point, out of the corner of my eye, I saw the cooler door swing open. I heard it too, the familiar squeak of the hinges, the soft thump as it swung back. I saw a man step out. Just a shape at first, but definitely a person. I turned my head, ready to say something, maybe some dumb joke about working on a holiday, but there was no one there. The door hadn't moved at all. It was completely still. There wasn't even the smallest sway, which there should have been if it had just been pushed open. My stomach dropped. I felt cold all over. I backed out of that room so fast, I didn't even realize I was still holding the knife until I was halfway across the produce section. I just stood there for a while, trying to calm down, trying to tell myself I was imagining things. But I wasn't. I know what I saw. I went back to finish my shift, but I kept glancing back at that door, waiting for it to happen again. After that, it started happening more and more. I'd see things, shapes, figures, just for a second. Always in my peripheral vision. Always just far enough that when I turned my head, they'd be gone. At first, it scared the hell out of me. I'd feel my heart jump into my throat every time. But after a while, it started to feel almost normal, like I expected it. I stopped reacting as much. I remember one day walking past the open door to the basement. I saw someone standing on the stairs, just standing there, watching me. I didn't even stop walking. I knew that if I turned my head, there'd be nothing there. It kept happening for months. Always the same. Figures that weren't there. Movement where there shouldn't be any. It didn't feel like the house was haunted. It didn't feel like anyone, or anything, was trying to hurt me or even communicate. It felt more like my mind had opened a door it wasn't supposed to. Like I'd tuned into a frequency I couldn't turn off. I always came back to that day I tried the binaural beats. It felt like that had been the key that unlocked something. I don't know if that's true, but it's what made sense to me. Eventually, it stopped. I don't remember the last time I saw someone who wasn't there. It just faded away. Maybe my mind reset. Maybe whatever was happening had run its course. I don't miss it. I don't listen to binaural beats anymore. I don't even like thinking about that time. The house is long behind us. We moved out when my mom's friend sold it. I don't know what it was that I saw, or thought I saw, but it felt real. It felt as real as anything I've ever experienced. And the scariest part wasn't the figures or the orbs or the voice. The scariest part was realizing that sometimes your mind can show you things that no one else will ever see, and you'll never be sure what was real and what wasn't. That uncertainty, that's what stays with me. And maybe that's scarier than any ghost story. I didn't think I'd leave the Bahamas with anything more than memories of clear blue water, soft sand, and maybe a little sunburn. But even now, weeks later, I still go over that one night again and again in my head. Not because something actually happened, because, thank God, it didn't, but because of what could have happened. The thought of that still makes my stomach turn, and I don't think I'll ever forget it. We were staying at Atlantis, that massive, beautiful resort that looks like a castle rising out of the ocean. It was my first time in the Bahamas, and I couldn't have imagined a more perfect place. My friend and I had been saving for this trip for what felt like forever. I'm 19, she's 20, and this was our little celebration. Our escape from school, work, stress, and just everything. It was supposed to be nothing but fun, and for most of the trip, it was. The first few days, we did all the typical stuff. Lounging on the beach, floating in those lazy rivers, exploring the aquariums, taking too many photos, trying every cocktail on the menu. The people were so nice, and even though people warned us before we left about how two young women should be careful traveling alone, we really didn't feel unsafe. Not once. People were friendly, helpful. The staff, other tourists. It all just felt easy. By the time our second-to-last night came around, we already had our favorite spots. We had been to this one nightclub inside the resort's casino a couple of times before. It was up on the second level, kind of tucked away behind the main floor. You had to go up this big sweeping staircase to get there, and once you did, it opened up into this sleek, dark room filled with flashing lights, music that you felt in your chest, and people dancing or leaning at the bar trying to look cool. It wasn't anything super fancy, but we liked the vibe. It felt safe because it was part of the resort, you know? That night started out like the others. We got dressed up, nothing too crazy, just cute summer dresses, sandals. The kind of thing you wear when you want to look nice but not overdo it. We did our makeup, took a few selfies in the room, laughed at how we could hear music even from the balcony of our room because of how alive the whole place was at night. And then we headed down. The club was already busy when we got there. The music was loud, and the lights kept changing colors, casting everything in flashes of red, blue, purple. We made our way to the bar and ordered drinks. Some fruity cocktail, I can't even remember the name of now. I remember it being strong, though, and expensive. Everything there was expensive, but we were on vacation, so we didn't care too much. We sipped our drinks, watched people dance, and just soaked it all in. After a while, we started doing shots. I can't even remember how many. We weren't out of control or anything, but we were definitely feeling it. Everything felt easy and fun. At some point, these two guys came over and started talking to us. It felt normal. This was a nightclub, after all. My friend is single, and she's a bit more outgoing than I am. She started dancing with one of the guys. I ended up talking to the other for a bit, just small talk, but I wasn't really into it. I have a boyfriend back home, and I didn't want to give the wrong impression or lead anyone on. So after a few minutes, I excused myself and stepped away. I figured the guy could go find someone else to talk to or dance with. No harm done. I didn't really feel like staying inside the club anymore, so I walked out to where the club kind of spilled out onto this upper level of the casino. There was a wide space with a few benches near the railing where you could look down at the casino floor below. The noise was still loud, but it wasn't as intense as inside the club. I sat down on one of the benches and just let myself relax for a minute. I could still feel the bass thumping through the floor. The air felt cooler out there, and I liked being able to breathe without feeling packed into the crowd. I remember sitting there, watching people come and go. Some couples holding hands, some groups of friends laughing, a few people stumbling a little from too many drinks. It was busy, but not in a chaotic way. I felt fine. I was planning to just sit for a little bit, let my head clear, and then go back in and find my friend so we could call it a night. That's when this guy I hadn't seen before walked up to me. He was probably in his mid-20s, clean-shaven, short hair, wearing a button-down shirt and jeans. He didn't look out of place or anything. Just another tourist, or maybe someone there for the casino. He smiled, real friendly, and took my hand like we knew each other. "Let me buy you a drink," he said, cheerful like we were already friends. I was caught off guard. I remember kind of laughing, shaking my head. I started saying the same thing I'd said before, that I probably wasn't the girl he wanted to spend money on. Drinks were so expensive, and I wasn't interested anyway. But he didn't seem to care about that. He just grabbed a drink that was sitting on the edge of the bar, one that I hadn't seen him order or pay for, and put it in my hand. "Okay, enjoy your drink. See you later," he said, still smiling, and then he turned and walked off like it was nothing. I just sat there for a second, holding the glass. I remember looking down at it. It was clear, probably vodka or rum mixed with something. But the thing was, I hadn't seen him actually order it, and he hadn't been standing at the bar long enough to have ordered it. It was just there, waiting. Or maybe it wasn't even his. Maybe it was just sitting there, abandoned. I didn't know. That's what started to feel wrong. The longer I sat there holding that glass, the more I started to feel this pit in my stomach. I'm usually not a paranoid person. I like to think I can read people pretty well, but something about this felt off. I glanced around, trying to spot him again, but he had disappeared into the crowd. Just gone, like he hadn't even been there. I got up and walked back over to the bar. The bartender was someone who had been serving us all night. A nice guy, friendly. I figured maybe he could at least tell me what was in the drink. I held it up and asked him, "Hey, what's in this?" He just stared at me. Didn't say anything for a second. Then finally he said, "I don't know. I didn't make that." That was it for me. My heart started pounding. I felt my face go hot, then cold. I set the drink down on the bar, not even caring if anyone saw. I turned and went back into the club to find my friend. She was still on the dance floor, still having fun, but the second I got to her and grabbed her arm, she could tell something was wrong. I leaned in and told her we needed to go. Now, we left the club and made our way down the stairs, through the casino, back to the hotel part of the resort. The walk felt longer than it should have. I kept glancing behind us, half expecting that guy to show up again, but I never saw him. The whole time, I kept thinking about that drink. What if I had taken a sip? What would have happened? I didn't even want to imagine it. My mind ran wild with all the things that could have gone wrong. When we finally got back to our room, I locked the door, double-checked it, and sat down on the edge of my bed. My friend kept asking what happened, and I told her everything. The guy, the drink, the bartender's reaction. The more I talked about it, the more real it felt, and the more I realized how close I might have come to something really bad. That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I pictured that guy's face, that glass in my hand. I kept wondering if he had been watching me, if he had been waiting for the right moment, if he had done this before. I didn't feel safe anymore, not even in that huge, beautiful resort that had felt like a dream for most of the trip. The next day, we kept to ourselves. We stayed by the pool, in the sun, where there were lots of people around. I didn't want to go back to the casino, or the club, or anywhere near where that had happened. When we flew home the day after, I felt this huge sense of relief, like I was finally able to breathe again. But the relief didn't last long, because the memories stayed with me. Even now, I think about how easily that night could have ended differently. How one small choice, just one sip of that drink, might have changed everything. And it scares me. It really does. Not because of what happened, but because of what almost did. And because I'll never know exactly what that man's intentions were, or what might have been in that glass. I'm just glad I trusted my gut, and I hope I always will. Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. My house sits farther back on the lot than most other houses on the street. When people visit for the first time, they always comment on how odd the layout is. The sidewalk doesn't lead to the door like most homes. Instead, it runs alongside the house, tracing the full length of the living room before it finally ends at the small front porch. The porch itself is nothing special, just a plain square of concrete with a railing on one side, barely enough room for two people to stand comfortably. The front door opens straight into the living room, which is lined with these huge windows that stretch nearly floor to ceiling. They don't open, just big panes of glass set in old wooden frames. In the daytime, the windows are great. They let in so much light that I rarely need to switch on the lamps. But at night, with no curtains or blinds, they turn into black mirrors. From inside, you see nothing but your own reflection and whatever the house lights catch. From outside, though, I imagine you can see everything. Every move you make, clear as day. That week, my family was gone. They'd gone on vacation. My parents, my younger brother, and my sister. I had stayed behind, partly because of work, but mostly because I was looking forward to the quiet. I told myself it would be nice, having the place to myself, no one nagging me, no one asking for rides or hogging the TV. I had big plans to relax, drink a little too much, and maybe finally catch up on the shows I kept meaning to watch. The first couple nights were fine. The house was quiet, maybe too quiet, but I didn't mind it. I kept the TV on a little louder than usual, and left some lights on longer than I normally would, just to fill the space. That night, I decided I'd go a little heavier on the drinking. Nothing crazy, just enough to enjoy the buzz and let myself fall asleep easy. I started in the early evening, maybe around 7. I remember flipping through the channels, settling on some dumb reality show that I didn't care about, and just drinking while stretched out on the couch. That couch sat right under those big windows, practically inviting whatever might be outside to take a good long look at me. At the time, I didn't care. I felt safe inside, with the doors locked and the porch light on. By 9 o'clock, I was smashed. Not falling down drunk, but enough that the room felt warm and soft around the edges. I didn't have it in me to make it to my bedroom at the back of the house, so I let myself drift off right there on the couch, under those giant dark windows. It must have been hours later when I woke up. No sound woke me, no nightmare. I just snapped awake, like my body knew something wasn't right. The first thing I noticed was the cold. The kind of cold that doesn't come from the air in the room, but from deep inside, like my bones were frozen solid. My skin was covered in goosebumps, and I felt a chill run down my spine. The TV was still on, but the volume was low, and the soft glow from the screen barely lit the room. Everything felt wrong. I didn't know why at first. I stayed perfectly still, trying to listen, trying to figure out what had woken me. That's when I heard it. The banging. It came from right above me. Hard, sharp thuds against the window. The kind of pounding that rattles the glass in its frame. My heart started racing. I didn't move, not at first. I kept my eyes closed for a second, hoping maybe I'd imagined it. But then it came again, 3, 4 loud hits in quick succession. I opened my eyes just enough to look up. There, standing right outside the window, was a figure. I couldn't see details, just the shape of a person, their hands pressed to the glass as they pounded on it. The porch light wasn't on anymore, and without it, the figure was just a dark outline against the blackness beyond. I wanted to move, to run, but I felt paralyzed. All I could do was glance over at the cable box. The time read 3:12 a.m. The pounding kept going, steady and deliberate. Whoever it was, they weren't trying to break the glass. They were just pounding, letting me know they were there. I don't know how long I lay there like that, too scared to even breathe loud. Maybe a minute, maybe 5. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the banging stopped. The figure didn't move. They just stood there. I kept my eyes on the window, waiting, hoping they'd leave. But then, from the other side of the room, came more banging, this time on the front door. My blood ran cold. Now there were 2. One at the window, one at the door. Both pounding, not in sync, just random, jarring hits that filled the house with sound. The door shook on its hinges. The window trembled with each hit. I thought about my phone, but it was across the room on the coffee table. There was no way I could reach it without being seen by the figure at the window. I felt trapped. Every instinct told me to stay still, stay low. Don't give them any reason to smash their way inside. I focused on my breathing, trying to stay quiet, trying not to let the panic take over. The pounding kept going. Minutes passed. 10, 15, 20. It felt endless. Every so often, one of them would stop for a few seconds, and I'd think it was over. But then it would start again, louder, angrier. The front door shook so hard I thought the frame would crack. The window shuddered with each hit. I could hear the wood creak, the glass vibrate. My heart felt like it was going to give out from fear. After what felt like forever, maybe 40 minutes, the banging stopped. Just like that. No footsteps, no running away. Just silence. The kind of silence that's louder than noise. I didn't move. I didn't dare. I lay there, every muscle tense, ears straining for any sound. I don't know how long I stayed like that. Maybe another hour. Maybe longer. I waited for the first sign of dawn, for the light to seep through those windows and wash away the night. Only then, when the sky turned gray and the shapes outside became just trees and bushes again, did I finally sit up. My body ached from lying so still. My head throbbed from the fear and the booze. I stumbled over to the door, heart pounding in my chest, and peeked out through the peephole. Nothing. Just the empty porch, the sidewalk, the quiet street beyond. When I finally worked up the nerve, I opened the door and stepped outside. The air was cold, crisp. My eyes scanned the yard, the sidewalk, the edge of the lot where the trees started. Nothing. No sign that anyone had been there. No footprints, no marks on the door. I checked the windows, expecting to see smudges where the figure's hands had been, but there was nothing. Just clean glass reflecting the pale morning light. I felt sick, like I'd imagined it all, but I knew I hadn't. I could still hear the sound of the pounding in my ears, feel the vibration of it in my bones. I went back inside, locked the door, and called a friend. I didn't care how stupid I sounded. I just needed someone else in the house. Someone else to hear the noises if they came back. When I told him what had happened, he laughed it off at first, but when I asked him to come stay, he hesitated. I could hear the unease in his voice. In the end, he said no. Said he didn't want to end up a victim too. I didn't blame him. I spent the rest of the week on edge. I barely slept, kept the lights on all night, jumped at every little sound. And they didn't come back. Not that week. Not ever. But the memory stayed. The sound of those fists on glass and wood. The shape of that figure in the window. The helplessness I felt lying there, too scared to move. It changed the way I felt about that house. About being alone. Even now, years later, I don't sit on that couch at night. I don't leave the porch light off. And I always make sure the blinds are drawn tight as soon as the sun goes down. I woke up suddenly, my heart beating a little faster than it should. The room was dark, so dark I couldn't see my own hand in front of my face. For a few seconds, I just lay there, my body stiff and tense, like my mind was trying to figure out why I had woken up at all. I turned my head slightly, feeling the familiar soft crunch of my pillow under my ear. My eyes went straight to the red glow of the digital clock on my nightstand. 3:34 a.m. The numbers seemed brighter than usual in the darkness, almost like they were staring back at me. At first, everything was quiet. I could hear the faint buzz of the electronics in my room, the computer's power supply, the soft hum of the small fan on my desk. But then, underneath it, something else. A noise. A kind of rattling sound, faint but steady, coming from somewhere downstairs. It didn't sound like the house settling. It wasn't the usual creaks or groans I'd gotten used to over the years. This was different. A purposeful sound. Like someone was moving something. Metal against metal, maybe, or something scraping lightly against the floor. I froze in bed, not daring to move at first. I listened harder, straining my ears in the dark, holding my breath so the sound of my own breathing wouldn't drown it out. The noise came again. A slow, careful kind of rattling. My skin felt cold, my arms covered in goosebumps. I slowly pushed the blanket off and swung my legs over the edge of the bed, feeling the carpet under my feet. I stood up as quietly as I could, trying not to make a sound. Every tiny creak of the floor felt loud, like it could give me away. I opened my bedroom door gently, inch by inch, until it was wide enough for me to slip out. I tiptoed down the hall to my parents' room. I felt relief before I even reached the door. Whatever was going on downstairs, it had to be them. Maybe they couldn't sleep either. Maybe they were just getting something to eat or drink. But when I pushed their door open, I stopped short. The room was empty. The bed was made, covers still neatly pulled up, like no one had slept in it at all that night. My heart started to pound harder. Where were they? At this hour? I shut the door gently and moved toward my brother's room. His door was open, and I could see the light was on inside. He always stayed up late, playing games or watching videos, so it made sense. Maybe he'd heard the noise too. I stepped inside, expecting to see him at his desk or sitting on the bed, but the room was empty. The chair was pushed in, the monitor dark, like he hadn't been there for a while. I stood there for a few seconds, confused. Then I thought maybe whatever was going on downstairs, it was my family. Maybe something had happened, like bad news, and they were all up dealing with it. My mind raced. Had someone died? Had there been a phone call? It was the only thing that made sense. I made my way down the stairs, still trying to stay quiet. The rattling had stopped, but now I heard soft voices, low and muffled. I rounded the corner into the living room and froze. Two men stood there, right in the middle of the room. One of them had his hands on our TV, while the other looked like he was about to unplug it. Both were dressed in dark clothes, hoodies pulled up over their heads. They hadn't seen me yet. My body felt like it had turned to stone. For a few seconds, I just stood there, staring, my mind refusing to believe what I was seeing. Then panic hit me hard. I turned around and ran, as quietly and quickly as I could, back up the stairs. My legs felt weak, my breath coming in short, fast gasps. I made it to my room, shut the door, and locked it, my fingers shaking as they turned the little knob on the handle. I backed away from the door, trying to be silent, trying to think. But before I could do anything else, I heard it. Banging. Heavy, loud banging on the door. My heart felt like it would burst out of my chest. I stood there, frozen again, every muscle tensed, waiting for the door to break open. And then I woke up. The relief was instant and overwhelming. I lay there, staring up at the dark ceiling, my body drenched in sweat, but so grateful it was just a dream. I felt the mattress under me, real and solid. I took a deep breath, trying to calm down. My eyes went to the clock, and that's when I felt my stomach drop. 3:34 a.m. Again, same time, same glowing red numbers. I stared at them, my skin crawling. My heart had started pounding again, harder than before. It was just a dream, I told myself. Just a stupid dream. But I couldn't shake the feeling. The fear was still there, just as sharp as before. I tried to reason with myself. The best way to get rid of this fear was to prove to myself that everything was fine. Go downstairs, see for yourself. Nothing's there. The house is empty except for your family, all asleep. So I got up, legs shaky, my mouth dry. I opened my door again and crept down the stairs. Each step felt like it echoed in the quiet house. When I reached the bottom, I turned toward the kitchen and felt my whole body go cold. There they were, 2 men. This time they weren't stealing anything. They were in the kitchen, shouting at my parents and my brother. My parents looked terrified. My brother stood frozen. The whole scene was chaos. The men's voices were loud, angry. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but it didn't matter. I knew I shouldn't be there. I turned and ran back up the stairs, 2 steps at a time, heart hammering in my chest. I got to my room, shut the door, locked it again. 10 seconds later, I heard the banging. Just like before. The loud, desperate banging, like they were going to tear the door right off its hinges. And then I woke up. Again. This time, I felt different. My whole body ached with exhaustion. My heart was still racing, but my head felt foggy, like I hadn't really slept at all. I turned my head slowly, almost afraid to look. The clock glowed at me. 3:34 a.m. I stared at it for what felt like forever. My breathing was shallow, my skin cold. I knew I was really awake this time. I could feel the difference. The room was real. The weight of the blanket on me was real. The distant sound of a car passing on the road outside was real. But I couldn't sleep after that. I lay there for hours, too scared to close my eyes again, afraid of what I'd see if I did. The images from the dreams kept replaying in my head. The men, the banging, the fear. Every sound in the house made me jump. The creak of the walls, the sigh of the wind outside, even the soft hum of my computer, all of it set my nerves on edge. I watched the minutes tick by on the clock. 4 o'clock, 4:30. 5 o'clock. The sky outside started to lighten, but I still couldn't bring myself to move. My body felt drained, like I'd run a marathon. My eyes burned with tiredness, but I couldn't let myself drift off. Every time my eyelids started to close, I'd snap them open again, heart racing. When morning came, the house was quiet and still. My parents' door was closed. My brother's room was dark. Everything looked normal. No sign of anything wrong. No sign of anyone ever having been there in the night. I finally got up, moving like I was in a daze. I went downstairs, half expecting to see something, anything, to explain what had happened. But the house was the same as always. The TV was where it should be. The kitchen was untouched. Nothing out of place. But the feeling didn't go away. That heavy, lingering fear stayed with me the whole day, and even longer. I didn't sleep the next night either, or the night after that. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt like I'd fall back into that loop, trapped in the nightmare again, unable to tell what was real and what wasn't. I kept seeing those men, hearing that banging, over and over, as if my mind wouldn't let it go. Days passed before I finally managed to sleep properly again. But even now, all these years later, every time I see 3:34 a.m. on a clock, I feel that same chill run down my spine. I lie there in the dark, wide awake, listening to every sound the house makes, waiting. Just waiting, in case the dream ever decides to become real. It was about 2 years ago, maybe a little more, but I remember that night so clearly, like it's burned into my mind. I had gone to this big family reunion that was about 2 hours away from where I lived at the time. Everyone had told me to stay the night, said it wasn't worth driving back so late, but I didn't listen. I had worked the next day, early morning, and I thought it would be fine. I had done long drives before, even late at night, and it never seemed like a big deal. The reunion had been fun. Everyone was in good spirits, lots of food, laughing, stories I'd heard 100 times but laughed at anyway. It was one of those nights where the air feels heavy, but in a good way, full of people you care about. But as it got late, I kept checking my watch, feeling that nagging reminder in the back of my head that I'd have to get up early. So I said my goodbyes, got in my car, and started the long drive home. The roads out there were the kind you see in movies, the kind that are lined with thick bushes and tall trees that block out most of the moonlight. I remember how my headlights barely seemed to cut through the darkness, how the edges of the road seemed to disappear into black. I was about 45 minutes into the drive, maybe closer to an hour, when it hit me. That wave of tiredness. You know how sometimes it just hits you all of a sudden, like someone flipped a switch? 1 minute you're fine, the next your eyelids feel like they weigh 100 pounds, and you can't keep your head from nodding. That's exactly what happened. I went from focused and alert to fighting to keep my eyes open. I tried everything I could think of, rolling down the window to get some cold air on my face, turning up the radio, shifting around in my seat. Nothing helped. I felt my body getting heavier and heavier. The worst part was, there weren't any places to stop. No rest areas, no gas stations, not even a wide shoulder where I felt safe enough to pull over. Just endless road and endless trees pressing in on either side. The few cars I did see passed by every couple of minutes, their headlights cutting through the night before disappearing again, leaving me in that dark tunnel of trees. I knew I couldn't keep driving. I could feel my head starting to dip, my vision blurring at the edges. I kept imagining myself drifting off and waking up only after I'd wrapped the car around a tree. I started scanning the sides of the road for any spot, anywhere I could pull off and rest, just for a little while. That's when I saw a break in the bushes, a little patch of grass just wide enough to fit my car if I edged it off the road carefully. It wasn't much, but it was hidden enough that I figured passing cars wouldn't notice me right away. I slowed down, pulled off as best I could, and turned off the engine. I remember checking the time, 11:22 p.m. I told myself I'd just close my eyes for a few minutes, enough to feel human again, and then get back on the road. The car was warm, and the quiet out there was thick, like a blanket. I let my head fall back against the seat, closed my eyes, and was out almost immediately. I don't know how long I'd been asleep before the sound woke me. It was this light scratching, like something brushing against the side of the car. I blinked groggy, trying to remember where I was. The clock on the dashboard glowed back at me, 11:50. The sound stopped almost as soon as I noticed it. I sat there for a second, heart pounding a little from the surprise, but the exhaustion was still heavy, pulling at me. I told myself it was probably an animal, a raccoon or something curious, and let my eyes close again. The forest was full of animals, I thought, nothing to worry about. But sleep didn't come as easily this time. I lay there with my ears straining in the dark, listening for the sound again. Nothing. Just the ticking of the cooling engine and the faint rustle of the trees in the breeze. After a few minutes, I drifted off again, the tiredness too much to fight. The next time the sound woke me, it was louder, clearer. That same scratching, but steadier, like whatever it was hadn't left. I snapped awake, my heart racing faster this time. I glanced at the clock, 12:40. Almost an hour had passed. The sound didn't stop like before. It kept going, slow and deliberate, moving along the side of the car. My mind tried to come up with explanations. Maybe it really was just an animal that had come back. But why would it return after so long? And why did it sound like it was purposefully testing the car, like it was trying to find a way in? I stared into the rearview mirror, trying to see what was out there. At first, all I saw was blackness. Then, just as I was about to give up, I caught a glimpse of movement, something pulling back into the trees. It moved fast, too fast for me to make out what it was. My heart felt like it stopped. I froze, gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles went white. Every horror story I'd ever heard came flooding into my mind, especially that old tale about the hook-handed killer who scratched at people's cars before attacking them. I tried to shake it off, tried to be logical, but the fear was there now, sitting heavy in my chest. I started the car, the sound of the engine breaking the stillness of the night. My hands were shaking as I shifted into drive. I pulled back onto the road, headlights cutting through the dark again, trying to put as much distance between me and whatever had been out there. I felt like I was holding my breath the whole time, eyes flicking to the mirrors, half expecting to see something chasing after me. I hadn't gone far, maybe 100 yards, maybe a little more, when I came around a bend in the road. That's when I saw it. A car parked off to the side, just like mine had been. The driver's side door was open, hanging there like someone had just gotten out. I slowed down, my heart pounding all over again. The inside of the car was dark. I couldn't see anyone in there. I remember thinking that maybe they had car trouble, or maybe they'd done the same thing as me and stopped to rest. But something felt off. The door being open like that, no sign of anyone around. It sent a chill down my spine. I kept rolling forward slowly, eyes scanning the shadows, trying to figure out what was going on. I glanced in my rearview mirror again, and that's when I saw him. A man, coming around the bend I had just passed. He was running full speed, arms pumping, legs moving like he was desperate to catch up. His face was twisted in anger, or maybe fear. I couldn't tell in the brief glimpse I got. He was yelling, loud enough that I could hear him through the closed windows. I couldn't make out every word, but I caught enough. He was shouting for me to stop, to get out of the car. He sounded angry, but also desperate, like he needed something from me. I didn't stop. I didn't even think about it. Something deep in my gut told me to go, to get out of there as fast as I could. I hit the gas, heart pounding, hands tight on the wheel. The car shot forward, the trees whipping by on either side. I didn't look back again. I didn't want to see if he was still chasing me, didn't want to know how close he was. I drove for miles before I let myself slow down. The road eventually led to a small town, and I found a gas station that was still open. I pulled in, parked under the bright lights, and just sat there for a while, trying to calm down. My hands were still shaking, my heart still racing. I kept looking around, half expecting to see that man come running out of the darkness. But he never did. After a while, I felt steady enough to get back on the road. The rest of the drive was a blur. I kept glancing in the mirrors, kept watching the sides of the road, but I didn't see anything else. I made it home just as the first light of dawn started to break over the horizon. I sat in the driveway for a long time before I went inside, trying to make sense of what had happened. I don't know who that man was. I don't know what he wanted, or what he was doing out there in the middle of the night on that empty road. Maybe he needed help. Maybe he was in trouble. But the way he came running at me, the way he shouted for me to get out of the car, it didn't feel right. It felt wrong in a way I can't fully explain, like some deep part of me recognized danger and told me to run. And I'm glad I listened. I think about that night sometimes, about what might have happened if I'd stopped, if I'd gotten out of the car. And every time, I feel a cold chill run down my spine. Since then, I never stop on the side of the road at night unless I absolutely have to. I don't care how tired I am. I'd rather drive to the next town, even if it takes hours. Because the truth is, you don't know who or what is out there. And sometimes it's better not to find out. We had been in country long enough that the rhythm of these night missions felt almost routine. Every mission felt the same. The hum of the helicopter as it dropped us off, the cool night air filling our lungs, the weight of our gear pulling at our shoulders, and the sound of boots moving over dirt, rock, and grass. It became a pattern: move fast, stay quiet, watch everything, trust no one. Kosovo at night could feel endless, and there was always the sense that something somewhere could go wrong in a heartbeat. But that night was different. That night has stayed with me in a way none of the others ever did. We'd been tasked with recon, simple enough. Identify whether enemy mortar rounds and mines were being moved through a particular area. Get in, confirm what we could, and get out before the sun touched the horizon. We'd done this before, and the terrain, at least on paper, didn't pose any problems. There was a good moon overhead, casting a pale silver light across the fields and hills. The kind of night that made our jobs easier because we could move faster without relying so much on night vision. There was always a gamble with moonlight, though. If we could see better, so could anyone else. That mission started like any other. The chopper set us down on a patch of high ground, and we quickly oriented ourselves. We moved in tight formation at first, our boots muffled against the soft earth. I took up rear security, like I often did, with Elle just ahead of me. He and I worked well together. We didn't need to speak. We just knew. We moved fast, and we moved clean. The first 10 kilometers passed without incident. We crossed through a mix of rocky ground, low shrubs, and patches of open space where we stayed low and quick. Every so often, we'd pause to listen, to scan. The only sounds were the wind moving through the grass and the occasional night bird calling out. No movement. No sign of enemy activity. Our radios stayed silent except for the check-ins and location updates. As we hit that 10-kilometer mark, we stopped to regroup. We counted heads, checked supplies, made sure nobody had rolled an ankle or dropped gear. The new guys were quiet, probably worn out but trying not to show it. Elle gave me a nod, and we set off again, this time angling toward the extraction point on the far side of a hill that rose dark against the sky. Beyond that hill was the village, close, but not so close that we'd risk running into anyone unless we screwed up. I remember tightening my straps, adjusting the weight of my pack, and taking a breath before pushing off again. And then I heard it, a noise in the trees, maybe 50 meters off. A rustle, maybe branches shifting, maybe something stepping where it shouldn't be stepping. I froze, and when I looked, I saw Elle had frozen too. His head turned toward the sound. We were both listening hard, trying to pick it apart from the ordinary sounds of the night. The others kept moving ahead, unaware, their focus forward. The new guys weren't used to glancing back, weren't used to making sure rear security was still with them. We were getting left behind. The noise came again, soft but there. Could have been a deer. Could have been anything. But out there, at that hour, with what we were doing, you didn't take chances. Elle and I started moving, using bounding overwatch. I'd move, he'd cover. He'd move, I'd cover. Each bound brought us closer to catching up with the team, but the noise kept pace with us. I told Elle, when we hit the next bound, to go on ahead and rejoin the team. I'd stay back and cover. I settled in behind a fallen log, my heart steady, but my senses sharp. I scanned, waiting, watching. The trees about 15 meters ahead shifted again. Something moved. I couldn't see what. And then it stopped. Everything went still. The wind, the trees, the night birds. Just silence. I waited, controlled my breathing, kept low, eyes scanning from left to right. The minutes stretched out, each one feeling longer than the last. Finally, I saw Elle and the others working their way back, circling to come up on either side of the spot where I'd seen movement. When they reached position, I moved up to close the gap. We searched the area. Nothing. No prints, no disturbed ground. No sign that anything had been there at all. The guys ribbed us about getting spooked, and we took it in stride. You had to laugh about it, otherwise it'd get into your head. We pushed on. I went back to my place at the rear, Elle just ahead of me again. This time, there was no noise as I stepped off. The night stretched on, and we covered another 2 kilometers before coming to an orchard that spread out before us. The moonlight was bright now, casting long shadows between the trees. The orchard wasn't dense. The trees were spaced wide enough apart that we could move between them and still have decent cover. We kept to the middle, using the trunks to shield us when we could. I hesitated just before I stepped into the orchard. The noise again, soft but distinct, and then something else. A sound I couldn't explain. A giggle, a child's giggle, light, almost playful. It didn't fit. Not out there. Not at that hour. My gut clenched. I wasn't expecting that. I wasn't even imagining that. My brain had been primed for wildlife, maybe a straggler, maybe an enemy scout. But not that. Elle had already moved ahead, another 20 meters or so, and turned to check on me. I forced myself forward, moving from tree to tree, staying low. I took cover next to one of the trees, catching my breath, trying to steady myself. And that's when I saw it. The tree's bark was rough, knotted, scarred by years of weather. But in one of those knots, the pattern of the bark seemed to form a face. I squinted, trying to convince myself it was nothing. But then, the face became clearer. The features sharpened. A little girl's face, pale and smiling. She turned slightly, waved a small, almost shy wave, and giggled again. Then the image was gone. Just bark, just a tree. I felt ice in my veins. My rational mind screamed that I was overtired, that the moonlight and shadows had played a trick on me. but I knew what I'd seen. I didn't look back. I didn't hesitate. I moved. Fast. I caught up to Elle, didn't say a word. We pushed on, cleared the orchard, made our way over the hill and down toward our extraction point. The rest of the night passed without incident. We hit our mark, the chopper came, and we left that place behind. For 2 weeks, I kept that to myself. I told no one. I convinced myself it was fatigue, stress, tricks of the light. I buried it. Then I got pulled to work security for a team of combat engineers. Their job that day was to find and mark a minefield that had been laid near a path kids from the local village used. Important work. Dangerous work. I stayed alert, kept watch, did what was needed. When they finished, when we'd gotten word to the villagers and watched the engineers begin the process of blowing the mines, I felt good. Like we'd done something that mattered. When I got back to base, I felt relief. I could finally take my boots off, clean my weapon, maybe get a few hours of uninterrupted sleep. The barracks was empty when I got there. I sat on my bunk, pulled off my boots, stretched out my legs. And then the door burst open. The guys were back, laughing loud, dumping their gear, reliving the mission. Elle wasn't laughing. He looked pale, angry. The others teased him about being jumpy, about not wanting to go back to that area again. I just sat there listening, heart sinking. I kept my mouth shut. Eventually, the noise settled, and we all tried to grab what sleep we could. A couple days later, Elle and I got assigned to work with some scouts. We moved through the terrain, kept the scouts in line, kept our eyes open. During a break, Elle sat next to me. Quiet at first. Then he spoke, low so the others wouldn't hear. He asked what I'd seen that night. I shrugged it off, told him it was nothing, just my imagination. He looked at me, his eyes serious, and said he saw the same thing. A little girl. In a tree. The rest of the mission passed without either of us saying much more about it. We did our job. We watched. We listened. But both of us, I think, carried that same weight. Not because we thought we'd seen a ghost or anything like that, but because out there, in the middle of that night, in a place where we had no business seeing or hearing anything like that, we both did. And it didn't matter what it was. What mattered was that it had happened, and we couldn't explain it. We never did. We didn't need to. We just knew. After that, neither of us volunteered for missions that took us through that patch of land again. And if we had to, we moved fast, we kept our heads down, and we didn't look too closely at the trees. Kosovo kept its secrets, and we left them where they were. Growing up in that old house always felt normal to me. It wasn't a big, creepy mansion like you see in movies or anything like that. It was just an older home that had been in our family for a long time, the kind with creaky floors and narrow hallways that always seemed a little too dark, no matter how many lights you had on. The kind of house where you could always hear something, pipes clanking, wind rattling a window, the hum of appliances. It wasn't fancy, but it was home, and I didn't think twice about it most of the time. I lived there with my mom, my dad, and my little sister. My sister, she was always the more imaginative one between us. From the time she could talk, she was coming up with stories, singing little songs she made up, and most of all, talking to her imaginary friend. She called her E. I never thought much about it. I was a few years older, and I just figured it was something little kids did. She would sit in the corner of our room, playing tea party, or lining up her dolls and talking to E like she was sitting right there. Sometimes I'd walk in and find her talking quietly like she was telling secrets, or laughing at some joke only she and E understood. It was just part of life with a younger sibling. It went on until she was about 4, maybe a little older, and then like a switch, it stopped. No more tea parties for 2. No more quiet whispers. I didn't notice at first, but one day I realized the room was a little quieter. My sister had moved on to other things. School, friends, toys that didn't involve imaginary guests. Years went by, and we didn't talk about E. There wasn't any reason to. My sister and I got older, and while we still shared a room, we were in our own little worlds most of the time. She was into drawing and crafts, and I spent most of my time reading or out with friends. The house stayed the same, old, a bit worn around the edges, but familiar and comfortable. We got used to the creaks and groans of it. They were just background noise to us. Then came that night. I'll never forget it because it started out like any other. My mom got a call, and I could hear the tension in her voice from across the house. She had that tone she only got when it was about Grandpa. His health had been failing for a while, and every phone call felt like bad news waiting to happen. That night, it was the call. I didn't hear all of it, but I heard enough to know she needed to go. Hust. My dad grabbed his keys, and in minutes they were out the door, leaving my sister and me home alone. It wasn't unusual. We'd been left alone before, and we weren't little kids anymore. I was old enough to handle it. The house felt a bit emptier without them there, but I wasn't worried. I settled in at the far end of the house, probably watching TV or fiddling with something. I don't even remember now. My sister was back in our room doing whatever it was she liked to do, probably coloring or playing quietly. The night was still, the house quiet except for the usual background sounds. Then, out of nowhere, I heard the radio in our room click on. It wasn't loud at first, just that soft crackle as it powered up. I didn't think much of it until the volume went all the way up, blaring so loud it made me jump. And just as suddenly, it dropped all the way down, nearly silent, then up again. It went through this weird cycle 3 times, up, down, off, up, down, off. Each time it happened, I felt this uneasy feeling growing in my chest, like something wasn't right. At first, I thought my sister was messing around, maybe trying to scare me or just goofing off. So I got up, a bit annoyed, and walked down the hall to our room. I'll never forget what I saw when I walked in. My sister wasn't messing with the radio. She wasn't even near it. She was sitting on the edge of her bed, pale as I've ever seen her, eyes wide and fixed on the radio, like she couldn't believe what she was seeing. She wasn't crying or screaming, just frozen, like she didn't know what to do. I felt a wave of protectiveness and confusion wash over me at the same time. I walked over to the radio, ready to yank the plug out of the wall and tell her to knock it off. But there was no plug. The cord dangled uselessly behind it. And when I picked it up to check for batteries, the compartment was empty. That radio shouldn't have worked at all, let alone powered on and changed volume like that. It was the only radio in the house, one of those older, chunky models that needed either to be plugged in or have batteries. I turned it over in my hands a few times, like maybe I'd missed something, but it was dead as could be. No batteries, no plug, nothing. I looked back at my sister, and I could see she was shaking. It wasn't like her to be this scared over nothing. I tried to stay calm for her sake, even though my heart was pounding in my ears. The house felt different in that moment. The air felt heavier somehow, like the walls were pressing in just a little. I didn't want to admit it, but I was rattled too. I put the radio down and tried to brush it off. Maybe it had stored a charge somehow. Maybe there was some logical explanation, but deep down, I didn't believe it. I could tell my sister didn't either. She just sat there, her eyes darting around like she expected something else to happen. The rest of the night passed without any more incidents, but neither of us slept much. We stayed in the same bed, huddled under the blankets, even though it wasn't cold. Every little sound in the house seemed louder that night. The ticking of the clock, the settling of the wood, the rustle of leaves outside. We were both on edge, waiting for something else to happen. But it didn't. Morning came, and with it, my mom and dad, tired and sad from the night's events. My grandpa had passed. The timing of it all stuck with me. The radio going haywire right around the time my grandpa died. My sister's pale face, her fear. But I pushed it down, tried to move past it. I told myself there had to be an explanation. Maybe the radio had a short. Maybe my sister was playing a trick and got scared herself. I didn't want to think about it too much. A few days later, we went to the funeral. The house had been full of people coming and going, and the funeral home was no different. Aunts, uncles, cousins, people I barely knew. Everyone offering kind words, sharing memories. It was overwhelming. I mostly stayed close to my sister and tried to be there for her. After the service, we were standing around when a relative, I don't even remember who now, came up to us with an old photo they'd found while going through some things. It was a black and white picture, faded at the edges, of my grandparents on their wedding day. I looked at it, not thinking much at first, just another old photo. But my sister's face changed the second she saw it. Her eyes got wide again, and she pointed at the woman in the picture, saying in this small voice, "That's EE." I felt my stomach drop. I didn't know what to say. I didn't even know what to think. That photo was the first time I'd ever seen a picture of our grandmother. She'd passed away before I was born, when my mom was still a kid. We didn't have pictures of her around the house. Our step-grandmother had cleared them all out when she moved in. My sister couldn't have known what she looked like. And yet, here she was, saying that was her imaginary friend, the one she played with for years. The one she said came back that night with the radio. It was one of those moments that sticks with you forever. But even then, I tried to make sense of it. I tried to tell myself maybe she'd seen the photo somewhere before and didn't remember. Maybe she'd overheard stories and filled in the gaps with her imagination. Kids do that sometimes. Their minds are good at making connections where there aren't any. Maybe all those years ago, when she was little, she'd heard our mom talking about her mother, and it shaped this imaginary friend she had. As for the radio, maybe it had some fault we didn't know about. Maybe a surge of power hit it even without a plug. Maybe it was just one of those weird coincidences that happen in life. The mind is good at finding patterns when we're looking for them, especially when we're emotional, especially on nights when big things happen. In the end, that's what I settled on. I don't believe in ghosts or spirits or anything like that. I think the mind is powerful, and kids' minds are even more so. My sister loved to imagine and create. And that night, with all the emotions swirling around, our grandpa passing, the stress in the house, being left alone in the dark, it all came together in a way that felt strange and scary at the time. But deep down, I think it was just our minds trying to make sense of a hard moment. Life moved on after that. We grew up, moved out, started lives of our own. That night became one of those family stories we talk about now and then, usually at holidays or gatherings, when people shared old memories. My sister would always smile and shake her head when it came up, like she wasn't sure what to believe herself anymore. And I'd sit there listening, remembering the fear, the confusion, and also how, in the end, we were just two kids trying to understand something bigger than us. That's all it ever was. A strange night, a sad loss, and two kids caught in the middle of it, searching for answers in the dark. I remember that day so clearly, even though it happened when I was much younger. My father and I had taken a short trip out to the Manassas battlefield. I think it was November because I remember the way the air felt, cold enough to make you pull your jacket tighter, but not cold enough to see your breath in front of your face. The sky was a dull gray, heavy with clouds that didn't seem like they wanted to rain, but also didn't want to move. A light mist hung over the open field, clinging low to the ground and curling up around the base of trees and the old cannons scattered across the battlefield. My father had parked his truck on a hill, one of those gentle rises that overlooked a wide stretch of open field dotted with cannons and historical markers. The truck was old but sturdy, with scratches along the sides from years of use and work. We sat on the tailgate, the bed filled with odds and ends, a toolbox, some rope, a cooler, and a blanket my father kept in there for emergencies. We were eating McDonald's, something simple. I had a cheeseburger and fries, and my father had a Big Mac, the wrapper rustling in his hands as the wind blew gently across the hilltop. The battlefield itself had a strange silence to it, the kind of quiet that makes you feel like you're not supposed to be there, like you're intruding on something old and forgotten. I remember the sound of the breeze moving through the dry grass, the occasional caw of a distant crow, and the faint hum of a highway somewhere far off. There weren't many other people around that day, at least not that we could see from where we were sitting. It felt like we had the whole place to ourselves. We sat there for a while, just looking out across the field and finishing our food. My father always liked to take his time on days like that. He'd lean back on the edge of the tailgate, resting his weight on his palms, and just stare out at the horizon. I think he enjoyed the peace, the break from the constant noise of the world. It was while we were sitting there, wiping our hands on napkins and crumpling up the wrappers, that I saw him. The mist had thickened a bit, creeping higher up the cannons and spreading across the field like a slow-moving tide. There, standing near one of the cannons about 50 or maybe 100 meters away, was a man. He seemed to appear out of the mist, as if he had always been there, but we just hadn't noticed him until that moment. He was dressed in what looked like an old uniform, the kind I'd seen in books or in those glass cases at museums. Gray coat, darker trousers, a cap with a short bill. The uniform looked worn, like it had seen a lot of use. The man was standing still, not pacing or moving around like you might expect someone to do if they were waiting for someone. The only thing he moved was his arm, raising it in that slow, deliberate way and waving. Not a hello wave, but the kind of wave you give when you're signaling someone to come over. My father noticed him too. Without saying anything, he reached behind the seat of the truck and grabbed a pair of binoculars he always kept in the cab. They were old, the leather strap cracked, and the lenses a little cloudy, but they still worked. He raised them to his eyes and looked out at the figure. I remember watching his face as he focused in, the way his brow furrowed and his lips pressed into a thin line. He didn't look alarmed, just puzzled. After a moment, he handed me the binoculars. I took them and looked out at the man. The uniform was clearer now, and I could see the details, the brass buttons, the scuffed boots, the way the cap sat low on his forehead. The man's face was hard to make out. The mist seemed thicker down there, and the light wasn't great. But I could see enough to know he wasn't smiling or showing any other expression. He just stood there, waving in that slow, steady motion. My father stood up, dusting off his jeans, and said he was going to go see what the man wanted. He thought maybe there was some kind of reenactment going on, or maybe the guy was part of the park service and needed help. I stayed by the truck, watching him make his way down the hill toward the man. I kept the binoculars up, tracking both of them as they got closer together. The closer my father got, the more I felt something strange start to build in my chest. I don't know how to describe it exactly. It wasn't fear at first, just this uneasy feeling, like watching something that doesn't quite make sense but you can't look away. My father's steps slowed as he approached the man. From where I was, it looked like he came to a stop maybe 5 or 10 feet from him. He didn't get right up close, just close enough that I figured they'd start talking or at least acknowledge each other somehow. But that's not what happened. My father just stood there, not moving, his posture changing. He looked confused, like he wasn't sure what he was seeing. I saw him tilt his head a bit, like he was trying to make sense of what was in front of him. He stayed like that for a few seconds, seconds that felt much longer with the weight of the moment pressing down. Then, all of a sudden, my father turned on his heel and started running back toward me. Not jogging, not walking quickly, running full out, like something had scared the hell out of him. I lowered the binoculars and stared, stunned. I had never seen my father run like that before, not in my entire life. He was the kind of man who didn't rush for anything. He got back to the truck, breath coming fast, and without saying a word he started grabbing our stuff, throwing the cooler into the bed, slamming the tailgate shut, tossing the wrappers and bags inside, not even bothering to pack things neatly like he usually did. His hands shook a little as he worked, his face pale beneath his tanned skin. I just stood there, unsure of what to do or say. Once everything was in the truck, he climbed behind the wheel and started the engine. We pulled out of that parking spot so fast that the tires kicked up dirt and pebbles. I kept looking out the window as we drove away, trying to see if the man was still there. I couldn't spot him anymore. The mist had swallowed up the cannon and everything around it. We drove in silence for a long time. I kept glancing over at my father. His hands were tight on the steering wheel, his knuckles white. His eyes stayed fixed on the road ahead, like he couldn't let himself look anywhere else. Eventually, once we were well away from the battlefield, he spoke in a low voice, almost like he was talking to himself. He said that as he got closer to the man, the figure seemed to fade, not all at once, but bit by bit, like the mist was eating him away. He said he felt this horrible feeling in his stomach, like something was very wrong, and that every part of him was telling him to turn around and leave. What stuck with me the most was how shaken my father was. This was a man who had served in Vietnam, who had seen things I couldn't even imagine. He wasn't the kind of person who got spooked easily. But that day, whatever happened out there on that battlefield got to him in a way I'd never seen before. In the years since, we've talked about it a few times, but only when it comes up naturally. My father always gets the same look when he remembers it, a distant stare, goosebumps rising on his arms even on warm days. He's never tried to explain it beyond saying that it was something strange, something he couldn't explain. I've thought about it a lot myself. From my point of view, the man never disappeared. I watched the whole thing through the binoculars, and as far as I could tell, my father was standing right next to him before he turned and ran. There was no sudden vanishing act, no dramatic moment where the man blinked out of existence. But then again, I wasn't the one down there, face to face with him. Maybe the angle, the mist, and the distance all played tricks on what I saw. Over the years, I've come to think there was probably a simple explanation. Maybe it was a reenactor who decided to have a bit of fun with us. Or maybe someone who wasn't supposed to be there at all. The mist, the cold, and the strange silence of the battlefield all combined to make the whole thing feel more eerie than it really was. I've read about how the mind can play tricks on you in situations like that, filling in the blanks with things that aren't really there. Whatever the truth is, it doesn't change the fact that the memory of that day sticks with me, clear as the cold air we breathed in on that hill. And even though I try to reason it out, I can't shake the image of that man standing there, still and silent except for that slow, steady wave. I think about the way my father ran, the urgency in his movements, the fear that I had never seen in him before and haven't seen since. And every time we pass near that battlefield, even now, I feel that same uneasy knot in my stomach, a reminder of that strange, quiet afternoon on the hill, and the man in gray who seemed to come from nowhere and disappear into the mist. It started out like any other job. Just another fall day, a bit colder than it should have been for the time of year, with that damp chill that seeps right into your bones no matter how many layers you wear. My uncle had called the night before, asking if I could help him out with a house he was trying to finish painting. I'd helped him plenty of times before. It was good money for easy work, and I didn't mind getting out of the house. I was 17 then, trying to save up for my first car. Any chance to earn a little extra cash was fine by me. I didn't think much about what could go wrong. Painting houses wasn't exactly dangerous work, or so I thought. That fall had been the wettest I could remember. It seemed like it rained every other day. Sometimes just a drizzle, but other times it poured so hard you couldn't see 10 feet in front of you. It made everything take longer. Jobs that should have been wrapped up in a week dragged on for a month. My uncle was good at what he did, always kept his word, always finished a job no matter how long it took. He had a reputation for that, and he took it seriously. He wasn't about to let some bad weather or scheduling mess things up, and I respected that about him. The house we were going to that day was one we'd started back in the summer. It was an old Victorian place, 3 stories tall, with a steep roof and lots of decorative trim that made painting a real chore. It sat in a quiet part of town, the kind of neighborhood where the houses were spaced far apart and big old trees lined the streets. I remembered the owners vaguely from when we first started. The wife was polite but seemed tense, and the husband didn't say much at all. I only saw him a couple of times, usually just a nod of acknowledgement as he went inside. The day we went back to finish, there was this strange stillness in the air. The sky was overcast, not dark enough to rain but gray enough to dull everything down. It was like the world was holding its breath. There was no wind, no sound of birds or anything, just quiet. I remember noticing it when we pulled up, thinking it felt more like winter than fall. We parked out front, but the work we had left to do was all at the back of the house. The front had already been painted earlier in the summer when the weather was better. My uncle had me help carry the supplies around, paint cans, brushes, rollers, a small ladder. The big scaffolding was already set up at the back, from where we left off. He did the more detailed parts himself, and I'd do the first coats or the big flat surfaces. That day was no different. As we set up, he asked if I was okay with heights. I told him I was fine, even though the idea of working 3 stories up made me uneasy. I didn't want him to think I couldn't handle it. Climbing that scaffolding felt like it took forever. Every step up made the house seem taller, the ground further away. I had a can of paint hooked to my belt, brushes jammed into the loops, and my hands gripping the sides of the scaffolding until my knuckles turned white. The metal felt cold under my fingers, like it had soaked up all the chill from the air. When I finally reached the top, I took a second to steady myself before setting the paint down and getting to work. The house was in good shape for its age, but you could see where time had worn at it. The wood around the windows was weathered. The trim along the roofline needed fresh paint badly. I started on the section my uncle had pointed out, getting into a rhythm. Brush in the paint, brush on the wood, back and forth, like I'd done 100 times before. It was easy work once you got going, and after a few minutes, I stopped thinking about how high up I was. The attic window was small, an oval shape with thick old glass. I remembered my uncle saying it was the husband's study up there. As I worked my way across, I found myself glancing inside, curiosity getting the better of me. I figured maybe I'd see him at his desk, scribbling away at whatever book he was working on. It was harmless enough to look, but what I saw made my blood run cold. He was there, all right, standing right by the window, staring straight at me. His face was pale, almost as gray as the sky behind me. His eyes were hollow, empty in a way I can't explain. There was no anger, no sadness, not even confusion, just nothing. Like he wasn't really looking at me, but through me. I froze, paintbrush halfway to the wood, heart starting to pound in my chest. Then he lifted his hand. I hadn't noticed it at first, but he was holding a gun. A small pistol, maybe something old. He didn't hesitate, didn't look away. Just raised it to his temple, as calm as if he was about to scratch an itch, and pulled the trigger. The sound was deafening, even through the glass. The flash, the spray, I can still see it all in my head. His body crumpled out of view, but that face, that look, it stayed with me. My legs gave out, and I stumbled backward. In that split second, all I could think was to get away from that window, from what I'd just seen. But I forgot where I was. Forgot I was 3 stories up. My foot slipped off the edge of the plank, and I felt myself falling. The world tilted. The gray sky spun above me, and then the ground rushed up. I hit something, branches, maybe a bush, and everything went black for a second. When I opened my eyes, I was on my back, pain shooting up from my ankle and my side. My uncle's voice was shouting, his face coming into view, panic all over it. I tried to sit up but couldn't. My leg wouldn't work right. Later they told me it was a broken ankle and some cracked ribs, but I was lucky. Could have been a lot worse. The police came, of course. The neighbors had heard the shot, and my uncle had called it in. I sat there on the ground, wrapped in a blanket someone brought out, watching them go in and out of the house. The wife was nowhere to be seen at first, but eventually they brought her out. She was crying, trying to cover her face. I remember feeling sorry for her, even through the shock. We never went back to that house. My uncle tried, but the woman moved out not long after. He said she couldn't stand to live there anymore, and I didn't blame her. The job was left unfinished. The scaffolding stayed up for a while, then eventually someone came and took it down. The house has been empty ever since, at least as far as I know. I avoided that street after that. Even now, all these years later, I don't like driving past it. Every time I think about it, I see that man's face. That blank, empty stare. I think that's what haunts me most. Not the gunshot, not the fall, but that look. Like he'd already given up long before he pulled the trigger. Like there was nothing left inside him. I went to counseling for a while after it happened. My parents insisted, and I guess it helped a little. I stopped having nightmares eventually, but I don't think I'll ever really forget. It's burned too deep into my memory. I try to push it aside, focus on other things, but sometimes when the weather's gray and still like it was that day, it all comes rushing back. Painting houses never felt the same after that. I helped my uncle a few more times, but I was always nervous, always looking over my shoulder or glancing into windows, half afraid of what I might see. Eventually, I found other work. Something safer, something on solid ground. My uncle understood. He didn't push me about it. I think he was shaken up too, though he never said much. Life went on as it does. The house stayed empty, a reminder of that day. The paint on the back started to peel again, the trim faded. The grass grew tall in the yard, and the trees slowly crept closer, their branches reaching out like they were trying to hide the place from view. People in town talked about it sometimes, about what happened there. But mostly, it was just another old house, forgotten by most. Not by me, though. I still see it sometimes in my mind, that attic window, that man's eyes. And I still feel that chill, that cold that went right through me, not from the weather, but from knowing I was looking at someone who didn't care anymore, who had nothing left. That's the part that sticks with you, the part that doesn't fade. The look of a man who's lost everything inside. And that's why I don't go down that street. I don't want to see that window, don't want to risk catching a glimpse of something I know isn't there, but feels like it could be. Because some memories stay with you, no matter how hard you try to leave them behind. Some moments burn themselves into your mind, and no amount of time can wash them away. When I was in high school, I had a really good friend named Mark. We lived in the kind of neighborhood that felt safe and familiar, full of old houses with big front porches and cracked sidewalks shaded by giant trees. Our houses sat side by side on one of those quiet streets where nothing much ever seemed to happen. His house and mine were both built in the 1950s, solid and unremarkable in design, but they felt like home. The houses had been there long before either of our families had moved in. They'd seen generations come and go, kids grow up and move out, and old neighbors pass away or move to smaller places. But there was one house on our street that was different. It was the house next to Mark's. That house was always up for sale. People would move in and then just as suddenly move out again. Sometimes it would happen in the middle of the night. No goodbye, no moving truck. Just gone. For as long as I could remember, the house never had the same owner for more than 6 months. People came and went, like they couldn't stand to stay. Sometimes we'd see them outside when they first moved in, smiling and hopeful, waving at neighbors, trying to settle in. But soon enough, their smiles would fade. Curtains would stay closed all the time. They stopped saying hello. Then one day, the house would be empty again. I didn't think too much about it most of the time. It was just a house. But sometimes, late at night when I couldn't sleep, I'd look at that house through my bedroom window and feel uneasy. There was nothing wrong with how it looked. It was just like the others on the street. A small craftsman-style house, with a neat little porch and some overgrown shrubs in front. But something about it seemed heavy, like it didn't want to be lived in. I'd tell myself it was silly. A house is just a house. One night, during winter break, Mark and I were hanging out at his place. It was cold outside, the kind of cold that makes your breath hang in the air like smoke. We were bored. There wasn't much to do. It was too late to go anywhere, and we'd already burned through every video game and movie we had. Mark was the one who brought it up. He looked out his window at that empty house next door and said, "You ever wonder what's in there?" I shrugged. "Not really." "We should go look," he said, a grin spreading across his face. It wasn't the kind of grin that meant he was excited. It was more like he wanted to dare himself. I could tell he was spooked by the house, but didn't want to admit it. At first I said no, but the longer we sat there with nothing to do, the more the idea grew on me. It wasn't like we were going to break anything or steal anything. We just wanted to see it for ourselves. What harm could it do? So we put on our jackets and snuck outside. The air was bitterly cold, and I remember how the snow on the ground crunched under our shoes. The street was quiet, and everything seemed still, like the whole neighborhood was holding its breath. We crossed into the yard of the empty house, and I felt my heart start to beat faster. Not from fear exactly, just the thrill of doing something we weren't supposed to. We went around to the back of the house, our breath coming in little white clouds. There was a dog door in the back door, just big enough for Mark to squeeze through. He went first, disappearing inside, and for a few seconds I just stood there in the cold, listening. I heard the soft click of the door unlocking from the inside, and then the door creaked open, and Mark motioned for me to come in. Inside, it was dark. The power had been turned off, so the only light came from the faint glow of the street lamps outside, filtering through the bare windows. The air inside felt stale, like the house had been holding its breath too. There was no furniture except for a built-in breakfast table in the kitchen, set against a picture window that looked out onto the backyard. The floor was covered in dust, and the place smelled faintly of old wood and something else I couldn't quite place, like dampness or mildew. Mark and I walked through the house, our footsteps echoing in the emptiness. There was nothing special about it. The walls were plain. The floors creaked under our weight. It was just a house. But even though there was nothing to see, we didn't leave. I don't know why. Maybe it was because the house had always been a mystery to us, and now that we were inside, we felt like we should stay for a bit, like we had to make sense of it somehow. We ended up sitting on the floor in the kitchen, across from that little table. The table looked like it had been built right into the house, like it belonged there. The window above it framed the night outside. The snow reflected the street lights, giving everything a soft, pale glow. We sat there, just talking about random things, our voices low. It felt strange, sitting in that empty house like we owned it, like we were part of its story for a little while. Then it happened. One moment, everything was normal. The next, Mark let out a scream that echoed through the house and made my blood run cold. At the exact same instant, I felt it. My vision went black, not like when you close your eyes, but like a thick darkness had swallowed me whole. I couldn't see anything. I couldn't even see the faint light from the window. But it wasn't just the darkness. It was the cold. A sickly, awful cold that seemed to seep into my skin and bones, wrapping around me like ice. It wasn't the kind of cold you feel from the weather. This was different. It was heavy, suffocating, like the air itself had turned to ice and was pressing down on me. I started screaming too. I couldn't help it. I felt completely helpless, trapped in the dark, in the cold. I felt hands grab mine, Mark's hands, and he started pulling me hard. I couldn't see where we were going, couldn't tell which way was out, but I let him drag me. My legs felt heavy, like they didn't want to move, like the cold was trying to hold me in place. But Mark kept pulling, and somehow we stumbled through the house, through the door, and out into the night. As soon as we were outside, the darkness lifted. My vision came back slowly, shapes and shadows forming in the dim light of the street lamps. The cold started to fade, and I realized how cold the night air really was. But it was nothing compared to the cold I'd just felt inside. We stood there, under the yellow glow of the lamp, breathing hard, our breath clouding in the air. For a long moment, neither of us spoke. I looked at Mark, and his face was pale, his eyes wide with fear. I felt shaky, my heart still racing. I kept looking back at the house, half expecting to see something at the window, but there was nothing. Just the empty windows, dark and blank. Finally, I asked him what had happened. I needed to know. I needed to make sense of it. Mark swallowed hard and looked at me. His voice was quiet, but steady. He said that while we were sitting there, he saw something crawl out from under the table. A black figure, small and hunched, shaped like a girl, but not right somehow. It didn't make a sound. It just came out and sat on top of me. He said my eyes were wide open, but it was like I couldn't see. I started waving my hands around, like I was trying to feel my way through the dark. That's when he grabbed me and pulled me out. We stood there for a while longer, too scared to move. Eventually we went back to his house, locking the door behind us, and didn't say much the rest of the night. I don't think either of us slept. I know I didn't. I lay there in my bed later, staring at the ceiling, trying to convince myself it hadn't happened, that it was just my imagination. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't forget that cold. It was like it had sunk into me, left a mark that wouldn't go away. For the next few days, I couldn't shake the feeling. I felt jumpy, like something was always just behind me. I couldn't concentrate. I didn't want to walk past that house. Even now, when I think about it, I feel that same chill creep up my spine. Mark and I still talk about it sometimes, but the story never changes. We both remember it the same way. And that house, it stayed empty for a long time after that night. Eventually someone moved in, but I never went near it again. I didn't want to know what they found there. I didn't want to know if they felt the cold too. It wasn't a ghost. It wasn't some fairy tale monster. It was something real. Something about that house, that place, was wrong. And sometimes I wonder if whatever it was is still there, waiting for someone else to sit down at that table. Every time I stay at my grandma's house, I hear footsteps upstairs. It happens without fail. And it's always the same pattern. The steps start on one end of the room, cross over slowly, and stop at the other end. Then, maybe once more during the night, I'll hear them again, going the other way. It's as if whoever, or whatever, is walking up there is pacing slowly and purposefully, as if keeping watch or just wandering in the dark. I didn't notice these sounds when I was younger. They started when I was about 14, right after my grandparents decided I needed to sleep in a different room on the first floor. That was around the time they began sleeping in separate rooms themselves. Both of their rooms are on the first floor, and mine was placed directly underneath that room. The one that has always filled me with dread for reasons I can't explain. The house isn't anything extraordinary. It's just an old two-story place that's been standing for who knows how many decades. My grandparents have lived there for as long as I can remember. The first floor has the usual living spaces: kitchen, dining room, living room, and bedrooms. The second floor is mostly bedrooms and a small storage closet at the top of the stairs. From the outside, the house looks welcoming. A big porch wraps around the front, with flower boxes and an old swing my grandpa built. But inside, especially at night, it's different. The air feels heavier, like the walls are holding in secrets. And upstairs, that's where it feels the worst. I've always had this fear of the upstairs. I don't know where it came from. Maybe it's because the upstairs was where my mom and her siblings lived when they were kids, so it was filled with old furniture and forgotten things. Maybe it was the narrow hallways, the way the shadows seemed to stretch out at night. Or maybe it was just that one room, the long, narrow bedroom with closets on both sides of the door and a window at the far end. I hated that room. The bed sat right in the middle, so when you opened the door, you could see the entire length of it straight through to the window. As a kid, I refused to step foot in there unless someone else was with me. Even now, at 23, I still won't go up there alone. Growing up, my grandparents told me stories about the house. One that always stuck with me was about the sons of the previous owner. According to them, these boys swore that a gorilla would come out of one of the closets at night, dance around the room, and then go back inside the closet. At the time, I thought it was just a silly story, something kids made up because they were scared of the dark. But after I started sleeping in the room directly below that one, I started thinking about that story differently. When you're lying in bed in the pitch dark and you know exactly what's above you, it's hard to push those thoughts away. The first time I heard the footsteps, it was late. Everyone had gone to bed. The house was completely dark, and I was lying there, unable to sleep. The room felt colder than usual, and the kind of silence that filled the space was the heavy kind. The kind that makes you feel like your ears are straining to pick up even the smallest sound. And then I heard it, a faint thump from above, near the window of that room. Slow, steady steps. Thump, thump, thump. The sound moved from one side of the room to the other, passing right over where I was lying. The footsteps weren't rushed or loud. They were casual, like someone was just walking from one end to the other, not in any hurry at all. And then they stopped. Just like that. The house went silent again. My heart was pounding. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, my eyes wide in the dark. I could feel every hair on my body standing on end. It wasn't the kind of creak or groan an old house makes when it settles. These were distinct, deliberate steps. I knew that pace. I'd heard people walk across floors my whole life. This was no different, except no one should have been up there. I stayed frozen for what felt like forever, just listening, waiting for the sound to start again. I wanted to tell myself it was the house, or maybe the wind outside, but I knew better. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I got up, opened my door quietly, and made my way to my grandpa's room. I told him what I heard. He listened, then gave me the explanation I was expecting. The house is old, with shifts it creaks. He tried to reassure me by turning on the dining room light, so at least the hallway wouldn't be so dark. I went back to bed, a little calmer with the light on, and tried to fall asleep. But then it started again. This time, the steps began where they had stopped before, near the window upstairs. Thump, thump, thump. They crossed over the room again, passing above me, and stopped near the door this time. I lay there, barely breathing, staring at the ceiling like I could somehow see through it if I tried hard enough. The house was quiet again, except for my own heartbeat hammering in my chest. I thought maybe it was over. Maybe that was it. Then I heard it, the soft creak of the top stair. And another. And another. The steps were coming down the stairs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A pause at the landing. Then 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And silence. I didn't move. I didn't even blink. Whatever it was now on the first floor. The same floor I was on. The dining room light was still on, casting a soft glow into my room, but it didn't make me feel any safer. I stared at my doorway, the only barrier between me and the rest of the house, and my vision started to blur. I felt lightheaded, like the fear was draining the strength from my body. I pulled the blankets over my head, like that thin layer of fabric could protect me from whatever was out there. That's when I heard the scratching. A long, slow sound like nails or something sharp dragging down wood. It was coming from inside my room, from the direction of my grandpa's gun case. I knew that sound. I could picture exactly what was happening without even looking. Scratched down the front of the gun case door. A soft tap as the door rattled slightly against its frame. Another long scratch. Then another. The sound was so clear, so deliberate, that I felt paralyzed. I wanted to scream, but nothing came out. I had to force myself to take a deep breath, fill my lungs, and then I let out a yell as loud as I could manage. Within seconds, my grandpa was there. The door burst open, and he came in, looking concerned but not convinced. I told him what I heard. He said the same thing as before, that it was just the house settling, that I was probably imagining things. But at least he was there. That helped. I couldn't bring myself to sleep on the bed anymore, so I took a sheet, draped it over the side of the bed, and crawled underneath. I wrapped myself in a comforter, put in my headphones, turned my back to the door, and tried to block out the world. I didn't want to see or hear anything else that night. I figured if something was going to happen, I'd rather not know. The next morning, my grandpa told my grandma about what happened. She just smiled and said it was silly, but then she mentioned that my cousin had said the same thing the last time she stayed there. She'd woken up my grandma to tell her she heard footsteps. That didn't make me feel any better. For the rest of that stay, I slept under the bed. It wasn't comfortable, but it felt safer somehow. Like being tucked away in a small space would make me harder to find. And even though nothing else happened during that week, I still heard the footsteps every night. The same slow, steady steps upstairs, crossing the room above me. I've stayed at my grandparents' house many times since then. I don't sleep under the bed anymore, but I still sleep on top of it with my back to the door. I always keep my headphones in, playing some soft music or white noise to drown out any sounds. I haven't heard the steps come down the stairs again, not since that first night. But I know they're still up there, every time I visit. And the truth is, I don't want to hear them come down again. Because if they do, I don't know what I'll do. I tell myself it's just the house, just old wood settling. But deep down, I know what footsteps sound like. And those are footsteps. Deliberate, slow, steady. Crossing the room, back and forth. And for as long as I keep staying there, I know I'll keep hearing them. I've stopped trying to make sense of it. I don't ask my grandparents about it anymore. I don't look for explanations. I just go through the same routine. I set up my bed, plug in my headphones, turn my back to the door, and try to sleep. Sometimes I think about going upstairs during the day, just to see if I can find anything that might explain it. But I never do. I always find a reason not to. I'll tell myself I'm too busy, or that it's not worth the trouble. The truth is, I'm scared of what I might find, or what I won't find at all. So I leave it alone. I let the footsteps do whatever they're going to do, and I try to pretend I don't hear them. And that's how it's been every time for years. I had just gotten my CPR certification about a week earlier. I remember feeling proud of myself for finally doing it, like I was actually prepared for something. You know? It was one of those things that I had always meant to do, and finally I got around to it. I remember thinking it would be one of those skills I'd probably never have to use, but it would be good to have, just in case. It felt like checking off a box on that invisible list of things that make you feel like you've got your life together, even a little. That day was supposed to be fun. It was late October, and my friends and I had decided to hit up this thrift store not far from where we lived. We were hunting for Halloween costumes, joking around, trying on ridiculous hats and old jackets that smelled like dust and forgotten basements. The store was kind of rundown, but that was part of the charm. You never knew what you'd find. I remember the fluorescent lights flickering a little, the way they always did in that place, casting everything in this weird pale glow that made you feel like you were in a different world, away from the real one for a while. I was in the dressing room when it happened. I had just pulled on this stupid oversized blazer, something from the 80s, shoulder pads and all, when everything just went quiet. You know that kind of quiet where you can feel it? Like the air gets heavy or something. 1 second everyone was laughing, and then it was just still. I remember thinking it was strange, but I figured maybe someone broke something, or there was a shoplifter or something like that. Then I heard someone say, kind of loud, kind of panicked, that someone was passed out in the parking lot. It was muffled at first because I was still in the dressing room, but it was enough to make my stomach drop a little. I pulled the blazer off as fast as I could, tossed it on the hook, and stepped out. I didn't know what I was about to walk into, but I felt this weird mix of dread and this sense that I needed to do something. I told the people near the front that I was CPR certified, that I'd go take a look. I told them they needed to call 911 right away. I tried to sound calm, but my voice felt tight in my throat. I went outside, expecting to see someone lying on the ground, maybe someone who fainted or something like that. But the lot was empty except for the cars. I looked around, confused, heart already thudding hard in my chest. That's when someone came out behind me and pointed to a car parked way off by itself, near the edge of the lot. They shouted that the person was in that car. I remember looking at the car, this old beat-up sedan, and for a second I felt frozen, like my body just didn't want to move forward. But I forced myself to go. As I got closer, I could see her. She was slumped against the driver's side window, head tilted in a way that didn't look right at all. Her face was blue. Not pale or flushed, but blue. Like all the life had drained out of her. I can still see that image in my mind, clear as day. The blue tint, the way her lips looked almost black from lack of oxygen. I freaked out inside, but I kept moving. I kept telling myself I had to do something, that maybe there was still a chance. We opened the door. The smell hit me first. This mix of sweat, stale smoke, and something sharp and chemical. The floor of the car was littered with needles, empty pill bottles, crumpled fast food bags, a half-empty water bottle rolling around. There were kids' toys too. A small stuffed animal wedged between the seats, a car seat in the back. My brain tried to take all of it in at once, and I think I felt my heart break right then. We tried to check her pulse, but I couldn't feel anything. Her skin was cold and clammy. Someone else tried too, but they weren't sure. I remember my hands shaking as we pulled her out of the car and laid her down on the pavement. The lot was cracked and full of weeds poking through, and I remember how the cold concrete felt through my jeans as I knelt beside her. I started chest compressions, just like I had been taught, counting in my head, trying to block out everything else. Her head lolled to the side when we moved her, and that's when I saw the tears on her face. I'll never forget that. Even though she was so far gone, there were tears. It was like some part of her knew. That crushed me in a way I can't even explain. I kept going, pressing down hard, trying to find the rhythm, trying to remember every step from the class. Someone was on the phone with 911. I could hear them saying where we were, what was happening. The seconds felt like hours. I kept checking for a pulse between compressions, but nothing. Her body felt so still, too still. I tried not to think about how hopeless it seemed. Then, finally, the ambulance pulled in. I've never felt so relieved to see flashing lights in my life. The paramedics jumped out and took over in this quick, practiced way that made me feel both grateful and useless at the same time. They got her hooked up to all their equipment, kept working on her, doing compressions, giving breaths. One of them gave her a shot of something, and I heard the other mention it was Narcan. I knew what that was. I knew what it was supposed to do. But they looked at each other, and I could see it in their faces. They didn't think it would work this time. Another ambulance came, more EMTs, and soon there was a whole group of them surrounding her, working together, trying everything they could. The cop who showed up told me quietly that they were doing what they had to do until they got her to the hospital. But it wasn't looking good. I nodded, not knowing what to say. I stepped back, realizing I was in the way, and just stood there, arms hanging useless at my sides, heart pounding in my ears. I kept looking at her car. The mess inside it, the signs of her life. The kids' stuff, the tattoos on her arms with names, probably her kids' names. The needles scattered across the floor. I kept wondering what had led to this moment, what her story was, how things had gotten so bad. She wasn't that old. Maybe late 20s, early 30s at most. She could have been anyone. Someone's sister, someone's mom, someone's friend. I thought about those kids, if they were waiting for her somewhere, not knowing what was happening. The EMTs loaded her into the ambulance and kept working on her as they drove off. The lot felt so empty after they were gone, like all the air had been sucked out of it. I stood there for a while, staring at the spot where she had been, at the dark stain on the pavement from where her tears had mixed with the dirt. I felt numb. My friends came out and stood near me, no one saying anything. What was there to say? Eventually the cop told us we could go. He thanked us for trying, said we did the right thing. I nodded again, still not sure what to do with myself. We got back in our car and drove home in silence. The thrift store seemed like a world away now, like something from a different life. My hands kept shaking, and my chest felt tight. I kept replaying it in my head, wondering if I had done something wrong, if I could have done more, if I had started CPR sooner, if that would have changed anything. But deep down I knew. She was already gone before I even got there. That night I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes I saw her face. The blue tint, the tears. I heard the sound of my hands hitting her chest, the crack of her ribs under the pressure. I kept thinking about the toys, the names tattooed on her skin. I kept thinking about how fast everything can fall apart. 1 minute you're picking out Halloween costumes, and the next you're kneeling on cold concrete trying to save a stranger's life. In the days that followed, I kept checking the local news, hoping for an update, hoping maybe somehow she had made it. But there was nothing. No mention of her, no story, no name. Just silence. And maybe that was the hardest part. That she was just gone, and the world kept going like it didn't even notice. It changed me. It made me see things differently. Every time I see someone now who looks like they're struggling, I think of her. I think of how easy it is to look away, to pretend you don't see. I think of how, sometimes, you don't get another chance to help. And I think of those tears on her face, and I wonder what she would have said if she could have. What she would have wanted people to know. I still have my CPR card. I still think about that day, about what I learned that no class could teach me. That sometimes doing everything right still isn't enough. But you do it anyway, because it's all you can do. About a month ago, I went over to my girlfriend's house. It was a normal day, no storms, no weird feelings beforehand. I'd been to her house dozens of times before. It was one of those older two-story homes that her family had lived in for years. The kind where the floors creaked just a little bit, and the walls feel like they hold stories of their own. It was cozy in its own way, with lots of family photos, soft rugs, and warm lights. I always felt comfortable there, always. But this time, right when I stepped inside, something felt off. I couldn't put my finger on it, but my chest felt tight, like I couldn't take a deep breath. There wasn't any smell or sound that was strange, just this heavy feeling hanging over me. Her parents weren't home, and everything seemed normal on the surface. My girlfriend greeted me like usual, smiling and pulling me inside. We took our shoes off, and she led me into the living room. That's when I noticed it, the change. They'd moved around the furniture. The old china cabinet that I remembered standing against the far wall was gone. In its place was another cabinet, taller, darker, heavier looking. I don't know why it hit me so hard, but the second I laid eyes on it, I felt almost sick. My stomach turned over, and a cold sweat broke out on the back of my neck. It was like I'd walked into a room filled with tension, even though there was no one else there. The cabinet was about 6 feet tall, made of dark wood that looked polished but old. The glass doors on the front were clean enough to reflect light, and inside were all these delicate little objects. Teacups, tiny baby dolls, a few little plates with painted flowers. But what caught my eye the most was the mirror at the back of the cabinet. It wasn't a full mirror like on a wall, just a panel that lined the back so it reflected everything inside the cabinet and anything in front of it. I didn't want to look at it, but my eyes kept going back to it. My girlfriend noticed me staring. She said they'd replaced their old cabinet with this one, which used to belong to her grandmother. She'd passed away a few months ago. I never met her, just heard about her in passing. I knew she'd been sick and bedridden in the hospital before she died. I nodded like it was no big deal, but inside, that unease grew stronger. It wasn't just being near the cabinet. It was the whole room. The air felt heavier, like the kind of humidity you feel before a storm, but thicker, more oppressive. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I was just being weird. We sat down for a bit. I tried to focus on her, on anything else, but my eyes kept darting toward that cabinet. Every time I glanced at it, my heart would skip a beat, and I'd feel a little wave of sadness or anxiety wash over me. It made no sense. Furniture doesn't do that to people. I even tried to laugh it off in my head, but the feeling wouldn't leave. After a while, she said she was going to the bathroom. I watched her walk off down the hall, then found myself standing up and moving toward the cabinet without really thinking about it. I stood in front of it, looking at the little things inside. The teacups were dainty, decorated with tiny flowers and gold edges. The dolls had those old-fashioned porcelain faces, eyes that didn't seem to focus on anything. And that mirror. I hated looking at it, but I couldn't stop. The glass was clear, not warped or dirty. I could see my reflection just fine, but something felt off. I leaned in a little, trying to see if maybe I was imagining things. That's when I saw it. A shape. A silhouette, faint but there, standing behind me in the reflection. My heart jumped into my throat. I turned around so fast I almost lost my balance, but there was nothing. No one. Just the room, quiet and still. My breath was loud in my ears, and I could feel my pulse hammering. I turned back to the cabinet, looking at the mirror again, but the silhouette was gone. Just me now, wide-eyed and pale. Before I could even think about what I'd just seen, I heard a sound from the hallway. A high-pitched panic scream. My girlfriend. Without thinking, I ran toward the bathroom. The door was closed, and I started pounding on it, calling out. I didn't even stop to think. The door swung open after a few seconds, and there she was, sitting on the floor, knees drawn up, tears streaming down her face. She was shaking all over, breathing hard. I crouched down next to her, trying to make sense of what happened. She pointed at the mirror above the sink. She wouldn't say much at first, but I didn't need her to. I knew. She'd seen something too. We didn't stay. Neither of us said it out loud, but we both knew we had to get out of there. I grabbed her hand, and we bolted. No shoes, no jackets, didn't even lock the door behind us. We just ran out to my car and got inside. My hands were trembling as I turned the key, and the engine roared to life. I pulled out of the driveway like I was being chased, and I didn't stop. I just kept driving. I didn't care where. I just needed to put distance between us and that house. The further we got, the more I felt like I could breathe again. We must have driven for over an hour. Neither of us spoke much, just sat there in silence. The roads were mostly empty, and the hum of the tires on the asphalt was the only sound. Eventually, when we'd calmed down a bit, I turned around and started heading back. By the time we got to her street, it was late. The house was dark except for the porch light, and sitting on the steps was her mom. She looked tired and a little on edge, like she'd been waiting. I parked and we walked up. She didn't seem surprised to see us like that, shoeless, pale, shaken. She said she'd been seeing shadows moving inside the house, thought maybe it was just her imagination, but after seeing us take off like that, she wasn't so sure anymore. We didn't stay long. I helped my girlfriend grab some of her things, and she came back to my place for the night. Neither of us slept much. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that silhouette in the mirror. The way it had no features, just a shape, standing there. And every time I thought of it, that same tight, anxious feeling came back. I've always been the kind of person who looks for answers. If someone says their house is haunted, I want to see for myself. If there's talk of strange creatures in the woods, I'll go out there and look. But this was different. There was no explanation that made sense. No creaky floorboard, no draft, no trick of the light. Just that feeling, that heavy, sad feeling, that shape in the mirror, that scream from the bathroom, and the shadows that even her mom saw. We talked about it afterward, tried to reason through it. Maybe it was just the stress of the last few months. Her grandmother's passing had been hard on everyone. Maybe bringing the cabinet into the house stirred up a lot of emotions, memories, things that hung in the air. Grief can do strange things to people. It can make the air feel heavy, make shadows seem like more than they are. It can make a house feel different, even if nothing really changed. We haven't been back to that house together since. Her parents decided to move the cabinet out to the garage, and she said the house feels normal again. I don't know if I believe that. I don't think I'll ever forget the way I felt that night, the way it felt like the air itself was pressing down on me. I don't think I'll ever be able to look at an old cabinet the same way. And I definitely don't think I'll ever trust a mirror that much again. Sometimes, things just don't have an easy answer. And sometimes, the scariest things are the ones we can't explain, no matter how hard we try. It was still dark out, that heavy kind of dark where even the streetlights feel like they're straining to push back the night. The world was quiet except for the faint hum of electricity and the soft sound of my footsteps on the damp pavement. My breath came out in little clouds that mixed with the mist hanging low over the ground. It was one of those mornings where everything feels like it's wrapped in cotton. Sound, light, even my thoughts. I remember the way the air smelled, like wet concrete and early morning chill. I was walking my usual route to the bus stop, peeling a banana as I went, the yellow skin curling back in my hand. I wasn't really thinking about anything important, just some stupid internal debate about whether I wanted to grab a coffee at Starbucks before work or wait until after the bus ride. It's funny how your brain latches onto the most pointless things when it's trying to wake up. I kept my eyes down, watching the sidewalk pass beneath my sneakers, my bag shifting on my shoulder with every step. The city felt empty. I liked that about the early morning. It was mine for a little while, before everyone else woke up and filled it with noise and motion. I took a bite of the banana, the soft, sweet taste familiar and comforting. I was chewing slowly, half lost in thought, when I reached the corner near my bus stop. The corner was always a little darker there, where a narrow alley split off between two old buildings. That's when he stepped out, just like that, from the shadows of the alley. A tall figure, all in black, his face covered by a dark mask. For a second, my sleepy mind didn't register what was happening. I saw him, but it was like my brain was trying to fit him into some normal early morning category, like maybe he was a jogger or some guy on his way to work. But he wasn't. He was holding something. It caught the light from the street lamp, and that's when I realized it was a gun. A real gun. Not something from a movie or a dream, but metal and cold and pointed right at me. I froze. The half-eaten banana hung in my hand, forgotten. My heart gave a hard thump, like it was trying to punch its way out of my chest. I didn't scream. I didn't drop my bag or run. I just stood there, staring at him, as if that would make him go away. "Put down your fucking purse," he said. His voice was low but hard, like he'd said those words before, like he was used to people listening when he spoke. I didn't even have a purse. Just my work bag, slung over one shoulder, heavy with papers and my lunch. I think I said okay, or something like it, my mouth dry, my tongue feeling too big for my mouth. I crouched down slow, trying not to move too fast, and set the bag on the ground near the curb. My hands were shaking so badly, I nearly dropped it. "Put down your bags," he said again, sharper this time, like he thought I was stalling. I'm putting them down, I said, or maybe I just thought it. Everything felt far away, like I was watching myself in a film. Then he told me to come to him, to walk toward him. He motioned with the gun, pointing toward the alley behind him. My stomach clenched so tight I felt sick. That alley was dark, narrow, a place where no one would see or hear anything. I knew that. He knew that. My feet felt glued to the spot, but I forced myself to move, just a step at a time, heart hammering so loud I was sure he could hear it. Get down on the fucking ground, he ordered. So I did. I eased myself down, the damp from the sidewalk seeping into my pants, the rough concrete scraping my palms as I braced myself. I was trying to think, trying to figure out what to do, but my mind was spinning in too many directions at once. I kept talking, like I could somehow talk my way out of this. Look, see, I'm on the ground. My stuff's over there. Just take it, please, I said, my voice shaking. But he didn't like that. He snapped at me to shut up, his voice exploding in the quiet like a gunshot itself. He got on top of me, one knee on the ground, the other pressing against my side, the gun so close I could feel the cold of it near my temple. I kept thinking this couldn't be real, that I'd wake up any second. But it was real. The concrete was real. The cold metal was real. The smell of banana still on my hands was real. I should mention how I was dressed. Baggy pants that hung low on my hips, an oversized jacket, a baseball cap pulled down low. I didn't look like a woman at first glance. I could have passed for a teenage boy, especially in that early morning gloom. But as he looked at me, really looked at me, I saw it hit him. The realization. I saw it in his eyes, even behind the mask. He knew now. Knew I wasn't who he thought I was. He hesitated just for a second, then got off me, standing, pointing toward the alley. Come with me, he said. And that was the moment I knew, in my bones, that if I went with him, it was over. That alley meant no one would see, no one would help. My heart was racing so fast I thought it would explode. I felt sick, my mouth dry as sand, my legs like jelly. But some voice inside me, call it instinct, call it survival, spoke up loud and clear. Don't go. Don't follow him. I tried to stall. I said I was coming, that I was following him, my voice as calm as I could make it, though inside I was screaming. He believed me, or maybe he wanted to believe me. He turned slightly, looking down the alley, shifting his focus for just a heartbeat. That was all I needed. I took a deep breath, ducked my head, and ran. Hard. Faster than I've ever run before or since. My legs found strength I didn't know they had. My feet pounded the pavement, my breath came in ragged gasps, and I ran like my life depended on it, because it did. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I kept waiting for the sound of a gunshot, for the pain of a bullet tearing into me. But all I heard was my own voice, screaming, high and shrill and terrified, until I didn't even recognize it as mine. Block after block blurred past. I had no plan, no destination except away. My legs burned, my chest hurt, but I didn't stop until I couldn't run anymore. I found myself on a side street, bent over, gasping for air, my hands on my knees. I looked around, expecting to see him following, but there was no one. Just the quiet city, waking up now, lights flickering on in windows, cars starting to appear on the streets. I doubled back, careful, watching every shadow, every corner, and made my way home. My hands were still shaking, so hard I could barely get my keys out. I got inside, locked the door, and sank down to the floor, my back against the cool wood. I stayed there a long time, listening to the sound of my own breathing, waiting for my heart to slow down. Later, I called the police. They came, took my statement, checked out the alleyway. But he was gone, long gone. All that was left was my banana peel, lying in the gutter, brown and soggy. A stupid little reminder of how normal that morning had started. For days after, I couldn't shake the fear. The adrenaline had burned itself out, leaving me jumpy, exhausted, and haunted by the what-ifs. What if he'd fired? What if I hadn't run? What if he'd caught me? I replayed it over and over, every detail burned into my memory. The way his voice sounded, the weight of him on top of me, the smell of the damp ground, the cold of the gun. I still walk that street, though not at that hour anymore. And every time I pass that alley, I feel it again, just for a second. That pulse of fear, that rush of memory. I was lucky, so lucky, and I know it. But I also know that morning changed me. I learned something about fear, about survival, about myself. And I learned that sometimes talking can save your life, but sometimes you just have to run. We were living with my grandparents at the time, the house old and filled with the kind of quiet that somehow felt too loud when you were alone. It wasn't that it was creepy all the time. Most days it felt like any normal house with worn carpets, walls stained a little yellow from the years, and furniture that smelled faintly of dust and age. But there were moments, especially when no one else was home, where the house felt like it was holding its breath, waiting for something. Or maybe that was just my mind playing tricks on me. Either way, it was always worse when I had to go into my aunt's room. Her room was at the end of the hall upstairs. The door was always open a crack, just enough that you could see the edge of her bed, the dresser, and that doll lamp on the nightstand. It was the first thing your eyes went to when you glanced in. 2 feet tall, dressed in some faded Victorian-style dress, with lace frills and tiny fake pearls. The face was pale plastic, the kind of plastic that had turned a little yellow over time. Its eyes were glass, a dull blue color that seemed like they should have sparkled once, but now just stared. The worst part was that smile. A small, tight-lipped grin that showed no teeth, just a little curve at the edges like it knew something you didn't. And the lamp part, that was the thing. You didn't just flick a switch to turn it on. You had to take its cold plastic hand and lift the arm. The light would flicker on when the arm was up and turn off when you lowered it again. My aunt thought it was cute, called it her fancy lamp, but I hated it. The way it stood there, arm outstretched, waiting, like it wanted someone to come hold its hand. That day, I was alone in the house. It was a school day, but I'd stayed home with a stomach bug that was mostly gone by noon. Both my grandparents were out, my grandpa at the hardware store and my grandma visiting a neighbor. The house was quiet except for the occasional creak of the floorboards settling, or maybe just the old wood breathing. I was downstairs on the couch watching TV, trying to keep my mind off the fact that I was alone. The sun streamed through the windows, making patterns on the carpet, and for a while, I almost forgot that uneasy feeling that came with being the only person in the house. After a while, I started to feel chilly. The afternoon sun was shifting, and that old house always got cold fast. I knew where the extra blankets were, my aunt's closet. Part of me considered just toughing it out, but the thought of sitting there shivering for the next few hours didn't sound great either. So I told myself it'd be quick. In and out. I wouldn't even look at the doll. I climbed the stairs, each step groaning under my weight like it wanted to warn me to turn back. The hallway stretched ahead of me, and at the end, my aunt's door stood slightly ajar, just like always. The familiar dread started to creep up, but I kept going. I kept my eyes on the floor, refusing to glance at the doll. I could see the edge of the nightstand out of the corner of my eye, but I didn't let myself look. Just focus on the floorboards, on the worn rug leading into the room. I stepped inside, heart beating faster than it should have. I turned right away, so my back was to the doll. The closet was right there, just to the left of the doorframe. I reached for the knob, opened the door, and crouched down to grab the first blanket I could reach. My fingers closed around a soft wool one, and I started to pull it out. That's when it hit me. Something was different. The room felt brighter, like the shadows had shifted. I hadn't turned on any lights. I hadn't needed to. The sun was still high enough. I froze, hands still gripping the blanket. The air felt heavier somehow, like the room was pressing in on me. A tiny chill ran up my spine, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up straight. Slowly, so slowly, I turned my head. I didn't want to look. Every part of me screamed not to. But I had to. I had to see. The lamp was on. The doll's face glowed in the soft yellow light, casting faint shadows across its features that made the smile seem wider, the eyes deeper. But it wasn't just that. The arm that you had to lift to turn on the lamp, it was raised, pointed straight at me, like it was trying to get my attention, like it wanted me to see. I couldn't move at first. My legs felt locked, my chest tight. My mind raced, trying to come up with any logical reason. Maybe I'd bumped the nightstand somehow when I came in. Maybe the floorboards were uneven and my movement had shifted the lamp. But no, there was no way. I hadn't gone near it. I'd kept my distance on purpose. I don't know how long I stood there, heart pounding in my ears. It felt like forever. Finally, instinct took over. I grabbed the blanket, slammed the closet door shut, and backed out of the room without turning my back on that doll. I kept my eyes on it, watching as if it might move again. But it didn't. It just stood there, arm raised, smiling. Once I was out of the room, I shut the door, pressing it closed until I heard the latch click. I stood in the hallway, breathing hard, trying to calm down. I told myself it didn't mean anything, that maybe somehow the arm had shifted on its own. Maybe it hadn't been all the way down to start with. But I knew. I knew I'd seen it with the arm down when I walked in, and I knew that no one else had been in the house. There was no way it had lifted on its own. I went back downstairs, wrapping the blanket around me like it could protect me from the feeling that something wasn't right. I sat on the couch, trying to focus on the TV, but every creak of the house, every shadow stretching across the floor, made me jump. I kept glancing at the stairs, half expecting to see that doll's face peeking around the corner. When my grandparents came home later, I didn't tell them what happened. What could I say? That the lamp turned itself on? That the doll pointed at me? They'd just laugh it off, say I had too much imagination. But I knew what I saw. That night, and for so many nights after, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I'd lie in bed staring at the ceiling, picturing that pale plastic face glowing in the lamplight, that cold hand raised and aimed at me. I avoided my aunt's room as much as I could after that. Even when other people were home, I didn't like passing by the doorway. Sometimes I'd feel like the doll was watching, waiting for someone to come hold its hand again. Years later, I went back to visit my grandparents. My aunt had long since moved out, but a lot of her things were still there, stored away in that same room. I worked up the courage to go inside, to see if the doll was still there. The nightstand was empty. I asked my grandma about it, casual as I could, and she said my aunt had taken it with her when she moved out. I felt a strange mix of relief and unease. It was gone, but somewhere out there, that doll was still standing on a nightstand, waiting for someone else to lift its hand. I never saw it again, but the image of that day never left me. I can still see the way the room looked when I turned around, the way the light made that smile seem bigger, the way the hand pointed straight at me like it was calling me out. I try to tell myself it was just one of those weird, explainable things. That maybe I'd imagined the hand was down when I came in. That maybe the arm wasn't as stiff as I remembered, and the weight of it caused it to lift on its own. But deep down I know. I know what I saw, and I know that it wasn't right. The memory has faded in some ways, softened at the edges by time. But there are nights, when the house I live in now is quiet, and the shadows are long, that I think about that doll. I think about how I felt that day, standing frozen in that room with the lamp on and the hand raised. And I wonder if maybe somewhere, someone else is seeing that same cold hand lift toward them, and feeling that same chill run down their spine. I had been running my cable route in the inner city all morning, the kind of day where time seemed to slow down and everything took longer than it should. The traffic was worse than usual. The stops were all stacked up on top of each other, and every little thing felt like it was working against me. I was sweating before noon, my shirt sticking to my back under the weight of my tool belt, and the sun felt hotter than it had any right to for the season. I had just wrapped up a call at this old duplex with wires so tangled they looked like a bird's nest had exploded in the crawl space. It had taken way longer than it should have, and by the time I was packing up my stuff and heading back to the truck, I felt that sudden sharp pressure in my gut. That deep, twisting pain that tells you you're out of time. You've got to find a bathroom, and fast. At first I tried to will it away, like maybe if I ignored it, it'd settle down. I climbed into the truck, took a deep breath, tried to focus on the next stop. But another cramp hit me hard enough that I doubled over in the seat for a second. I cursed under my breath, wiped my forehead, and started thinking through my options. The nearest quick trip I knew of was about 5 miles away. In city traffic, with red lights and clogged streets, that might as well have been across the damn country. I didn't have 5 miles in me. I could already feel the cold sweat starting to form on my neck, the kind that comes when your body starts the final countdown, and you know it's serious. I scanned the street ahead, looking for anything, anywhere I could go. That's when I spotted a gas station on the corner up ahead. It wasn't one of the nice ones, not the kind of place where they clean the bathrooms more than once a week, but at that point I didn't care. I just needed a toilet, any toilet. I pulled in, parked crooked because I didn't have the luxury of fixing it, and hurried inside. The place smelled like old coffee motor oil, and something else I couldn't quite place, but that turned my stomach even more. I made a beeline for the bathroom and saw the line, just my luck. There was a dude leaning against the wall, maybe late 30s or early 40s, dressed sharp with pressed slacks, button-down shirt, clean shoes. He had this easy smile, like he was just chilling, no worries in the world. Beside him was a young woman, maybe late 20s, in scrubs. I joined the line, trying to act casual, trying not to let on that I was about 30 seconds from a full-on disaster. We made some small talk at first, complaining about the heat, about traffic, the usual stuff people say when they're strangers sharing a miserable moment. But inside, I was clenching everything I could clench, counting seconds, praying whoever was in there would hurry up. The minutes dragged on. 5 minutes felt like 50. I tried to distract myself by focusing on the posters on the wall, the rack of dusty snacks by the counter, anything but the war happening in my gut. That's when I noticed the guy in front of me start to act strange. His hands were shaking a little. His foot tapped against the tile floor too fast, too hard. He was sweating, but not in a normal way. It was pouring down his face, dripping off his chin. His eyes kept darting toward the bathroom door, then down the hall, then back at the door. I figured at first he was just as desperate as I was. Maybe worse. I was about to say something like, "We're both dying here, huh?" But then it got weird. Out of nowhere, he let out this sound, this awful, guttural screech that didn't even sound human. It echoed through the little gas station, making everyone stop and stare. The woman in the bathroom yelled out, scared, asking what was going on, but her voice was muffled by the door. Before I could react, the guy lunged at the bathroom door, grabbing the handle with both hands, yanking at it so hard I thought the whole thing was going to come off the hinges. His nails scraped against the metal, his body shaking with effort, and he kept making that noise, like a wounded animal or something worse. The girl in scrubs backed up against the wall, her face pale, eyes wide with shock. I felt frozen for a second, like my brain couldn't process what was happening fast enough. Then I stepped forward, instinct taking over, and reached out to stop him, to pull him back before he broke the door down or hurt himself. But just as I touched his arm, it was like he got hit with lightning. His whole body went stiff, his back arched, and he dropped like a stone. I managed to catch him before he cracked his head on the floor, lowering him down as gently as I could while my heart pounded so hard I could hear it in my ears. His eyes, God, I'll never forget his eyes. Wide open, staring right at me, but it was like he wasn't seeing me at all. And they were red. Not just bloodshot, but tears of blood leaking from the corners, mixing with the foam at his mouth. His body jerked and twitched under my hands, arms flailing, legs kicking out. It all felt like it lasted forever, but I know it couldn't have been more than a minute or two. The woman in the bathroom had come out by then, pushing past us, and as luck would have it, she was a retired nurse. She barked out instructions, clear, firm, like she'd done it 100 times. She told the girl in scrubs to call 911, told me how to keep his head turned, how to keep him from hurting himself. We worked together, strangers thrown into this nightmare, doing what we could until the paramedics arrived. When they came, it was like this wave of relief hit me so hard I almost collapsed myself. They took over, checking his vitals, loading him onto a stretcher, asking the usual questions. That's when his wife showed up, breathless and worried sick. She explained through tears that he had epilepsy, that he'd been struggling with it for years. The drinking didn't help. The flask in his coat pocket made that clear. He'd been trying to sneak a drink while waiting, probably hoping it would calm his nerves or stop the tremors he felt coming on. I stood there, feeling hollow, shaken. He'd seemed so normal just minutes before. We'd been chatting, waiting our turn like it was any other day. And now this. When it was all over, the woman who'd been next in line after him shook her head when I told her it was her turn. Said she couldn't. Said she'd wait or find another place. I didn't blame her. The air in that little hallway felt heavy, like it still held the echoes of what had just happened. But my need hadn't gone away. If anything, it was worse now, the adrenaline making my guts twist even tighter. I went in, shut the door behind me, and let it all out. It was hands down the most intense, relieving bathroom experience of my life, in the filthiest gas station restroom I've ever set foot in. The kind where you don't want to touch anything, but you're past the point of caring. I sat there afterward, head in my hands, trying to process it all. The sound of his screams, the look in his eyes, the way everything can change in a heartbeat. I realized how fragile it all is, how a random delay, a wrong turn, a desperate need for a bathroom can put you in the middle of someone else's worst moment. I cleaned up as best I could, washed my hands in a sink that barely worked, and walked out into the hot afternoon, feeling like the world had shifted somehow. Like I'd seen behind the curtain for a second, caught a glimpse of how close chaos always is. I climbed back into my truck, sat there for a minute, just breathing, staring at the dashboard. Then I started it up and went on to the next job, trying to shake off the weight of it, but knowing I never really would. And that was that. No ghosts, no monsters, just real life. And sometimes, that's scarier than anything else. When we first moved into the house I grew up in, I didn't think anything of it at first. I was just a kid, probably around 6 years old. And to me, moving to a new house was this big, exciting adventure. The house was bigger than our old one, and it felt like there was so much more space to explore. My room was at one end of the house, down a narrow hallway with wood floors that creaked no matter how lightly you stepped. My parents' room was on the other end of the house, and between us was the living room and kitchen. It wasn't a huge house, but it felt huge to me back then. The first time it happened, I was sitting on the floor in my room playing with my Legos. I remember the sun was still out, though it was starting to set, and that soft orange light was filling my room through the window. I was focused on building this spaceship I had imagined in my head when I heard my dad's voice call my name. It wasn't loud, just a normal voice, like he wanted me to come over to him for something. It came from the direction of their room, so I left my Legos where they were and walked down the hallway. I remember being careful where I stepped because I didn't want to make too much noise on the creaky floor. When I got to their room, I stood in the doorway and asked what they wanted. Both of them were there, my dad reading something on his bed and my mom folding laundry. They both looked up at me, a bit confused. My dad asked what I was talking about. I told him I heard him call my name. He shook his head and said he hadn't called me. My mom said she hadn't either. I didn't think too much of it that time. Maybe I imagined it, I thought. I went back to my room and kept building my spaceship. But it happened again. A few days later, same sort of situation. I was in my room, maybe drawing or reading this time, and I heard my dad's voice again, calling my name. Again, I went to their room, and again they told me they hadn't called me. This started happening regularly. Not every day, but every few days. Always my dad's voice, always from their end of the house. Sometimes it would happen in the afternoon when the house was filled with that warm light. Other times it would happen when it was getting dark, and I'd have to turn on my bedroom light because the shadows in the corners started to feel too thick. After a while, I started to think they were playing a joke on me. I was just a kid, and I couldn't think of any other explanation. Maybe they were trying to mess with me for fun. Maybe they were trying to see how many times I'd fall for it. I didn't think they were mean people, but it seemed like the only reason why this kept happening. I'd hear my name, I'd go to them, and they'd say they hadn't called me. I started paying extra attention when it happened, trying to catch them somehow in the act, but I never did. Then came that night that I still think about. I don't remember what day it was, or even what time it was exactly, but it was after dinner. I remember because I was still wearing the t-shirt I had spilled some juice on during dinner, and I hadn't bothered to change yet. I was in my room, sitting on the floor, doing something. I think I was sorting through some of my toys. The house was quiet except for the sound of the washing machine running somewhere in the distance. Then, just like all the other times, I heard my name. This time it was my dad's voice again, coming from the direction of their bedroom. I got up and walked over to their room. My bare feet made soft sounds on the wood floor, and I remember the hallway felt longer than usual for some reason. When I stepped into their room, both of them were there. My dad was sitting on the bed reading. My mom was brushing her hair in front of the mirror. I opened my mouth to ask them what they wanted, but before I could say anything, I heard it again. My mom's voice calling my name. But it wasn't coming from the room I was in. It was coming from the living room, all the way on the other side of the house. I froze right there in their doorway. I remember this strange cold feeling spreading through my chest. I didn't understand how I was hearing my mom's voice from the living room when I could see her sitting right there in front of me. There was no way they were messing with me. There was no way they could be playing some kind of trick. My mom looked up at me in the mirror and asked if I was okay. I just nodded and went back to my room, but I didn't really play with my toys after that. I just sat on my bed, listening to the house, trying to hear if anything else would happen. After that night, I didn't tell anyone about it for a long time. Not because I was scared to, but because I didn't think anyone would believe me. I even started to question myself. Maybe I imagined it. Maybe I was hearing things because I was tired, or because the house made weird noises and my brain turned them into voices. I didn't really have any answers, so I just kept it to myself. As I got older, I still heard it now and then. Not as often, but once in a while, usually at night when the house was quiet. I'd be in bed, half asleep, and I'd hear my name called softly from somewhere else in the house. I'd always lay there, listening, not sure if I should get up or just ignore it. Most of the time, I stayed in bed, figuring it was better not to go wandering around in the dark. It wasn't until my brother started having health issues that I started thinking about it seriously again. He was a few years older than me, and when he was in his late teens, he started falling asleep at odd times or feeling exhausted even when he hadn't done much. After a lot of doctor visits and tests, they told him he had partial narcolepsy. One of the things the doctor said was that some people with narcolepsy can have oral hallucinations. Basically, they can hear things that aren't there, especially when they're really tired. That stuck with me. I started wondering if maybe that was what had happened to me. Maybe all those times I heard voices calling my name, I was just hearing things because my brain was playing tricks on me. I didn't want to guess, so I talked to my parents about it for the first time. I told them about all the times I'd heard voices calling me, how I thought they were messing with me, and how that night when I heard my mom's voice from the living room while she was right in front of me really scared me. They looked surprised, but they didn't have any answers. My dad said maybe it was just the house settling, or the way sound traveled through the walls, but even he didn't seem convinced. My mom asked if I wanted to see a doctor, just in case. I said yes, and they took me to get checked out. I went through the tests. I talked to the doctor about what I'd heard, when it started, how often it happened. I answered all their questions honestly, even when I felt embarrassed about it. In the end, they told me I was fine. No sign of narcolepsy, no sign of any kind of sleep disorder or hallucinations. Everything about me was normal. I remember feeling relieved, but also confused. If I was fine, then why had I heard those voices for so many years? I tried to forget about it after that. I left home, went to college, started living my own life. But even now, when I go back to visit my parents and stay overnight in that house, it still happens. Not every time, but enough that I notice. I'll be laying in the old bed in my old room, the house completely silent, and I'll hear it. My name, called softly, from somewhere else in the house. Sometimes it sounds like my dad, sometimes like my mom, always from a place where I know they aren't. I don't get out of bed anymore when I hear it. I just lay there listening, waiting for it to stop. And it always does after a few moments. I don't have an explanation for it. I don't think it's anything supernatural. I think it's just something about that house, or maybe something about the way I remember that house. Maybe it's the sounds of the house itself, the creaks and groans of wood and pipes, and my brain still turns them into voices because that's what it learned to do when I was a kid. I've talked to my brother about it now, and he says he never heard anything like that growing up. Neither did my parents. Just me. And the funny thing is, I don't feel scared of it anymore. It's just part of what that house is to me. A place full of memories, good and bad. A place where the floors creak, the walls make noises at night, and sometimes I still hear my name called softly from the dark. When I was a child, I lived in an old Victorian house with my mother. The house itself had a strange feeling about it, even back then, though at the time I couldn't have explained why. I think now, looking back, it was the way the house seemed to never really settle. Even in the stillness of night, there were always small creaks, soft thuds, and the gentle sound of the wind pressing against the walls like it wanted to get in. The ceilings were high, the windows tall, and the floorboards uneven. The house had been around for generations, long before we moved in, and it showed in the way it groaned and shifted, as if tired from standing for so long. My mother worked long hours to keep us afloat, and most nights it was just the two of us in that house. I didn't think much of it at the time. It was just the way life was. She would tuck me in, kiss my forehead, and tell me good night before going back downstairs to finish whatever she had left from the day. I always felt safe when she was nearby, but when she left the room, that was when things felt different. I must have been about 5 or 6 when it started. The first time I heard the laughing, I thought it was just part of a dream. I remember waking up to the sound, soft at first, like it was far away. It was the kind of laugh that sounded light and cheerful at first, almost like the way kids laugh when they're playing together. But as I lay there, staring up at the ceiling, I started to realize that it wasn't coming from my dream at all. It was coming from the hallway, right outside my room. I pulled the blanket up to my chin and held my breath, listening. The laughing would come and go, drifting in and out like someone walking up and down the hall, stopping just outside my door and then moving away again. I stayed as still as I could, hoping that whoever it was wouldn't come in. Eventually, the sound faded, and I must have fallen back asleep. The next morning, I told my mom about it at breakfast, and she smiled and said it was probably the television left on too late. But we didn't have a TV upstairs, and downstairs I knew she always turned it off before bed. Still, I didn't argue. I wanted to believe her. The nights went on, and the laughing didn't stop. Some nights it was so faint I almost convinced myself it wasn't real. Other nights, it was loud enough that I was sure someone was standing right outside my door. I started sleeping with the blanket pulled over my head, peeking out only enough to see the crack of light from the hallway where my door never quite shut all the way. I would stare at that crack for hours sometimes, waiting, listening. I never saw anything, but the sound was always there. Then there was the night that changed everything. I remember it as clearly as if it happened yesterday. I woke up again to the sound of laughing, but this time, it wasn't coming from the hallway. It was in my room. I froze. My heart started to race, and I felt this heavy feeling in my chest like I couldn't take a deep breath. I tried to sit up, thinking maybe if I turned on the light it would stop. Maybe I could scare it away, but as I tried to push myself up, I felt it. Hands. Large hands pressing down on my shoulders. I couldn't see them, but I could feel them. The weight was real. The grip was real. The fingers dug into my skin hard enough that I could feel where they were holding me down. I couldn't move. The laughing seemed louder now, close to my ear, like someone leaning over me. I don't know how long I stayed like that, unable to move, unable to breathe right. It felt like forever. My eyes burned from trying to keep them open, trying to see anything in the dark. I was too scared to blink, too scared to look away. Finally, I found my voice and I screamed. I screamed as loud as I could, over and over, until I heard my mother's footsteps pounding up the stairs. The door burst open, and she ran to my bedside, switching on the lamp. The room filled with warm light, and the laughing stopped. The hands were gone. I could move again. I remember shaking so hard I could barely sit up. My mother wrapped her arms around me, rocking me gently, whispering that it was just a bad dream. But I knew it wasn't. I felt the pain in my shoulders, sharp and deep like I had been grabbed too hard. I told her through sobs that my shoulders hurt, and she pulled back, lifting my shirt to look. The look on her face changed. She didn't say anything at first, just stared at the marks. 2 large handprints, clear as day, red and already starting to bruise, one on each shoulder where I had felt the grip. She didn't say much that night after that. She just kept me close, let me sleep in her bed, and held me until morning. I don't remember us talking about it much after that either. Life went on. The laughing stopped after that night. I never heard it again, but the house still creaked and shifted. The wind still pressed against the walls, and I still slept with the blanket pulled up to my chin for years after. I grew up. We moved out of that house when I was around 10. I didn't think about it much after that. It became one of those strange memories that felt like a dream, something from a time so long ago it almost didn't feel real anymore. The handprints faded, of course, and life got busy with school, friends, and everything else that comes with growing up. Years later, as an adult, I found myself back in my hometown visiting my mom. We were sitting at the kitchen table, talking about all sorts of things, just the way you do when you haven't seen someone for a while. And somehow, that night came up. I didn't plan to bring it up. It just slipped out, like mentioning a childhood nightmare you hadn't thought of in years. I said something like, "Do you remember that night in the old house when I thought something grabbed me?" The change in her face was instant. The color drained from her cheeks, and for a moment she just stared at me like she didn't know what to say. Then she looked down at her hands on the table and shook her head. I remember exactly what she said. She said, "I don't want to remember that." And that was it. She didn't say anything more. She didn't look at me again for a long time, just sat there quiet, like the weight of that memory was too much to carry again. It left me thinking. All those years, I had convinced myself that maybe I had imagined it, that maybe it was some trick of a child's mind half asleep in a creaky old house. But my mother's reaction told me otherwise. She had seen those marks. She had felt that fear too. And she didn't want to remember, because remembering meant facing something we couldn't explain, something that didn't fit neatly into the world we knew. I don't believe in ghosts. I never have. Even after everything, I still don't. But I do believe in the strange things that can happen in old places, in the weight of history, in the way houses can hold on to the past. Maybe there was an explanation. Maybe the old house shifted in a way that trapped me in place, and my mind filled in the rest. Maybe the marks were from my own hands in some way I can't quite understand. Or maybe something else happened that night that neither of us wants to think about too hard. Whatever it was, it stayed with me. I still think about that house sometimes. I think about the tall windows and the uneven floors, the sound of the wind pushing at the walls, and the way the night felt heavier there. I think about how small I felt in that big house, and how even now, as an adult, that memory can still make my skin crawl. And I think about my mother's face when I reminded her. That, more than anything, stays with me. The way her face went pale, the way she looked down at her hands, the way she didn't want to talk about it. It told me that whatever happened that night, it was real. Real enough that we both carried it with us, even if we never spoke of it again. We moved on. Life went on. But sometimes late at night, when the house I live in now creaks or the wind presses against the walls, I remember. And I pull the blanket up a little higher, just in case. I arrived at the gated community near Branson, Missouri, early in the morning. The air was cool, and the sun hadn't quite burned through the thin mist that hovered above the ground. The houses in that place weren't just big, they were massive. Big windows, balconies, stone walls, and sharp, clean lines. Everything about the neighborhood felt expensive, like even the grass cost more than I could afford. The house I was delivering to was halfway up a hill, with the fourth floor flush with the driveway because of the steep slope of the land. The rest of the house fell away down the hill behind it, stacked up like a giant's toy blocks. I'd delivered hot tubs to places like this before. People with more money than I'd ever see ordering massive tubs for their Mountain View decks or their private pools. But something about this job already felt different. Maybe it was the size of the house. Maybe it was the way the workers were hustling around, hammering and sawing, calling out measurements and orders like they were racing the clock. Or maybe it was the way the driveway felt so narrow with the steep drop just a few feet away. Either way, I had a pit in my stomach before I even unloaded the dolly. I met with the construction workers out front. They were the ones who would tell me where the tub was going since the contractor wasn't around. They pointed out the path. From the drive, I'd have to lower the hot tub down into the yard, drag it up a makeshift ramp to the back porch, push it through the living room, and out the back doors onto the deck. Sounded simple enough, at least on paper, but I could already tell it wouldn't be. When I finally got eyes on that deck, my gut tightened. They'd only finished the bare minimum. A narrow strip of boards ran from the patio doors straight across to the far corner where the tub would sit. No railing, no edge protection, nothing but open air on the sides. And the drop? For stories straight down onto jagged rocks and boulders at the bottom of the hill. I stood there for a long moment, just staring at that gap, feeling my heart thudding in my chest. But the job was the job. I'd done harder things. I'd moved these 900-pound tubs into spots you wouldn't think possible. And it wasn't like I had a choice. So I got to work. The workers offered to help, and for once, I didn't argue. Moving the tub down into the yard wasn't too bad, though the dolly bounced and jarred against the slope, making my arms ache. Getting it up the ramp to the porch took muscle, sweat, and more than a few curses muttered under my breath. Through the living room we went, the dolly creaking under the weight, leaving faint scuffs on the new floor that I knew would have to be buffed out later. Then we reached the deck, the part I'd been dreading. We pushed the tub out onto that narrow strip of boards, the dolly's tires thudding over the gaps between them. I kept my eyes forward, refusing to look at the drop even though I could feel it beside me, a vast emptiness pulling at my nerves. Every step I took felt like walking a tightrope, the weight of the tub tipping the balance one way or another. When we reached the corner, I took a breath. Normally, this was the easy part. I'd tilt the tub, rest it on my lap, unstrap it, and lower it gently. But the contractor didn't want it laid flat yet. Said it was safer to leave it on its edge for now. I tried to explain that it would be harder to get the dolly out that way, but he wasn't there to argue with. The workers just said they were following orders. I had a plan. I always did. We'd use blocks to prop up one side of the dolly, tilt the tub, pop the straps, and ease the dolly out. Then we'd reverse the process and set the tub down safe. I'd done it before, but never with so little space. The deck barely gave me enough room to stand, let alone maneuver 900 pounds of dead weight. My boots were inches from the edge as it was. We started. The blocks went under, and I tilted the tub, feeling its weight shift, pressing into my arms. The dolly on one side came free with some effort. I told everyone to freeze. I needed to adjust my stance. My feet shuffled back, just enough that my heels hung off the deck. My heart pounded so loud I could hear it in my ears. I could feel the empty space behind me, the wind brushing up my back like a warning. One wrong move, and I'd be over. But I kept calm. I'd been in tight spots before. I focused on the task. The workers at my sides kept the tub steady, while the others worked on freeing the other side of the dolly. One guy fiddled uselessly with a strap that would later tie the tub down. I wanted to bark at him to help where it mattered, but I kept my mouth shut. One thing at a time. Then it happened. One of the guys working the dolly got impatient. Maybe he was tired. Maybe he thought he was helping. I don't know. But he kicked at the corner of the tub, trying to pop it free. It worked, but not the way we needed. The tub shifted suddenly. All that weight leaned toward me, fast and heavy. I didn't have my feet planted yet. My balance was off. I felt myself going. My boots slid. My arms flailed, windmilling, trying to grab at something, anything. The edge of the deck was right there, and then it was gone beneath me. I could see the boulders below, sharp and waiting, like the earth itself had teeth. For a second, time slowed. I felt the air rush past me as my heels lost contact with wood. My back arched, my chest heaved. I knew I was falling. I knew I was done. There was no saving me from that drop. The workers couldn't reach me. My hands clawed at empty space. But then, something stopped me. A force slammed into the small of my back, jarring me forward. Instead of falling into the void, I was thrown back into the tub. My arms wrapped around it like it was a life preserver in a storm. My breath came in gasps, my heart raced. I didn't understand what had just happened. The dolly came free, and the tub settled upright with me still hugging it, trembling, sweat pouring down my face. When I finally caught my breath, I looked around. The strap the useless guy had been playing with was stretched tight across the gap. He'd secured one end to the house without anyone noticing. When I fell, it was hanging loose behind me. He saw me go and yanked it tight, catching me like a net. It wasn't meant for that. It wasn't designed to hold a man's weight. But it did, just long enough to save my life. We finished the job after that, but I moved like a ghost, my mind replaying the fall over and over. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the rocks waiting below, felt the wind against my back, felt the sick lurch in my gut as gravity took me. I thanked the worker 100 times before I left, but it didn't feel like enough. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, thinking about how close I'd come. I thought about my wife and daughter, how they wouldn't have known what happened until they got the call. I thought about how a man who I'd thought was wasting time had saved me, just by doing what he could in the moment. The next day, I made a decision. I'd been planning a surprise Christmas trip for my wife and daughter, a getaway to Breckenridge, Colorado. I'd saved for months, imagining the look on their faces when I told them. But that worker, he deserved it more. I didn't tell my family. They never knew. I called up the man, got his details, and paid for the whole thing. Sent him, his wife, and his kid on a vacation they'd never forget. It was the least I could do. Life went on after that. I kept delivering hot tubs, kept working, kept providing for my family. But that day never left me. Sometimes when I'm alone on a high deck or looking down from a rooftop, I feel that same rush of air, that same sense of falling, and I remember the man who saved me. Not because he had to, not because it was his job, just because he could, and because in that moment, when it mattered most, he acted. A few years ago, I had one of those weekends where I just needed to clear my head. Life had been piling up, the usual stuff, nothing too dramatic, but enough that I felt restless. I remember waking up that Saturday, the sky was a flat gray, and the air was cool, with that smell that comes before rain. I grabbed my jacket, my boots, and decided to take a long walk through the woods near my place. I'd been there plenty of times before, but that day I wanted to go a bit deeper, off the main paths where people usually stuck to. I don't know why exactly. Maybe I was chasing quiet. Maybe I just wanted to be alone. The woods were thick with early autumn smells, damp leaves, wet earth, and something faintly sweet from the last of the wildflowers. The ground was soft, and the further I went, the less the noise of the town seemed to follow me. No cars, no voices, just the occasional bird or the rustle of small animals in the undergrowth. It felt good at first. I felt like I could finally breathe without the weight of everything on my shoulders. I don't know how long I walked, maybe an hour, maybe more. I wasn't paying attention to time. The trees started closing in, the light getting dimmer, even though it wasn't late yet. That's when I noticed the smell. It hit me all at once. A heavy, sickly sweet stench that didn't fit with the woods. It wasn't flowers or rotting leaves. It was thicker than that, clinging to the back of my throat, making my stomach turn. Curiosity got the better of me. I pushed through a patch of tangled undergrowth, thorns scratching at my jacket and hands. I kept going because something felt off, and I wanted to see what it was. Maybe it was a dead animal. That's what I told myself. But I think even then, I knew it wasn't. I found him there. A man, his body half hidden under the low branches of a pine, like the woods were trying to cover him up. He wasn't fresh. His skin was bloated, stretched tight in some places, splitting in others. The colors were what struck me most: green, black, hints of purple. His face was barely a face anymore, swollen and distorted, lips pulled back from his teeth. His eyes, or where his eyes had been, were just empty holes, dark and wet looking. There were insects everywhere. The ground around him moved with them, and there were signs that animals had found him too. His hands, his legs, there were bites, patches where the flesh was just gone. I froze. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. For a few seconds, I couldn't think, couldn't move. The smell was everywhere, thick enough that I could almost taste it. I stumbled back a step, tripped over a root, and nearly fell. I fumbled for my phone, hands shaking, and called the police. I remember trying to keep my voice steady, telling them where I was as best I could, describing landmarks, trails I'd passed. The dispatcher told me to stay put, to wait there until officers arrived. So I waited. What else could I do? I couldn't just leave him there alone, not now. I found a fallen log a few feet away, far enough that I didn't have to see the worst of him, but close enough that I was still keeping watch like they'd told me. I sat down, pulling my jacket tighter around me, the cold starting to sink in as the afternoon wore on. Time passed slowly. The light kept fading, the gray of the sky deepening into something darker, heavier. The woods grew quieter. No birds, no small animals, just the sound of the wind moving through the trees, and somewhere, water dripping steadily, like the woods themselves were holding their breath. I tried not to look at him, but my eyes kept drifting back. Every shift of the shadows made me think I saw him move. But he didn't, of course. It was just my mind playing tricks. As it got darker, everything seemed to close in. The trees, the shadows, even the smell seemed stronger in the cooler air. I kept glancing down the path where the police would come from, but there was nothing. Just the woods and me and him. I started thinking about who he'd been. What had led him here, to this spot, to this end? His clothes were simple. Jeans, a jacket, boots. Nothing special. Nothing that told me anything about him. But he'd chosen this place. I figured that much. It wasn't somewhere you stumbled on by accident. It was too deep in, too hidden. He'd wanted to be alone. And I disturbed that. That thought stuck with me. After what felt like hours, I finally saw the flicker of flashlights in the distance. Relief flooded through me. So strong my legs felt weak when I stood up. The officers arrived, their voices calm but firm, asking me to step back, to tell them what I'd seen, what I'd done. They thanked me for waiting, for not leaving him. I remember one of them giving me a look, a quiet nod that said more than words could. They took over. I stayed while they worked, answering questions, watching as they marked the scene, took photos, covered the body. It turned out he'd taken his own life. The details didn't matter, not really. What mattered was that he'd come here, to this quiet, hidden place, to end things. I don't know why. I never found out. Maybe no one ever did. But that night changed something in me. I thought I'd walk it off, shake it off like a bad dream. But it stayed with me. I started dreaming about him. At first, it was just seeing him again, the way I'd found him. Then the dreams grew darker. I'd see him standing at the edge of the woods, watching me. Or I'd see him lying there, but his head would turn, those empty sockets fixing on me. There was never any talking, not really. Just this feeling in the dreams that he was angry, that I'd intruded, that I'd taken something from him by finding him. I'd wake up sweating, heart racing, unable to shake the image of his face, that terrible face, from my mind. The dreams kept coming, not every night, but often enough that I started dreading sleep. I didn't tell anyone at first. What could I say? It sounded crazy, but the weight of it built up. I started avoiding the woods. I'd cross the street, rather than walk past the edge of them. The smell of damp earth made me feel sick. I kept seeing him, not just in dreams but in flashes, in shadows, in the corner of my eye. But he wasn't there. I knew that. It was just my mind, replaying it, refusing to let it go. Over time, it got easier. The dreams became less frequent, the images less sharp. I could go near the woods again, though I never went deep in, not like before. And the few times I tried, I'd get that feeling again, that I didn't belong, that I was trespassing. So I stayed away. It's been years now, and still sometimes he comes back in my dreams. Not as often, and not as vivid, but enough that I remember. Enough that I still feel it when I wake up, the weight of that day, the smell, the sight, the silence of the woods as night fell around me. I remind myself that I didn't do anything wrong. I found him. I called for help. I stayed. But part of me still wonders if that was what he wanted. I've come to terms with it, mostly. I know the mind holds on to things, especially things that shock us, that scar us. It's natural, I guess. I've spoken to people about it since then, friends, even a counselor for a while. And that helped. Talking about it helped me understand that it wasn't him in my dreams. It was my own fear, my own guilt maybe, even though I had nothing to feel guilty for. But I don't go wandering off the beaten path anymore. I stick to the trails, the places where people go. I don't go looking for quiet in the deep woods. I've learned that some places want to be left alone, and maybe some people do too. I still think about him sometimes, not as the swollen, broken figure I found, but as the man he must have been before. Someone who, for reasons I'll never know, came to that quiet place to end his story. I hope he found peace, whatever that means. And I hope, in some way, I helped by making sure he wasn't left there, forgotten for good. I was 17 and fresh off getting my driver's license, and like most kids that age, I felt like I had just been handed the keys to the world. Every drive felt like freedom. I didn't even care where I was going most of the time. I just wanted to be behind the wheel, music up, windows down, and the road stretching out in front of me. I was working part-time back then, trying to save up for college, or maybe just to have cash for weekends. The job wasn't anything special, just stocking shelves at a local hardware store. But it meant I got to drive to and from work on my own terms, which made it worth it. There was this one route I took home that wound past mostly empty lots and half-developed properties, the kind of places where developers had big dreams and then ran out of money or interest. One of those places stood out to me from the first time I passed it. It was this giant house. Well, what was supposed to be a house, anyway? It was more like the skeleton of a house. No windows, no doors, just framing and some of the outer walls. The place looked like it had been abandoned mid-construction years ago. Weeds and grass had grown up high around it, and the driveway was cracked and starting to disappear under dirt and plants. Every time I drove by it, I felt my curiosity pulling at me. It was set back from the road far enough that you couldn't see much more than its outline through the trees, but what you could see gave you the impression of something massive. It didn't look like a house people would live in. It looked like something someone built to show off, then forgot about. I started thinking it would be the perfect place for one of those parties my friends and I always talked about. You know how it is at that age, finding some abandoned building or old house to hang out in, drinking cheap beer, and pretending to be tougher or cooler than you actually were. One night, after work, I mentioned the house to my buddy Ryan. He was one of those guys who was always up for anything, the type that would say yes before you even finished explaining the idea. We were supposed to catch a movie that evening, but we had some time to kill, so I told him I wanted to show him the house. He didn't even hesitate. It was summer, so even though it was getting close to 9 at night, the sun was only just starting to set. That golden light was fading fast, the sky slipping from orange to purple, and shadows were starting to stretch across everything. I remember the air was thick with that warm, heavy feeling that always comes just before night really settles in during summer. I pulled my car up the long, cracked driveway, tires crunching over bits of loose gravel and dried leaves. I clicked my headlights on because the light was fading faster than I'd expected, and the place felt even more eerie in the dim. The house, if you could call it that, looked even bigger up close. You could see straight through the empty window frames and doorways. There was no glass, no doors, nothing to block the view through the hollow shell. The inside was just open space, beams and boards casting weird shadows in the fading light. We didn't even get out of the car. I think both of us felt the weight of the place as soon as we pulled up. There was a stillness to it that made your skin crawl a little, like the place was holding its breath, waiting for something. We sat there for maybe 10 seconds. I had my foot hovering over the brake, engine idling, and I remember thinking, yeah, this place is perfect for a party. And at the same time, something deep down in my gut told me we shouldn't be there. I backed out slowly, not wanting to kick up too much dust or make any noise. We eased back down the driveway toward the main road, the tension in the car thick enough to taste. Ryan wasn't saying anything, and neither was I. It wasn't like we were scared, exactly. Just on edge. Like we'd interrupted something by pulling up there. And that's when the headlights appeared behind us. At first I didn't think anything of it. It was just a pair of headlights coming down the road behind us. Nothing strange about that. But as they got closer, I realized they weren't just following at a normal distance. The truck, I could tell by the height of the lights and the shape of the grille when it got close enough, was right on my bumper, high beams blinding us in the mirrors. I tried to focus on the road, tried to tell myself it was just some local pissed off that we'd turned around on his property or something. But this truck wasn't just following us. It was right there, too close for comfort, so close I couldn't even see the grille anymore in the rear view, just a wall of bright light. The road out to the main highway wasn't long, maybe half a mile, but it felt like forever. I kept my speed steady, didn't want to do anything to provoke whoever was back there. Ryan kept glancing over his shoulder, his face pale in the dashboard glow. We hit the stoplight at the main road. I flicked on my signal and made a right, relieved to be on a busier stretch of road. That relief lasted all of 2 seconds. The truck didn't follow us onto the road like a normal person would. Instead, it cut across the corner, blasting through the gas station lot, and swung out in front of us so fast I had to slam on the brakes to keep from hitting it. Tires squealed. My heart felt like it was going to punch its way out of my chest. Before I could even think about backing up or going around, the driver's door of the truck swung open, and this massive guy stepped out. He wasn't just big. He was the kind of big that makes you feel small no matter who you are. Broad shoulders, thick arms, heavy boots that thudded on the pavement as he came toward us. I remember the way he moved, deliberate, not in any kind of hurry, like he already knew we weren't going anywhere. I looked around, expecting anyone to be nearby. It was a main road, for God's sake. There was always traffic, people getting gas, somebody walking their dog, or coming out of the convenience store. But tonight, nothing. It was like the world had cleared out just for this moment. He stopped at my window, leaned down so his face was level with mine. His face was rough, like it had seen a lot of sun and wind, and his eyes were small and dark. He didn't look angry exactly, just cold, like he was sizing me up, deciding what I was worth. I didn't even think. I rolled the window down partway, heart hammering so loud I could barely hear myself speak. Before he could say anything, I blurted out that we'd just been making a U-turn. That was it, just a U-turn. We didn't mean anything by it, didn't mean to trespass or whatever. He stared at us for what felt like forever. The air between us felt heavy, like the whole world was holding still, waiting to see what would happen next. Then, just like that, he smiled. It wasn't a warm smile, not one that made you feel any better. It was tight, like he was humoring us. He stepped back, gave a little nod, and waved us on. I didn't wait for him to change his mind. I eased past his truck, turned onto the highway, and didn't look back. I kept driving until we were miles away, until the lights of town started to fill the car again, and it felt like we could breathe. Ryan finally spoke then, voice shaky. He asked what the hell that had been about, but I didn't have an answer. Neither of us did. I never went back to that house. Every time I passed it after that, I felt that same weight, that same quiet warning in my gut. The house stayed unfinished, year after year. No workers, no for sale signs, nothing. Just sitting there, half-built, like it was waiting for something or someone. I don't know what that guy was protecting, and I don't want to know. All I know is that we weren't supposed to be there, and we were lucky to get out of it as easy as we did. Now, every time someone starts talking about exploring abandoned places or looking for spots to party, I tell them the same thing. Don't. Just don't. Because you never know who's watching, and you never know what you might be walking into. When I think back to that day, it all comes flooding into my mind like it just happened yesterday. I was about 7 years old, just a kid, and my 2 older brothers, and I had gone out to this area we always liked to play in. It wasn't anything official, nothing fancy, just a stretch of open land that people around our town used as an unofficial motocross spot. The dirt was torn up from the bike tires, mounds and dips everywhere, with tire tracks crisscrossing through the hard-packed ground. There were patches where grass tried to grow, but mostly it was just dust and dry earth, baked hard by the sun. It was one of those summer days where the air felt dry and hot, the kind that makes the dirt smell stronger and the sun feel like it's pressing down on you. I remember how the dust would kick up with every step, hanging in the air and catching in your throat. My brothers and I had spent the morning running up and down the mounds, sliding down the loose slopes, pretending we were on bikes, or that we were explorers or soldiers or whatever new adventure came into our heads. We always managed to find something to do out there, even with no toys, no bikes, just the land and our imagination. I don't remember exactly whose idea it was to dig a tunnel, but knowing us, it probably started as some harmless digging. Maybe one of us kicked at the dirt and noticed how soft it was in a certain spot, or maybe we decided it would be cool to have a hideout, like in the movies. Whatever sparked it, we all got into it fast. Before long, we were digging in turns, using our hands, sticks, an old rusty garden trowel one of my brothers had found at home. The ground there was dry on top, but once we got under that first crust, it turned softer, easier to scoop out. We didn't think twice about whether it was safe or smart. We were kids. We thought we could do anything. It took hours. The sun rose higher and hotter. We were covered in sweat and dirt, our hands filthy, nails packed with earth. Our clothes were brown with dust, and our hair was matted to our heads. We didn't care. We were proud of what we were building. We took turns crawling in, pushing the dirt further out, trying to make it deeper and deeper. By the time we were done, or at least by the time we decided it was good enough, we dug in about 6 feet. The tunnel wasn't very tall, maybe 2 feet high, just enough to crawl through on your belly. It felt like a fort, like something secret, something ours. At some point, I was the one inside, right up at the end, lying on my stomach, my face inches from the packed dirt wall at the back. I remember the smell of the earth, that damp, rich smell that fills your nose when you're that close to the ground. I remember how the air felt cooler inside the tunnel compared to the blazing heat outside. And then, in a split second, everything changed. It happened so fast. There was no warning, no crack or groan to tell me what was about to happen. One moment I was looking at the dirt face in front of me, thinking about what to dig next, and the next the world went black. The tunnel collapsed. The roof, the walls, everything gave way and poured down on top of me. It felt like the ground itself swallowed me up. The dirt wasn't loose and soft anymore. It was heavy, crushingly heavy, like the weight of the whole world pressing down on me. I couldn't see. I couldn't move. I couldn't even scream. The dirt filled every space, packed in around my body so tight I couldn't lift my arms, couldn't turn my head. My hands were near my face, but they were pinned in place. I tried to push, to clear the soil away, but nothing happened. The more I struggled, the more the dirt seemed to close in on me, as if it was tightening its grip. My mouth filled with dirt, choking me, making me cough. And when I coughed, I felt my stomach contract, the little space I had inside my chest shrinking even more. Breathing became harder, shallower, and every breath I tried to take seemed to pull more dirt into my mouth and nose. The heat was the worst part. The dirt wasn't cold or even cool anymore. It was hot, furnace hot. It felt like I was trapped inside an oven, like the earth itself was cooking me alive. And the darkness, that total, complete blackness, started to turn red. At first, I thought it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but the red glow became stronger, like a fire burning inside my head. I didn't understand what was happening. All I could think was that I had died and was going to hell. That was what my young mind thought. The heat, the darkness, the weight, it all added up to that terrible idea that I was being dragged down into the earth, never to come back. Time stopped making sense. I don't know how long I was buried like that. It felt like forever, like years went by while I lay there unable to move, unable to breathe properly, unable to do anything but feel the crushing dirt and the burning heat. My heart pounded so hard I could hear it in my ears, feel it in my head. My vision, not that I could see anything in the first place, was filled with that red glow, pulsing with each heartbeat. I was sure I was going to die. There was no way out. No one could find me under all that dirt. No one would even know where to look. I was certain I was going to be left there, lost and forgotten under the ground. Then, out of nowhere, I felt something grab my foot. At first, I didn't believe it. I thought it was my mind playing tricks on me again, some last hope my brain clung to before the end. But then the grip tightened, and I felt the tug. My brothers. Somehow they had seen the collapse, had realized I was trapped, and had started digging like mad. They must have been using their hands, scooping out the dirt as fast as they could, not caring about anything except getting me out. The feeling of being pulled free was the best thing I've ever felt. The weight started to lessen bit by bit as they cleared the dirt from around me. The air felt cooler again, fresher, and I gasped for it like I'd never tasted air before. My face broke through the surface, and the bright sunlight hit my eyes so hard it hurt, but I didn't care. I sucked in breath after breath, coughing out dirt, my chest heaving. My brothers kept pulling, kept digging, until they had me out completely. I was shaking all over. My arms and legs felt like jelly. I couldn't believe I was still alive. I looked down at myself. I was covered head to toe in dirt, my clothes caked with it, my hair full of it. My mouth tasted like mud, and I'd wet myself, though I barely noticed it at the time. My body had just given up trying to hold it in during the terror of it all. We didn't say anything to each other. We didn't need to. The looks on our faces said it all. We knew how close it had been. We knew how bad it could have turned out. We didn't want to get in trouble, didn't want our parents to find out, so we just walked home. I remember the feeling of the dirt drying on my skin as we made our way back, cracking and flaking off in patches. When we got home, I went straight to the hose. The water was cold, but I let it wash over me, cleaning off the dirt, the sweat, the fear. It felt good, like I was washing away the whole experience. We never talked about it much after that. It became one of those things we all remembered, but didn't want to bring up. A reminder of how a fun day could have ended in tragedy. I never tried digging a tunnel again. And every time I see dirt like that, soft and easy to dig, I feel a shiver run down my spine. The memory comes back, clear as ever, of the heat, the weight, the darkness. And I remind myself how lucky I was that day, how lucky I am to be here to even remember it. I remember that day so clearly even though so many years have passed. I was about 10 or 11, and I was off school because I wasn't feeling well. Nothing serious, just one of those colds that make you feel tired and achy, and my parents thought it was best I stay home and rest. Both of them had work that day. They tried to see if they could get the day off, or at least come home early, but it just wasn't possible. Before they left, they reminded me again and again not to answer the door for anyone. My mom especially made sure to give me that talk about strangers, the same one she always did. But this time I actually listened carefully because I felt vulnerable being home alone like that. I wasn't scared at that point, just tired and a bit annoyed that I had to stay inside when it was such a nice day outside. I remember lying on the couch in the front room, wrapped in a blanket, watching the cartoons that were on at that time of the morning. That front room had a big bay window that faced the street. It was one of those big old Victorian houses with high ceilings and big windows that made the room feel open. The window looked out directly onto the main road. Across the road was a row of shops. It was busy out there, people going about their day, walking to the shops, waiting at the bus stop, and just passing by. At first, I didn't mind it, but after a while, I started feeling a bit awkward. It was as if the people outside could see right into the house and right at me lying there. Every time someone walked past, I felt exposed, like they could see I was alone in the house. I didn't like that feeling at all, so I decided to pull the curtains over a little, just enough to block the view, but still let a bit of light in. As I stood up to do that, I noticed a man on the other side of the road. He stood out to me right away, though at first, I couldn't quite figure out why. He looked like he was in his late 40s or maybe early 50s. He had a beard that was going a bit gray and wore glasses. His clothes were ordinary enough, but something about him still felt off. He had on this green knitted jumper, the kind that looks like it was handmade, or maybe something someone's grandmother would have given them. It was baggy on him, and the sleeves looked a little too long. He was just walking past at that point, not doing anything, but I remember feeling uncomfortable as soon as I saw him. There wasn't anything specific, but something about the way he moved, or maybe the way he glanced at the house as he walked by, just didn't sit right with me. I tried to push it out of my mind. I told myself it was just my imagination running wild, because I wasn't used to being home alone. I shut the curtain more and went back to the couch, trying to get back into the show I was watching. But I kept thinking about that man. wondering where he was going and why he seemed so strange to me. 10 minutes or so passed, and then, through the small gap in the curtains, I saw him again. This time he was walking in the same direction as before, which struck me as odd because if he was going somewhere, why was he coming back the same way so soon? It was as if he had gone around the block or something. That little bit of worry in my stomach grew, but I still tried to brush it off. Maybe he had forgotten something at one of the shops, or maybe he lived nearby and was just walking. But I kept watching through the gap in the curtain now, feeling uneasy. Another 10 minutes went by, and he appeared again. This time, though, he didn't just walk past. He stopped right at the edge of our driveway and stood there, looking towards the window. My heart started beating faster. He just stood there for what felt like forever, but it must have been about 30 seconds, maybe a little more. Then he slowly started walking up the driveway, his eyes fixed on the house, looking through the window as he went. I froze on the couch, watching him through that tiny gap in the curtains, hoping he would just go away. But he didn't. He came right up to the front door and knocked. Not loud, not like someone who really needed to get your attention, but enough to be heard. I felt this wave of fear wash over me. I didn't move, I didn't make a sound, just stayed as still as I could, hoping he would think no one was home and leave. But he didn't leave. After knocking a few more times, he walked over to the window, the one right next to the front door, and started banging on it. I could see his mouth moving, but I couldn't hear what he was saying. The glass was thick, and with the TV still on low, his words didn't come through. But whatever he was saying, it wasn't friendly. His face had changed now, no longer just a strange man passing by, but something else. His expression was tense, focused, like he was trying to figure out how to get inside. That's when I saw it, the realization on his face. It was like I could see the thought forming in his head as his eyes flicked towards the side of the house. The back door. I don't know how I knew what he was thinking, but I did. The back door. My parents never locked it during the day, so the dog could come and go into the yard. I felt sick with panic. Without thinking, I jumped up and ran through the house, through the dining room, and into the kitchen where the back door was. I don't think I've ever moved so fast in my life. I grabbed the key that was always left in the lock and turned it, just as I heard the handle on the other side starting to turn. My hands were shaking so bad, but I managed to lock it, and not a second too soon. The handle jiggled a few times, then stopped. And then came the banging. Loud, desperate banging that made the whole door rattle. I backed away from it, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I didn't know what to do. I ended up curling up on the floor, behind the kitchen table, trying to make myself as small as possible, trying to be invisible. He didn't stop at the door. After a while, he started going around the house, trying the windows. I could hear him rattling the handles, tapping on the glass, sometimes banging. Every noise made me flinch. I kept expecting the glass to smash or the door to give way. I don't know how long it went on for, but it felt like forever. The worst part was not knowing where he was exactly. The house was big, and the windows were tall, and I didn't dare move from where I was. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind outside, I thought it was him coming in. My mind kept going to the worst places, imagining what would happen if he got inside. I kept thinking about what my parents would find when they got home. I felt trapped, helpless. At some point, the noises stopped. I didn't move right away. I stayed there on the floor, listening, waiting to be sure. Minutes passed, maybe more. The house was silent again, except for the sound of my own breathing and the ticking of the clock on the wall. Finally, I gathered the courage to crawl over to the window at the back and peek out. I couldn't see him anywhere. I waited a bit longer before I finally stood up, my legs like jelly. I didn't know whether to cry or scream or both. I didn't unlock any of the doors again. I stayed in the kitchen, away from the windows, until I heard my parents' car pull up outside. When they came in, I ran to them, and everything just spilled out at once. I told them about the man, about how he tried to get in, about how scared I was. They checked all around the house, but of course by then he was long gone. We never saw him again. My parents made sure to keep the back door locked after that, no matter what. I think about that day sometimes, and I always wonder what would have happened if I hadn't thought to lock that door. If I'd been just a few seconds slower, or if he'd been a bit quicker. It still makes my stomach turn. I learned that day how fast things can go from normal to terrifying. And I learned to trust that feeling in your gut when something doesn't seem right. Because sometimes that feeling is the only thing keeping you safe. I had always felt comfortable in the city. It wasn't that I thought nothing bad could ever happen to me, but I'd walked those streets for years, day and night, and I'd never had a reason to be afraid. I was smart about it. I chose my routes carefully, stuck to areas that felt right, places that had just enough activity that someone would notice if something went wrong, but not so busy that I'd be lost in a crowd. I wasn't naive. I knew the risks. But that night, everything I thought I knew about staying safe was shaken. It had been a good night. I'd met one of my best friends for drinks at our usual spot, a cozy bar we both loved. The kind of place where the bartender remembers your name and what you like to drink. We laughed, talked about work, about life, about nothing at all, really. Just easy conversation that left me feeling warm inside. When it got late, we hugged goodbye, and I started my walk home. I remember thinking how nice the cool air felt against my face, how the city lights flickered on the wet pavement, how peaceful it all seemed. I had my headphones in, listening to music that made me feel calm and content. I wasn't worried. I wasn't even looking over my shoulder. I felt safe. I took my usual route. It wasn't too quiet, not too busy. I'd walked it so many times before. I even liked that part of the walk, the stretch where I passed the police station. It made me feel secure, like nothing could happen so close to the law. That night I wore a long raincoat that looked more like a dress, something comfortable, something that didn't draw attention. My mistake, I thought later, was feeling so sure that I was doing everything right. I was maybe 10 seconds from the station when I felt it, a hand on the small of my back. It was light at first, almost like someone trying to get my attention, but then it moved lower, under the hem of my coat, and grabbed me. His hand was on me, firm, invasive, disgusting. My heart shot into my throat. The music in my ears seemed to vanish in an instant as I tore out the earphones. I felt a scream rip its way out of me before I even knew I was going to scream. I jumped back, off the sidewalk, up onto someone's lawn, my whole body shaking with adrenaline and rage. He kept walking like nothing had happened, like he'd done nothing wrong. I let him pass me, heart pounding so hard it felt like it might burst out of my chest. I shouted after him, loud enough for anyone nearby to hear. I didn't even think about what I was saying. It just came out, raw, furious. I stayed on the lawn, putting as much distance between us as I could while I spoke. I wanted witnesses. I wanted him to know I wasn't afraid to call him out. I wasn't going to let him disappear into the night like it was nothing. I yanked out my phone and dialed 911. My fingers were shaking, but I forced myself to stay steady. I gave the dispatcher every detail I could think of. His height, his build, the color of his hair, his clothes, which side of the street he was on, the direction he was walking. I kept my eyes on him as I crossed the street, still speaking into the phone, still watching him so I wouldn't lose sight of him. My voice was loud, clear. I wanted him to hear me. I wanted him to know he wouldn't get away with it. As I approached the station, I saw officers coming out, 5 of them, maybe more. They asked for the description again, and I gave it. I repeated everything I'd said on the phone, making sure they had it right. 2 of them got into a cruiser and took off in the direction the man had gone. I stood there on the sidewalk, heart still racing, trying to catch my breath. That's when I noticed a couple, a woman and a man, coming toward the station. They'd been there. They'd seen it happen. They'd heard my scream. Without me even asking, they came in to give their statements. I can't even describe the relief I felt in that moment, knowing that someone else could back me up, that I wasn't alone. Inside the station, they took my statement. I went over every detail again, where I was, what happened, what he looked like. I tried to stay calm, but my hands wouldn't stop trembling. I felt like my body was still trying to fight, even though the danger was over. I just wanted it all to be done. I wanted to go home, to crawl under a blanket, and forget that any of it had happened. As I spoke, one of the officers who'd gone after him came back in. He didn't need to say anything. The look on his face told me they'd caught him. They had him. That should have made me feel better. And in a way, it did. But the reality of it, the fact that this man had been so close, that he'd touched me, that he'd thought he could get away with it, it stuck with me. I left the station and walked home. The city that had always felt familiar now felt strange. The streets seemed darker. Every shadow made my heart jump. When I got inside, I locked the door behind me and sat down on the floor. The tears came then, hard and fast. I called my mom. I didn't want to, because I didn't want her to worry, but I needed to hear her voice. I needed to feel like I was safe. I barely slept that night. When I closed my eyes, I saw his face. I felt his hand. The next day, I tried to go about my life like normal, but nothing felt normal. I kept looking over my shoulder. Every stranger on the street made my skin crawl. I kept thinking about how fast it all happened, how it could have been worse, how lucky I was that people were there, that the police were so close. The officers followed up with me a few times in the days that followed. They told me about the conditions he was under after his arrest. They told me I could check on his court dates if I wanted to, that I could know what happened to him. But I didn't want to. I didn't want to give him any more space in my head. I just wanted to move on. I found out through one of their calls that he'd made bail. $10,000. That shook me, more than I wanted to admit. The idea that he was out walking free, while I was left with the memory of what he'd done. I had his name in a document they gave me, but I never looked at it. I didn't want to know. I didn't want to see it, to have it burned into my mind alongside everything else. What mattered was that, for at least one night, he faced consequences. For at least one night, he was held accountable. I kept walking after that, but I changed my routes. I changed the way I carried myself. I stayed more alert. The city didn't feel the same, and maybe it never will. But I kept going. I didn't let what happened stop me from living my life. I knew that if I let fear win, he'd take even more from me than he already had. And I wasn't going to give him that. I wasn't going to let him have that power. It took time for me to feel steady again. There are still moments when the memory sneaks up on me, when I catch my reflection in a window and remember the look on my face that night, or when I pass the spot where it happened. But I remind myself of what I did. I acted fast. I kept my head. I made sure he didn't get away with it. And in that, I found something to hold on to. Quick thinking really is powerful. It didn't erase what happened, but it helped me take back some control. And that matters. That means something. When I was 8 years old, my family left the crowded suburbs of South Florida behind and moved to this tiny, forgotten town in the northern part of the state. The difference hit me the second we pulled into town. Everything felt slower, quieter, like we'd stepped into a place that time didn't care about anymore. The houses were old, some of them leaning a little to one side like they'd given up fighting the pull of the earth. Big oak trees lined the streets, their branches heavy with moss that hung down like old curtains. The air smelled different too, like damp wood and dirt, not like the salt and heat of where we'd come from. It was strange and kind of unsettling, but I didn't have much choice. This was home now. Over the years, I got used to it. The quiet nights, the strange noises from the woods, the way the neighbors kept to themselves. People here weren't unfriendly exactly, just wary. Like they'd seen too much or knew something we didn't. Nothing ever felt entirely normal, but after a while, I stopped thinking about it so much. It was just how things were. 15 years passed, and by then I was used to the little odd things that seemed to come with living in a place like this. The animals that stared too long from the trees, the times when the house creaked and groaned like it was trying to speak. I didn't think much about any of it anymore. But when my sister moved back in with my parents, things changed. And not in a small, easy-to-ignore way. It was the kind of change that grabbed hold of you and wouldn't let go. No matter how much you tried to convince yourself that everything was fine. My sister had married young, and her husband was in the military. When he got deployed to Afghanistan, she found herself alone with their newborn son. She was living in a trailer out in the woods, trying to handle everything on her own, and it just got to be too much. The isolation, the constant worry, the endless crying of a baby who didn't understand where his dad had gone. It broke her down little by little until she packed up and moved back into our parents' house. She needed help, and she needed not to be so alone. At first, everything seemed okay. She settled into her old room, set up a crib for the baby, tried to find some sort of routine again. The baby cried at night, as babies do, but she handled it. My mom helped when she could, and I came by whenever I wasn't working. We thought maybe things would start to feel normal again, or at least as normal as they could. But then the small things started happening. My sister mentioned it one afternoon when we were sitting on the porch. She said she kept hearing this sound in the night, like the headboard of her bed slamming against the wall. At first, she thought it was just the bed not being set right, maybe the frame was loose or something. But she checked, and everything seemed solid. No loose screws, nothing out of place. Still, she figured it wasn't worth worrying about. Maybe the house was settling. Old houses do that, especially in a place like this. But it didn't stop. Nights would go by, and she'd wake up to that sound, the hard thud of the headboard hitting the wall. Sometimes it was just once. Sometimes it happened over and over, steady like a drumbeat. It started to wear on her, the way lack of sleep always does, but she tried to ignore it. She was too tired to deal with anything else. Then came the night she felt something. She said she woke up because she felt like someone was tickling her. She thought maybe it was a dream at first, but it didn't stop when she opened her eyes. It was this light, quick touch on her side, like fingers brushing against her. She sat up, heart pounding, but of course, there was nothing there. Just her room, the crib, the soft sound of her baby breathing in his sleep. After that, it started happening more often. The bed would shake sometimes, not just a little, but enough to wake her up. The slamming sound came and went. And then the night came when she screamed loud enough to wake my mom. That was the night when everything seemed to come to a head. My mom rushed into her room and found the bed shaking violently. I wasn't there, but I heard about it the next day. The bed wasn't just vibrating or moving a little. It was rocking hard, like it was caught in a storm. My mom said it looked like something was throwing it around, but there was nothing there. No reason for it. Just my sister sitting in the middle of it, clutching her baby, eyes wide with terror. They didn't leave the house after that. They didn't pack up or move somewhere else. They stayed. I guess that's just who they are. They've been through so much already, and this was just one more thing to face down. But it didn't stop right away. One night, my sister was feeding her baby in the dark, rocking in the chair by the window. The baby had finally quieted, and she was just sitting there, trying to enjoy the peace while it lasted. And then she felt it. Something grabbed her ponytail. Not just a light tug, either. It yanked her head back hard, like someone had grabbed a handful of her hair and was trying to pull her out of the chair. She twisted, trying to see what it was, but of course there was nothing. Just the empty room, the soft creak of the chair, the sound of her own breathing. That was the last big thing that happened. After that night, things calmed down. There were no more shaking beds, no more tickling touches, no more grabbing. It was like whatever it was had decided to leave them alone. Maybe it got bored, or maybe it realized it wasn't welcome. Either way, the house went back to the way it had always been, quiet, a little strange, but not terrifying. The thing is, looking back, it's easy to start questioning what really happened. The house is old. Old houses make noises, they move, they settle. When you're tired, when you're stressed, your mind can play tricks on you. My sister had just had a baby. She was exhausted, worried about her husband, trying to take care of everything. It's not hard to believe that her mind might have filled in the blanks, that she felt things that weren't really there, heard things that could have been anything. As for the bed shaking, well, that's harder to explain, but again, the house is old. Maybe it was something structural, some weird quirk of the way the house is built. Maybe the foundation shifted. Maybe it was just the way the floorboards had warped over time. It's easy to imagine something supernatural when you're scared, but that doesn't mean that's what it is. I think about it a lot, honestly. About how fear works, about how it can take over your mind and make you see or feel things that aren't really there. I don't believe in ghosts or spirits or anything like that. I never have. But I do believe that the human mind is powerful, and sometimes that power can work against us. When you're in a strange place, when you're under stress, when you're scared, your mind can create things that feel as real as anything else. My sister's okay now. Her husband came home safe, and they moved into a new place together. The baby's grown, and he's a happy, healthy kid. The house is still standing, still creaking and groaning in the night. My parents live there, and nothing else strange has happened since. Sometimes when I visit, I'll sit out on the porch and think about all of it. The sounds, the shaking bed, the fear. And I'll remind myself that places like that, places that feel heavy with history, can do strange things to people. They get under your skin. But at the end of the day, it's just a house. Just wood and nails and time. There's no mystery left in it for me. Just a reminder of how powerful our own minds can be when we're pushed to the edge, and how important it is to hold on to what's real when everything feels like it's falling apart. That's all it ever was. My uncle had always been the kind of person who lit up a room when he walked in. At least, that's how I remember him when I was little. Back when I was maybe 5 or 6, he'd visit on weekends or sometimes just show up for dinner, and I would always get excited to see him. He was funny, made jokes that even I could understand, and he had this way of making my mom laugh. really laugh, like with her whole face, not just a polite smile. I didn't realize at the time how rare that was for her, how much she needed it. Life wasn't always easy for us back then, but when he was around, things seemed lighter. But then, when I was maybe 11 or so, everything changed. My uncle got sick. At first, it was small things that didn't seem serious. He would forget where he left his keys, or he'd tell the same story twice in one night. My mom would cover for him, or just gently remind him, and he'd brush it off with a joke. But it didn't stay like that for long. The forgetfulness became confusion. The joke stopped, and then the anger started. Not all the time, but enough that I noticed. Enough that it made me feel different around him. Less safe. I remember when my mom told me he had brain cancer. I didn't really understand what that meant at first, but I could see on her face that it was bad. Really bad. And as his illness got worse, so did his behavior. The man who used to sneak me candy before dinner was now yelling at my mom for not stacking his papers the way he wanted. He accused her of stealing things, cups, towels, even his own shoes once. Things that didn't make sense. It was like his mind was turning on him, and he was lashing out at the people who loved him most. The worst part for me was seeing my mom take it. She never fought back. She'd just quietly fix whatever he was upset about or calmly tell him that no, she didn't take his cups, that they were right there in the kitchen. I saw the sadness in her eyes, the way she'd look down or away when he was being especially cruel. And I hated it. I hated seeing her hurt. I hated him, sometimes, in those moments. And that made me feel guilty, because I knew it wasn't really him. It was the sickness. At least, that's what everyone said. He passed away after about a year of that. It was a strange kind of relief. We were sad, of course, but also it felt like this dark cloud had lifted. My mom cried for days, but after a while, she seemed lighter too, like she could finally breathe again. I didn't really know how to process it. I just tried to be there for her as best I could. We got rid of a lot of his things, helped pack up his house. It felt final, like we could move on. About a year later, life had settled into something close to normal. My mom and I had gotten into a new routine. We were both busier, more focused on school and work. We didn't talk about my uncle much anymore, not because we forgot, but because there didn't seem to be anything left to say. And then that night happened. It was a regular evening. We had been out grocery shopping, nothing special. I remember it was cold outside, maybe early winter. We were both tired when we got home, arms full of bags, fumbling for keys, wanting to just get inside and warm up. The house was dark when we walked in. I set the bags down on the kitchen counter while my mom went to hang up her coat. I went over to the answering machine to see if we had any messages. We still had one of those old mini tape machines that clicked and whirred when it played back messages. It wasn't fancy, but it worked. There were a few new messages. The red light was blinking, and I pressed play without really thinking about it. The first message was nothing strange, just a reminder about an appointment, I think. But the second one made me freeze. It was his voice, my uncle's, clear as day. The same tone, the same rhythm of speech I remembered so well. At first, I thought maybe it was an old message that somehow didn't get erased. I told myself that as I stood there, heart pounding, listening to it. The first few words were familiar, like I had heard them before. He was asking my mom to call him back, something about needing help with his mail. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Old message. That's all it was. But then the machine clicked over to the next message. And that's when it got strange. The second message was different. I had never heard this one before. I was sure of it. It was him again, but he sounded different this time. Softer. Like he was calmer, or maybe tired. I don't remember every word, but I remember the feeling it gave me. He said something like, "I shouldn't have said that earlier." I was upset. I didn't mean it. There was a pause, a kind of shaky breath, like he was trying not to cry. "Tell her I'm sorry. Please." And then the message ended. I stood there for a long time, staring at the machine like it might explain itself if I looked hard enough. My mom came back into the room and saw my face. She asked what was wrong, and I just pointed at the machine. She played the message again, and I watched the color drain from her face as she listened. When it finished, we both just stood there in silence. We must have played that message a dozen times that night, trying to make sense of it, trying to figure out how it could be there. My mom was sure we had erased all the old tapes after he died. I was sure too. We had gone through them, listened one last time, then cleared them out. So how could this message be there? And why now, a year later? We tried to think of any rational explanation. Maybe we had missed it somehow, and it just never got played until now. Maybe the machine was old and glitched, spitting out some old recording that had been stuck in its memory somehow. I even opened it up, took out the tape, looked at it like I might find the answer written inside. But of course, there was nothing. We didn't sleep well that night. Every time the house creaked or the heater kicked on, I jumped. My mom tried to act like it didn't bother her, but I could see it did. She kept staring at the machine like she expected it to start playing on its own. I unplugged it before we went to bed, just in case. Not that I thought it would help, but I didn't know what else to do. Over the next few days, we kept coming back to it, playing it again, looking for clues. I even tried to figure out if the date of the message meant anything. Maybe it was the anniversary of something. The day we last visited him, maybe, or the day he was diagnosed. But nothing fit. It was just a random day. Or at least, it seemed that way. Eventually, we stopped playing it. It didn't give us any answers, just more questions. My mom kept the tape, though. She said she couldn't bring herself to erase it. I didn't blame her. I didn't want to hear it anymore, but I didn't want to lose it either. It felt important, somehow, even if we didn't understand it. Life went on after that. We didn't talk about it much. Sometimes I'd catch my mom looking at the machine, like she was waiting for it to happen again. But it never did. The machine worked fine after that. No glitches, no strange messages. Just the usual reminders and wrong numbers. Years later, when we finally got rid of that answering machine, my mom still kept that tape. She put it in a drawer with some old photos and letters. I don't know if she ever listened to it again. I never did. But sometimes late at night, I still think about it. About how his voice sounded. About what he said. And I wonder if maybe that was his way of making peace, in whatever way he could. Not a ghost, not anything supernatural. Just a man, broken by sickness, who wanted to say he was sorry. And somehow, through whatever strange trick of technology or chance, we got to hear it. And maybe that's enough. I lived in a strange little house as a kid. It wasn't just old. It felt odd in ways that I didn't really have words for back then. It was tall, narrow, and kind of looked like it was missing the houses that should have been on either side of it. Like it was supposed to be part of a row of attached houses, but instead it stood there all by itself, like a kid who showed up to school without their uniform. It had 3 floors, plus a basement and a cramped attic that I didn't even know existed until the end. The walls were crooked in places, the floors creaked like they were telling secrets, and everything about it seemed like it had been designed by someone who didn't entirely know what they were doing. But it was home, and I loved it. There were so many strange features packed into that little place. We had 2 fireplaces, both of which actually worked, although we only ever used one. The other was in a weird spot on the 2nd floor, and was surrounded by cracked tile that my mom always meant to replace, but never did. The backyard was barely big enough for a dog to turn around in. You couldn't take more than 4 or 5 steps before you hit the fence. It felt more like an outdoor closet than a yard. And there was this old rope-pull dumbwaiter that ran from the kitchen up to my bedroom. It was the kind of thing you read about in books, but ours still worked, at least well enough that I used to send toys or sandwiches up and down in it when I was playing by myself. The house had character, and I didn't mind its weirdness. In fact, I kind of liked it. But it was old. Really old. My parents were always having to fix one thing or another, and as I got older, it seemed like the repairs never ended. There was always a leak or a crack or a draft that made the place feel colder than it should. Eventually, it got to be too much. The costs kept piling up, and my parents decided it was time to move. I didn't want to leave, but I didn't really have a say in it. Packing up that house was exhausting. There were so many nooks and crannies where things had ended up over the years. My room was a disaster. I had stuffed so many clothes into my closet that they'd sort of fused together into one solid block of shirts, pants, and hoodies. I'd gotten lazy about packing and had taken to throwing things down the dumbwaiter to the kitchen, where I'd gather them up later. I figured if it worked for food, it could work for toys and books too. It was when I was clearing out that brick of clothes in my closet that I noticed something I'd never seen before. There was a small square outline on the ceiling with a little metal latch. It was an attic entrance. I remember feeling a weird mix of excitement and nervousness. I'd lived in that house for 8 years and had no idea there was an attic above my room. It was like discovering a hidden level in a video game. Being a curious kid, I had to check it out. I climbed up on top of the packed clothes and unlatched the little door. It was stiff, and I had to put my shoulder into it, but eventually it popped open, and a little shower of dust came down. I coughed and waved it away, then hoisted myself up through the hole. The first thing that hit me was the smell. It was dry like old wood and insulation, but also there was something else, something faintly sour and musty, like clothes that had been forgotten in a damp basement. But the second thing I noticed was the light. I'd expected it to be pitch black, but it wasn't. There were old, red Christmas lights strung up all over, zigzagging across the beams. They glowed faintly, like dying embers, but enough that I could see. I pulled myself all the way up and stood there, taking it in. The attic wasn't big. I had to hunch over because the ceiling sloped down on either side. But what really caught my attention was that it wasn't empty. It looked lived in. The insulation along the walls was covered with sheets of old plastic, like someone had tried to make it a bit more comfortable. There was a metal-framed bed, no mattress, just the frame, but it was piled with sleeping bags and blankets that looked like they hadn't been touched in years. Off to one side was a small refrigerator, the kind you'd see in an old garage. The mint green paint was peeling, but out of curiosity I opened it, and to my surprise, the little light flicked on, and I felt a breath of cold air. It still worked. Then I saw the bones. They were everywhere, piled in loose heaps around the middle of the attic. At first, my brain didn't really process what I was looking at. They were so out of place that it was like my mind refused to connect the dots. But as I stood there, I realized they weren't just sticks or trash. They were bones. Lots of them. Big ones, small ones. Some long and thin like arms or legs, others round like parts of a skull or a pelvis. I didn't know much about anatomy, but I could tell these were from different creatures. Some looked like they could have come from a dog or a cat, others bigger, maybe from deer or something. And a few looked disturbingly human, although I told myself I was probably wrong about that. A couple of the piles were blackened, like someone had tried to burn them. The beams of the attic above those piles were stained with soot, and on the walls nearby were smears of something dark, maybe from the burned bones. Among the smears were scrawled words, written in rough, uneven letters. I couldn't make out most of it, but I saw the word sorry more than once. Just that. Sorry. Over and over again. I felt cold all over, like the air had dropped 10 degrees. My heart was pounding, and my mouth felt dry. I didn't know what to do. I just stood there, staring at the piles of bones and the black marks on the walls, trying to make sense of it. How long had this been here? Who had done this? And why had no one noticed? It was right above my room, above where I'd slept every night for 8 years. I don't know how long I stood there. Probably only a minute or two, but it felt like forever. Finally, I backed down through the attic door, pulling it shut behind me. I didn't want to see any more. I didn't want to know any more. I told myself it wasn't as bad as it looked. Maybe they were just animal bones. Maybe it was some weird thing from the previous owner. But deep down, I knew it was bad. There was no good explanation for that many bones, or the burned piles, or the word sorry smeared on the walls. I didn't tell my parents. I didn't tell anyone. I helped finish packing, and we moved out a week later. Every night until then, I slept downstairs on the couch. I couldn't stand the idea of being under that attic again, knowing what was up there. My parents thought I was just sad about leaving the house, and I let them think that. Years later, I tried looking up the history of that house, but I didn't find much. It had changed owners a bunch of times before we bought it. There were no news stories, no police reports, nothing about anything strange happening there. Just an old house that no one seemed to stay in for long. Sometimes I wonder if the new owners ever found the attic. I wonder if they saw what I saw, and if they ever figured out where all those bones came from, or who had lived up there, hiding above us all those years. And I wonder if, like me, they're haunted not by ghosts, but by the questions that never got answered. It was late, well past midnight, probably around 3 in the morning. The house was dead quiet except for the faint hum of my computer fan and the soft clicking of my keyboard as I mindlessly scrolled through random pages online. I was home for the holidays, back in my old room at my parents' house. There was always something about that house at night that felt a little eerie. Maybe because I'd grown up hearing all its creaks and groans, or maybe because it sat at the end of a long street with hardly any streetlights. Either way, that night, I wasn't thinking about anything except how tired I was and whether or not I should finally shut down the computer and try to get some sleep. I was just about to close my browser when my phone lit up next to me on the desk. It vibrated softly, breaking the silence. It was a call from my sister. I froze for a second, confused. My sister's room was literally just down the hallway from mine. There was no reason for her to call me. If she wanted something, she could have just knocked on my door or called out. The time on the screen read 3:04 a.m. I stared at it for a second longer, then reached out to pick it up. But before my thumb even touched the screen, the call ended. I sat there, holding the phone, blinking at the now dark screen. The call log clearly showed her name, the time, and the missed call notification. I waited a few seconds, half expecting her to knock on my door, maybe come in and explain why she'd called. But nothing, just silence. The kind of deep, heavy silence that makes you feel like the house is holding its breath. Something about it didn't sit right. I got up, sliding my chair back quietly, and padded across the room in my socks. I opened my door and stepped into the hallway. The air felt cooler out there, the kind of chill that sinks into your skin. My sister's door was shut, like always. I hesitated for just a moment, then walked over to it. Just as I reached for the handle, I heard her. She screamed, a full, panicked, high-pitched scream that tore through the stillness of the night. I didn't stop to think. I shoved the door open with my shoulder, hard enough that it banged against the wall inside. My heart was racing so fast it felt like it was going to burst out of my chest. Her room was dark, except for the faint glow from the streetlight outside that slipped in through the gap in the curtains. My sister was sitting up in bed, her hair messy, her face pale. She was shaking, clutching her blanket up to her chest, her eyes wide and filled with terror. I stood there for a second, letting my eyes adjust to the dark, scanning the room. There was no one there. Just her, the messy bed, a chair with clothes draped over it, and her desk cluttered with books and makeup. The closet door was shut. The window was closed and latched. There was no sign of anyone. She was gasping, trying to calm down. I could hear her breathing, shallow, rapid, like she couldn't get enough air. I stayed there with her until she stopped crying, until she could talk again. When she finally spoke, her voice was shaky and low. She told me that she'd woken up suddenly, felt like something was wrong, and when she opened her eyes, she saw a dark shape, some kind of shadow, hovering over her, so close she could feel the air shift as it moved. It had been right in her face. That's when she screamed. I tried to make sense of it. I checked the room again, this time opening the closet, peeking under the bed, even though I knew no one could be hiding there. Nothing. No open windows, no way anyone could have gotten in or out without us noticing. I kept glancing at the door, half expecting someone or something to suddenly appear, but there was nothing. Once she was calm enough, I told her about the call. I thought maybe she'd tried to call me when she first saw the shadow, maybe in a panic. But she shook her head, confused, said she hadn't called me, that she hadn't even been awake until she saw that shadow. I asked where her phone was. Without a word, she pointed downstairs. Her purse. She'd left it in the living room before going to bed. That didn't make any sense. I went down to check, needing to see it for myself. The living room was dark, just the faint glow from the porch light seeping through the windows. I found her purse on the floor next to the couch where she'd dropped it earlier. I reached in and pulled out her phone. The screen lit up, showing the lock screen. I checked the call log. No outgoing calls. No recent activity at all. It was like the call I'd received had never happened. I stood there for a while, trying to piece it together. I went back upstairs, showed her my phone. The log was there, her name, 3:04 a.m., call duration, 0 seconds. It was real. I hadn't imagined it. But on her phone, nothing. It was like the call had come from nowhere. We stayed up for the rest of the night, neither of us wanting to be alone. We turned on the lights, made tea, sat in the kitchen with the TV on low just to break the silence. Every sound made us jump, the fridge kicking on, the house settling, even the wind rattling the window panes. We kept going over it, trying to come up with some kind of explanation. Maybe a glitch, maybe some weird phone error, maybe something else. But nothing fit. When morning came, the house felt different, like the daylight had chased away whatever had been there the night before. My parents came down, none the wiser, asking why we looked so tired. We told them we'd stayed up watching movies. No point in worrying them over something we couldn't even explain ourselves. Over the next few days, I kept thinking about it, replaying it in my head. I checked both our phones again, but nothing had changed. The call was still logged on mine, missing from hers. I even looked it up online, trying to see if maybe there was some technical reason, some kind of phone glitch that could cause that to happen. There were stories of ghost calls, phantom rings, but none of it really lined up with what had happened that night. There were no answers that made sense. In the end, we just let it go. We had no choice. We never figured out who or what made that call, or what my sister saw hovering over her that night. It never happened again. But even now, whenever I'm back at that house, lying awake late at night, I find myself listening a little harder to the silence, waiting for the phone to ring. When I was 13, my life took a turn that would stay with me forever, buried deep in my mind, always there in the quiet moments, always waiting to creep back into my thoughts. My grandmother was dying of cancer, and those final weeks of her life felt like they stretched on endlessly. My mother and I moved into my grandmother's house to care for her. It was a small house, old and full of memories, the kind that creaked at night and smelled of old wood, tea, and the faintest hint of the medicines she had to take. Every corner of that house seemed heavy, like the walls themselves were holding their breath, waiting for what we all knew was coming. I remember the way the air in that house felt during those weeks. It was always too warm, thick with the smell of sickness and age. The windows rarely opened. The curtains were almost always drawn because the sunlight made my grandmother uncomfortable. She would squint and complain it hurt her eyes. The only light came from dim lamps and the flicker of the television, which she didn't really watch but kept on for the sound. That sound filled the rooms, filled the empty space where conversation should have been, but there wasn't much left to say anymore. I had my own small room down the hall. It used to be a sewing room, I think, and it smelled like old fabric and dust. The bed was narrow, the mattress a little too soft in the middle, but I didn't complain. I spent a lot of time lying there, staring at the cracks in the ceiling, listening to the soft hum of the TV and my grandmother's uneven breathing from the next room. Sometimes I could hear my mother crying quietly at night. She tried to hide it, but the walls were thin, and the house was too silent to keep any secrets. It was a strange time. Days and nights blurred together. I kept track of time by the routines. When we gave my grandmother her pills, when we tried to get her to eat, when the nurse came, when the sun went down and the house got dark and even quieter. I felt like I was floating through those days, like I wasn't really part of what was happening. I think that was the only way I could handle it. It was too much to face head-on, so I drifted through it, trying not to feel too much, trying not to think about what would come next. Then there was that night that comes back to me even now, all these years later. I remember it so clearly. The details burned into my memory. I was asleep, or maybe not fully asleep. I was at that edge where you're not sure if you're dreaming or awake. The house was so quiet. The TV had been turned off for once, and there was nothing but the sound of the old house settling and my grandmother's breathing down the hall. It had a rattling sound to it by then, like each breath was a struggle. And then suddenly I was wide awake. My mother burst into my room. I remember the way the door banged against the wall, the way her face looked, pale and shocked, like she'd seen something that didn't make sense. Her eyes were wide, and she was out of breath, like she'd run down the hall. I didn't know what was going on, but I felt the fear in her, and it filled me too. Without thinking, I followed her. She said something about my grandmother, but it didn't register right away. We hurried down the hall, and she told me that my grandmother had come into her room, woken her up, and then walked out. It didn't make sense. My grandmother hadn't been out of bed in days. She was so weak by then she couldn't even sit up on her own. But my mother seemed certain, and we ran to my grandmother's room. I remember the way the hallway felt, the cold of the floor under my feet, the darkness pressing in around us, the way the air seemed thicker, heavier, like the whole house was holding its breath. When we reached her room, it was so quiet. I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears. We stepped inside, and there she was, lying in bed just as we'd left her. Except she wasn't breathing anymore. There was no rise and fall of her chest, no sound, no movement at all. Her face was calm, almost peaceful, but there was no life in it. We stood there for what felt like forever, just staring, not knowing what to do, not wanting to believe what we saw. I remember my mother moving to her side, touching her, trying to wake her, even though we both knew she was gone. I stood frozen, watching, feeling like I was outside of myself, like I was watching it all happen to someone else. The room felt colder somehow, or maybe that was just me. The rest of that night passed in a blur. Phone calls, the arrival of people, the quiet voices, the sadness that filled the house even more than before. I don't remember sleeping. I just remember lying in my bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to understand what had happened. Trying to make sense of how my mother could have seen my grandmother up and walking around when she was already gone. Days turned into weeks, and life started to move on, as it always does. We packed up my grandmother's things, cleaned the house, said our goodbyes. But that night stayed with me. It stayed with both of us, though for a long time we didn't talk about it. There was too much else to deal with, too much pain and loss to process. It wasn't until months later, maybe even longer, that I finally brought it up. We were sitting together, just the two of us, and I asked my mother about that night. I asked her what she remembered. She looked at me like she didn't understand what I was talking about. I reminded her of how she came running into my room, how she told me that my grandmother had come into her room and woken her up. I expected her to nod, to remember, to maybe offer some explanation. But she didn't. She just stared at me, confusion on her face, and said she didn't remember any of that. She didn't remember seeing my grandmother, didn't remember waking me up, didn't remember why she got out of bed at all. It was like it had all been erased from her memory. That shook me more than anything else. It made me question everything about that night. Had I imagined it? Had it been some kind of dream? But it felt so real. I remember the sound of my mother's voice, the feel of her hand as she grabbed mine, the look on her face when we reached my grandmother's room. I remember it all too clearly for it to have been a dream. But my mother didn't remember. And that was that. There was nothing more to say. We never really talked about it again. What could we say? It was just one of those strange moments in life that doesn't have an answer, that you carry with you and think about in the quiet moments, when the house is still and the night feels too long. Even now, years later, I think about that night. I think about what my mother saw, or thought she saw. I think about why she didn't remember it later. I think about the look on my grandmother's face when we found her, so peaceful, like maybe she'd said goodbye in her own way. And I think about how sometimes, no matter how much we want them, there are no answers. There's just what happened and what we remember and what we don't. The house is gone now, sold to another family. I haven't been back in years. But sometimes in my own home, when the night is quiet and the air feels heavy, I remember that house, that hallway that night. I remember it all, and I wonder if I ever really understood what happened, or if I ever will. I don't know what I was thinking that night. Maybe I wasn't thinking at all. I was 17, fresh out of high school, and I just moved from the kind of tiny town where everybody knew everybody, where I could walk down any street, day or night, and feel safe. Moving to the city for college was exciting, sure, but I had no clue what I was doing. I thought I could handle it. I thought I was mature. But that night showed me how wrong I was. It started with me hanging out at a friend's dorm. We'd been watching movies, listening to music, and just wasting time like you do when you're 17 and have all the freedom in the world for the first time. It was fun. It felt good to be out on my own, to not have my mom calling me in for dinner or checking up on me. I lost track of time, like I always did back then. When I finally looked at the clock, it was past 1 a.m. My friend offered to let me crash there, but I laughed it off. I didn't want to seem like I couldn't handle myself. My dorm wasn't that far away, I thought. I could find my way. Besides, the air was cool, and I liked the idea of walking, clearing my head. So I left. And that's when the bad decisions really started stacking up. I didn't really know my way around yet. I'd only been in the city for a few weeks. During the day, I'd wandered a little, trying to get familiar with the streets. But at night, everything looked different. The buildings loomed larger. The shadows seemed to swallow everything. I turned down a few streets I thought would lead me back toward campus. But after a while I realized I had no clue where I was. I kept telling myself it was fine, that I'd figure it out, but my stomach was starting to twist. The area I'd ended up in was bad. Even I could tell that, green as I was. The streetlights were mostly busted out or flickering like dying fireflies. The buildings were old, the paint peeling off in big patches, windows either boarded up or broken. Trash was piled against fences and spilled out of overfilled bins. I could hear shouting from inside some of the houses, angry loud, voices raised in fights that had probably been going on for hours. Somewhere down the block, a dog barked, the kind of deep, mean bark that makes your heart jump. I started walking faster. My sneakers slapped against the cracked sidewalk, my breath getting shorter, even though I wasn't out of breath yet. I tried to look like I belonged there, like I knew where I was going, but I'm sure I didn't fool anyone. I kept glancing over my shoulder, every little noise making me jump. That's when I heard it, the low hum of a car behind me. At first I thought I was just being paranoid. It's a city, cars go by all the time. But this one wasn't going by. It was moving slowly, matching my pace. I didn't want to look, but I couldn't help myself. I turned my head just enough to see it. A beat-up old sedan, paint faded, one of the headlights out. Inside, 5 men. I couldn't see their faces clearly, but I could feel their eyes on me. I could feel the way they were watching me, like a wolf watches a rabbit. My mouth went dry. I tried to tell myself to stay calm. I thought maybe if I crossed the street, they'd just keep going. I tried to act casual, stepping off the curb, but the car sped up just enough to cut me off. My heart was hammering so hard I could hear it in my ears. I kept walking, trying to figure out what to do, but my mind was going blank. They stayed beside me for a whole block. I could hear them talking, laughing in low voices, but I couldn't make out the words. I didn't want to. I just wanted them to go away. My legs felt weak, but I kept moving, one foot in front of the other, until I got to an intersection. That's when they turned left and stopped. The car was right in my path, sitting there like it was waiting for me. There were no other cars, no people on the street, nothing. Just me and them. I stopped walking. I couldn't help it. My feet wouldn't move. My body felt frozen. I stood there, staring at the car, my breath coming in short, shaky gasps. I didn't know what to do. Run. They'd catch me in a second. Scream. Who would hear me? There was no one around. And even if someone did hear, would they help? Or would they just close their windows and pretend they didn't? It felt like forever that I stood there. My hands were shaking, and I felt like I might throw up. The driver's door opened a crack, and that's when I really thought it was over. My knees felt like they'd give out. I couldn't think of anything except how stupid I'd been, how I should have stayed at my friend's, how my mom was going to get a call no parent ever wants to get. Then, just as sudden as the fear had hit me, something changed. The porch light of the house just past where the car was parked flicked on. The light was yellow and harsh, but to me it looked like a spotlight from heaven. The front door opened, and a guy stepped out, holding a bag of trash. He didn't seem to notice me at first. He just walked down the steps like it was the most normal thing in the world, heading toward the trash can at the edge of the yard. The car peeled away. Tires squealed, engine roaring, and in seconds they were gone, swallowed up by the night. I stood there, my legs like jelly, my heart still racing, unable to move. The guy with the trash looked over and finally saw me. He paused, probably taking in the sight of this terrified girl standing frozen on the sidewalk in the middle of the night. I don't remember exactly how I managed to explain what happened, or even if I made much sense. I was crying so hard I could barely get words out, but he understood enough. He told me to come inside, and I did. His house wasn't much, old furniture, stuff scattered around, but it felt like the safest place in the world right then. He handed me a soda and let me sit until I could breathe normally again. After a while, he and his roommate walked me back to my dorm. They didn't have to, but they did, and I will never forget that. They stayed on either side of me, walking steady and calm, like nothing bad could happen as long as they were there. The streets didn't seem so scary with them beside me. When we got to my dorm, they said goodnight, told me to be safe, and that was it. I never saw them again. I never even caught their names. They'd said something about doing stand-up comedy and invited me to check it out sometime, but I was too young for bars, and honestly, after that night, I didn't go out much after dark at all. I think about that night more often than I'd like to admit. About how lucky I was. About how a simple, ordinary thing like a guy taking out his trash at the right moment probably saved me from something that could have changed my life forever, in the worst possible way. I think about the way fear can freeze you, how all the plans and smart ideas, you think you'd have go right out the window when you're really in danger. And I think about those 2 guys who didn't have to help me, but did anyway, just because it was the right thing to do. It was my fault for being out there. I know that. I was young and stupid, and I put myself in a bad spot. I was lucky. So lucky. I don't take that for granted. I don't take much for granted anymore. And I've never, ever walked alone like that again. My mother told me this story not too long ago, but it has stuck with me ever since. Even now, thinking about it makes my skin crawl, and it's hard not to glance over my shoulder or feel a strange weight in my chest whenever I remember the details. The thing is, our family was never the type to believe in ghosts or spirits or anything like that. We were always the type to look for explanations, for logic behind things that happened, even if they seemed strange at first. But what happened with my cousin after she passed away is something that none of us have ever really been able to explain away, no matter how hard we tried. It all started about 10 years ago. My cousin, who was around 17 or 18 at the time, had been in a really bad car accident. She fought for a couple of weeks in the hospital, but in the end, she didn't make it. It was hard on all of us. She was a sweet, kind girl who had been close to everyone in the family. But she had a special bond with my dad's sister, our aunt. My cousin had always been there to help out with her younger children. She babysat them, helped put them to bed, played with them in the yard, and was like an older sister to them in so many ways. The little ones loved her, and losing her was confusing and heartbreaking for them too. At the time all this happened, my aunt's house was undergoing major construction. They were adding on a room and doing some remodeling. The work had started just before my cousin's accident and was still going on for several weeks after she passed away. Construction crews came and went, usually working during the day while my aunt was at her job. The kids would be at school or daycare, so the house would mostly be empty during the day except for the workers. One afternoon, my aunt got a call at work. One of the construction workers sounded annoyed, asking her if she could please tell her teenage daughter to stay out of the work areas. My aunt was confused. She didn't have a teenage daughter. She told him so, but he insisted that a girl kept coming around the property during the day, walking through the construction zones. He said she didn't say much, just walked around quietly like she was looking for something. She had shown up multiple times over the past couple of weeks, sometimes standing off to the side watching, other times walking through as if she was checking on the work. My aunt started to feel uneasy. She asked the worker what the girl looked like. His description was strangely specific. Long brown hair, a red baseball cap, denim overalls, and a white jacket. My aunt froze when she heard that. That was exactly what my cousin had been wearing the last time she babysat at the house. The last time she had been there before the accident. My aunt felt this cold, sick feeling in her stomach. She hadn't told the workers anything about my cousin or what had happened. There wasn't any reason for them to know. When my aunt got home that evening, she found the workers and brought out a photo of my cousin. She didn't say anything at first, just showed them the picture and asked if that was the girl they had been seeing. They looked at it and immediately agreed. That was her. No question. That was the girl who had been showing up at the site for weeks. My aunt didn't know what to say. She tried to reason through it. Maybe it was someone who just happened to look like my cousin. Maybe some neighborhood girl who had the same taste in clothes and the same features. But the more she thought about it, the more unlikely it seemed. We didn't live in a big city where you could easily blend in. Everyone more or less knew everyone, especially in that neighborhood. And nobody could think of anyone who matched that description so closely, down to the exact type of jacket and the old baseball cap my cousin had loved so much. I remember when my mom told me all of this. I was sitting in the kitchen, and I could tell she felt uneasy even just talking about it. The house felt still and heavy, as if the air itself had thickened. I could almost hear the creak of the floorboards in my aunt's house, smell the sawdust from the construction. The image of my cousin, in those familiar clothes, just silently walking through the construction site, kept playing over in my mind. It was hard to shake. There was nothing dramatic that happened after that. No big reveal, no sudden appearance or confrontation. The workers stopped seeing the girl after my aunt showed them the photo. Maybe it was coincidence. Maybe they had gotten a scare themselves, realizing who they thought they had seen. Or maybe they just started paying more attention, looking for the logical explanations we all preferred. But I think part of them, like part of me, wasn't so sure anymore. Over the next few weeks, my aunt kept a closer eye on things. She would check in at the house during her lunch break, drive by on her way to and from work. The workers carried on as usual, and the construction finished without any more reports of strange visitors. Life moved on, as it tends to do, even when part of you is stuck in a moment, replaying it over and over, trying to make sense of it. The kids grew up, the house became a home again rather than a work site, and the memories of that time settled into the background. But every so often, my mom or my aunt would bring it up. usually late at night or during one of those quiet moments when you're sitting around a table and the conversation drifts to the things that don't make sense. And every time, that same chill would come over me, because no matter how much we tried to explain it away, there was no good reason why those workers saw what they saw. No teenage girl had any reason to be there, and no girl we knew matched that description so perfectly, especially not wearing those exact clothes. Maybe it was just a case of mistaken identity. Maybe the mind plays tricks on you when you're not paying attention. Or maybe, just maybe, some part of my cousin had found her way back to the place she had felt safe and needed one last time. I don't know. I don't think I ever will. But I do know that whenever I see someone in a red baseball cap, my heart skips a beat, and I remember. I remember the story, the photo, the looks on the faces of those workers. And I remember how my aunt's voice shook just slightly when she told my mom about that phone call, about that girl they kept seeing, and about how sometimes the world doesn't give you clear answers, no matter how hard you look for them. It was one of those warm summer nights when the air felt heavy but comforting, and the city had mostly gone quiet, leaving only the faint hum of streetlights and the occasional distant bark of a dog. My friend and I had decided earlier in the evening to go for a bike ride. It was something we did every now and then when we wanted to escape the heat inside our apartments and get some fresh air. There was something peaceful about riding through empty streets at night, when the usual rush of the day had settled down and everything felt slower and calmer. That night had started out no different. We met up around 11, rode through the quieter parts of the city, and talked about everything and nothing. We'd been out for about an hour when we decided to head home. We both had work the next day, and though we weren't ready for the night to end, we knew it had to. We split up at a corner near where my friend lived. I remember the streetlight there flickering a little as we said goodnight, and I turned to head the last 2 blocks toward my apartment. It was close, just a few minutes away, and I wasn't worried. The streets were empty. The air smelled faintly of cut grass and warm asphalt. I could hear my tires humming softly against the pavement. Because of some construction on the main road, I had to ride on the sidewalk for the last stretch. Normally, I preferred the street, but there were barriers up and debris scattered along the road, so the sidewalk seemed safer. It wasn't a problem at first. The sidewalks were mostly empty, the occasional trash bin out for pickup or a tree casting long shadows in the streetlight's glow. I pedaled slowly, not in any rush, just enjoying the quiet. Then, as I was nearing my street, the one I'd have to turn down to reach my apartment, I noticed a man ahead of me on the sidewalk. He was walking in the same direction, maybe 40 feet in front of me when I first saw him. He looked like he might have been in his 40s, scruffy but not disheveled enough to look homeless. His clothes were worn but clean enough, and he walked with a kind of purpose, not like he was wandering aimlessly. I didn't want to startle him. The sidewalk was narrow, and I wasn't sure if I had enough space to pass without making him nervous. So when I got within about 6 feet of him, I called out, trying to sound friendly. I just said, "Hey, behind you," so he'd know I was there. He stopped and turned. I remember the way he looked at me. His face twisted into this expression of pure anger, like I had done something unforgivable by speaking. His eyes were dark and intense, and for a second, I wondered if I should have just stayed silent and tried to squeeze past. I didn't say anything else. I just turned down my street like I'd planned, hoping that would be the end of it. But it wasn't. I could hear his footsteps quicken behind me, then his voice, loud and harsh. He started yelling at me, calling me every foul name you could think of, his voice carrying through the empty night. He said he was going to kill me, that I was a fucking cunt, that I'd made a mistake. His words echoed off the buildings, and my heart started pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I live right off the corner, but I didn't want him to see where I went. I didn't want him to know which door was mine, or which window belonged to my bedroom. So instead of stopping, I pedaled faster, deciding to loop around the block. I figured maybe he'd keep going in his direction. Maybe he'd lose interest if I wasn't right there in front of him. My hands were tight on the handlebars, and I tried to keep my breathing steady as I made the turn, as if I could somehow trick myself into thinking I wasn't scared. When I got back around the block, I slowed as I neared my street again. I wanted to check if he was gone. I was hoping for that empty stoop, for that quiet street like it had been before. But that's not what I saw. There he was, standing on my front stoop. Just standing there, like he belonged, like he'd known all along that was where I lived. He wasn't yelling anymore. He wasn't moving. He was just standing still, staring out at the street. And then, as I came into view again, he turned his head slowly and looked at me. He didn't say a word this time. His face didn't show anger now, or anything really. It was blank, as if he was just waiting, as if he knew I'd come back around, and was content to stand there until I did. That was almost worse than the shouting. The silence. The stillness. I felt my stomach twist, and I didn't even think. I just kept riding, heart racing, trying not to look back, but unable to stop myself from glancing over my shoulder. I rode straight back to my friend's place. I didn't even knock at first. I was so focused on getting off the street, getting somewhere with a door I could lock behind me. When I finally calmed down enough to explain, I left my bike leaning against the side of the house, figuring I'd come back for it the next day when I felt safer. I didn't want to go back out that night, not with the image of that man burned into my mind. I texted my mom, told her what had happened. She asked if I wanted to call the police, but for some reason, we decided to wait. I think part of me hoped that by not making a big deal of it, it would just go away. That he would just go away. But 2 days later, when I went back to get my bike, it was gone. Someone had taken it from the alley behind the house. I don't know if it was him. I don't know if he came back for it, or if it was just bad luck. But I couldn't shake the feeling that he'd somehow been involved, that maybe he'd followed me, watched me leave it there, waited for his chance. After that, I was more careful. I didn't go out alone at night for a long time. I kept my curtains drawn, made sure the doors and windows were locked, even in the daytime. Every time I heard footsteps outside, every time there was a knock at the door or a shadow passed by the window, my heart would race. I never saw him again, not that I know of. But sometimes, late at night, I'd find myself lying awake, listening to the silence, wondering if he was still out there waiting. And that feeling stayed with me for a long time. The knowledge that danger didn't always come with a warning, that sometimes it looked just like any other man on the street. The night was quiet except for the soft hum of the television playing Nick at Night. I was young, probably no more than 7 or 8 years old, and it was one of those weekend nights when my parents let me sleep in the living room. My sister was a light sleeper, and my parents figured it was easier for me to crash on the couch, away from her room, so she wouldn't be woken up. I remember feeling a little special for getting to stay up late, even if I usually ended up dozing off on the couch, because the old shows on TV somehow made me tired no matter how much I wanted to stay awake. The living room had big windows that looked out onto the yard. We lived in rural Georgia, surrounded by thick woods that stretched far beyond the house, towering trees that creaked softly in the wind. The moon was full that night, casting a pale silver glow over everything. It was one of those clear nights where the stars were so bright it almost felt like they were watching you. I was half asleep, curled up on the couch, when suddenly I woke up with this prickly feeling crawling all over my skin. Not cold, but something else. An instinct that something was wrong. My heart jumped, and I shot up, sitting straight on the couch. The TV was still flickering quietly in the background, but I wasn't paying attention to it anymore. My eyes went immediately to the front window. The moonlight poured in just enough to show the yard and the big tree standing right there, maybe 15 feet from the window. And that's when I saw it, a silhouette of a person pressed up against the tree, standing still but watching. I could just barely make out the shape of a head and shoulders, but no face. The figure was perfectly still, as if frozen, but my skin told me they were alive and breathing. The family dog, a big mutt named Max, suddenly bolted over to the window, his nails scraping against the hardwood floor. He stood on his hind legs, front paws pressed against the glass, growling low and snarling at whoever was outside. His barking was fierce, loud enough to fill the silent night, but muffled slightly by the glass. Fear hit me all at once. My hands shook. I scrambled off the couch and ran down the hall to my parents' room. I shook my mother awake and tried to explain, but words got stuck in my throat. I could only point to the window, trembling. My father, a tall man with steady hands, grabbed the flashlight and something for defense. I never saw what it was, but it was probably a baseball bat or something from the garage, and went outside with Max. Inside, my mother wrapped her arms tightly around me. Her warmth was the only thing keeping me from shaking uncontrollably. The house felt too quiet without my dad. I stayed like that for what felt like forever until the door creaked open, and my dad stepped in. He looked tired, worn, and his face was hard to read. "No one out there," he said quietly. "Just the woods." He told me to try and sleep. I didn't want to go back to the living room. I was too scared to be alone with those windows. I decided to sleep in my own bedroom down the hall, closer to my parents. I found my sister and whispered everything to her. The figure, the dog, the way my dad went outside. She didn't seem as scared as I was, maybe because she didn't see anything. Dad paced through the house, cup of coffee in hand, making rounds to check every window and door. I stayed in my bed, eyes wide open, watching shadows move as the moonlight came through my window. Finally, I thought I could relax. My breathing slowed. I closed my eyes. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw him. He was standing right outside my bedroom window. The moonlight lit up the dark figure again, but this time I could see a little more. The rough shape of a man, skinny but tall, wearing a dark jacket. He held a finger up to his lips, making a shushing gesture. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. He stood there for a moment, and then suddenly turned and ran, disappearing quickly into the woods in a straight line, as if he had a clear path. I started crying then. The tears wouldn't stop for hours. The fear stayed with me all night long, wrapping around me like a heavy blanket. I never told anyone else about that night. The feeling that someone was out there, just watching, didn't leave me for a long time. Even years later, whenever I saw a dark silhouette near the trees, my heart would race back to that night. My parents never saw anyone, never heard anything beyond Max barking. The police were called the next day, but found no signs of anyone trespassing. Still, I knew the truth. That night, a stranger came close enough to my house to watch me sleep and made sure I knew he was there. The woods around our home weren't just trees and animals. Something dangerous lurked, something patient and silent. I learned that night to never take the quiet for granted. Sometimes the quiet hides the worst kind of fear. About 4 years ago, I woke up one late morning on a day off. I remember the day so clearly that it's hard to believe it's been that long. The light in my room was soft, filtered through the thin curtains that I'd always meant to replace. It wasn't too bright yet, just that gentle, yellowish glow that comes through late in the morning when the sun is high enough to clear the neighboring houses, but not yet blinding. The digital numbers of my alarm clock glowed in the dimness. 10:21. That time stuck in my head for a reason that didn't seem important then, but became seared into my memory afterward. I stayed in bed for a few minutes, just lying there listening. The house was quiet, as it always was when I had the place to myself. No cars were passing outside just then, no neighbors slamming doors or starting lawnmowers. I could hear the faint ticking of a wall clock down the hall, the refrigerator hum from the kitchen, and the soft whoosh of air through the vents. I closed my eyes again for a moment, enjoying that rare stillness, then pushed myself up, feeling the slight creak of the mattress springs beneath me. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, planted my feet on the carpet that needed vacuuming, and stretched, my back cracking softly in protest. The house was a comfortable kind of cool, not cold enough to be unpleasant, just enough that the warmth of the blankets made me reluctant to leave. But nature called, so I shuffled off to the bathroom. The bathroom was still foggy from someone else's earlier shower, maybe from the night before. The mirror was streaked at the edges, and the floor felt cool under my feet. I stood there for a while after finishing my business, just leaning against the sink, enjoying the warmth of the small room. I brushed my teeth slowly, letting the rhythm of the task wake me up. I ran the brush under water, watched the foam swirl down the drain. I glanced at myself in the mirror, hair sticking up in every direction, eyes a bit puffy from sleep. I took my time, maybe lingering longer than I needed to just because I didn't feel like rushing. When I finally felt ready, I left the bathroom, the door creaking a bit as it always did. I got dressed in my room. T-shirt, old jeans, socks with a hole at the toe. I stood at the window for a moment, looking out at the street. A few people were out, walking dogs, pushing strollers, heading to the shops across the road. A city bus rumbled by, and a kid on a skateboard clattered past on the sidewalk. I felt that lazy, content kind of feeling you get on a day off when the world is going about its business, and you don't have to. After all that, I picked up my phone from the nightstand to check for messages. The screen lit up, 10:25. I frowned a little at that. I was sure I'd spent more than 4 minutes getting ready, especially with how long I'd stayed in the bathroom. but I figured maybe I was just groggy and had misread the clock when I woke up. I glanced over at my alarm clock, half expecting it to show a different time, but it too said 10:25. I shrugged, not thinking much of it. Maybe I'd woken up at 10:21 and just thought it had taken longer. I headed downstairs, bare feet on the steps making soft thuds on the worn wood. The house had that faint smell of last night's dinner, rice and some kind of stir-fry I'd thrown together. The living room was dim, curtains still drawn, and I walked over to open them, letting in more of that yellow light. I turned on the TV, flicked over to the news, not really watching, just wanting some noise in the background. The news anchor's voices drifted through the house, that familiar rhythm of headlines and updates. I powered up my PC, the fans whirring softly as it came to life. The screen flickered, then settled into its usual glow. My stomach rumbled, reminding me I hadn't eaten. I went into the kitchen, grabbed a glass from the cupboard, filled it at the sink, the cold water tasting clean and crisp. I decided on eggs and the leftover rice. I cracked a couple of eggs into a bowl, whisked them with a fork, and started heating a pan. Then I grabbed the container of rice from the fridge, opened the microwave, and was about to set the timer when I noticed the clock on it. 10:25. I froze for a second, the kind of pause where your mind tries to catch up with something that doesn't quite make sense. I slowly pulled out my phone again and checked it. 10:25, the same as before. I stood there, holding the rice, staring at the microwave clock. There was no way that was right. I thought about everything I'd done. Getting out of bed, the bathroom, dressing, going downstairs, turning on the TV and PC, getting water, starting to cook. All that couldn't have happened in less than a minute. My first thought was maybe the microwave clock had stopped, but my phone still said 10:25. I felt this weird cold wash over me, like the kind you get when you realize you've left your wallet somewhere, or when you hear a strange noise at night. I decided to test it. I stood right there and started counting seconds in my head. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, all the way up. I kept my eyes glued to the microwave clock. About 20 seconds into my count, it flipped to 10:26. My heart beat a little faster, but I told myself maybe I was just overthinking. I finished cooking, trying to shake it off. The eggs sizzled in the pan, and the smell of them mixing with the rice was comforting, familiar. I plated it up, grabbed a fork, and went to sit at the PC like I always did. But when I looked at the computer screen, the clock in the corner of the monitor said 10:20. I stared at it, not wanting to believe what I was seeing. I picked up my phone again. 10:20. I blinked a few times, rubbed my eyes like maybe that would make a difference. But there it was, 10:20. Somehow, time had moved backward. Or at least, that's what it seemed like. I felt this strange mix of fear and confusion. My mouth was dry. The food in front of me didn't seem appetizing anymore. I sat there, the fork in my hand, watching the little clock in the corner of the screen. The second hand ticked away like normal. I watched as it went all the way around, watched as it ticked over to 10:21, then 10:22. Everything seemed normal while I stared at it. But when I looked away, even for a minute or two, the time wouldn't make sense when I looked back. At one point, I checked the time after what felt like 10 or 15 minutes of sitting there, trying to figure out what was happening. The PC and phone both said 10:14. Later, they showed 10:13. I started writing all this down, typing it out on the PC, hoping that keeping track would help somehow, or at least help me stay calm. My hands were shaking a little as I typed, and I kept glancing at the clock, watching it tick by normally when I stared at it. But every time I let myself get distracted, let my mind drift, the time would do something impossible. I thought maybe I was having a stroke or some kind of medical issue. I stood up, paced the room, checked my reflection. My face looked normal. I lifted my arms, touched my nose, recited the alphabet. Everything seemed fine. I wasn't dizzy or slurring my words, but the clocks kept playing tricks on me. I tried the internet. I opened a browser, went to a time website. The same thing happened. When I watched it, the seconds ticked by like they should. But if I switched tabs or looked away for a minute, the time would be wrong again when I came back. At one point it showed 10:18, then 10:24, then 10:16. I refreshed the page. Same thing. I can't explain the feeling that settled over me during that time. It was like being unmoored, like the ground wasn't solid under my feet anymore. I felt isolated, like I was the only one noticing this, the only one experiencing it. I thought about calling someone, but what would I say? Hey, my clocks are acting weird. It sounded crazy even in my own head. So I just waited. I sat there, watching the clocks, sometimes staring at them, sometimes letting myself look away, testing what would happen. I tried turning things off and on again, the PC, the TV. I unplugged the microwave for a minute, plugged it back in. Nothing changed. Time still slipped around when I wasn't looking. It went on for what felt like an hour, maybe more. And then, just as suddenly as it started, everything seemed to settle. The clocks matched. The PC, phone, microwave, even the wall clock all lined up. I watched the seconds tick by, and they made sense. I kept checking for a while, afraid to trust it. But it stayed normal. I never figured out what happened. I wasn't sick. No one else reported anything strange that day. My power didn't go out, nothing weird on the news. It was like my little pocket of the world had glitched for a while, and then smoothed itself out again. I still think about it sometimes, usually on slow mornings when I'm watching the clock tick by. I'll catch myself checking and rechecking, making sure time is behaving the way it's supposed to. And every time I see 10:21 on a clock, I remember that morning, and the way it felt like I'd slipped out of sync with the world. I never experienced anything like it again, but the memory of it sticks with me, quiet and unsettling, like a question I'll never be able to answer.